It was getting late. The street lights flickered around while someone coughed in the distance. The wind howled while people were trying to get to their homes. Little drops of water started appearing on the glass windows, followed by gentle tapping. A certain man was sitting in a lit room, holding what looked to be a soldering iron. His hair was slightly unkempt, and you could see a reflection of some kind of schematic coming of the glasses he was wearing. He was glancing between the schematic and the circuit board that was on the table. I need to replace these capacitors. Not sure which one is the faulty one. I'll just replace all of them. The man gave out a sigh while slowly getting his tools ready. He was glancing onto the circuit board with the help of a microscope, the tiny metallic parts hard to spot with the naked eye. That bastard made me work overtime again. This man was in his mid-20s. He was at a small computer repair shop. He was yet again forced to stay late into the day. Being the new kid in this place apparently put a bullseye on your back. The older workers always found a way to push their overdue workload on him, always giving him the excuse that he needed more experience and he should work harder. Those bastards only do this because I can't say no. He was still new, he was still in his trial period, so he was expendable. He made the decision of trying to get along with his coworkers and play the nice guy. This was the result. He was stuck working and would probably be home at 8. Well, not like I have any plans anyway. At least they don't force me to clean all those dirty laptops. What do those people do with them to get them so dirty anyway? The sound of sizzling filled the area while the man continued with his work. The capacitors were replaced and everything was checked again. The circuit board he was fixing was in working order once more. Finally. Just need to clean this shit and I'm done. He wasn't alone here though. The whole repair shop was the building that his boss was actually living in. The bottom level was just the shop while the upper was the living quarters. He peeked through the door leading upstairs and shouted out, "I'm done. I'm going home, boss." He heard some kind of grunt that was muffled by the sounds of a TV. He just shrugged and grabbed his coat to go. Luckily, he took his umbrella today. The moment he walked outside, he was hit with a sudden gust of wind that almost snapped it in half though. God damn, if I left normally, I wouldn't be stuck in this damn storm. He kicked a pebble while his umbrella shook from the pouring rain and strong winds. He felt dejected with his whole situation, but not like he could do anything about it. He was living alone and needed it to pay rent. He barely had enough for an internet connection and food and was living from paycheck to paycheck. Ugh. If I ever get out of this shithole, I'm gonna open my own store. Working for others sucks. He arrived at a crosswalk. The howling wind was smashing into his face, and the lack of earphones and music to listen to was making this whole ordeal even harder to last through. The only thing making him power through this was the warm bed waiting at home. While his mind was elsewhere, the light at the crosswalk turned green, and he took a step forward. Luck wasn't on his side yet again. When he was about halfway across the street, a large truck appeared out of nowhere. He looked to the shining halogen lights that blinded him momentarily. The vehicle came right at him. His mind went blank and his life flashed through his eyes. He remembered his youth, his family, and his lack of friends. It was a life of mediocrity, a life of following the status quo. But then, suddenly he snapped out of it. His body jolted forward as he jumped for his dear life. He felt air pressure from his back accompanied by a large splash of water. He tumbled forward onto the sidewalk, the large truck just continuing on as if nothing happened. He didn't even have time to glance at the plates. He was drenched in the rainwater, his hands scraped from the pavement. Damn psycho! He cursed while standing up. His palms were bloody and he was all wet, but luckily he was alive. His umbrella was in the middle of that street, flattened by the truck that almost killed him. His heart was pounding and he needed some time to calm down, but the pouring rain was making things hard. I need to get home. He turned around while gritting his teeth, the fear replaced by anger as he headed home. He was drenched, his body was hurting, and he still wasn't back home. There was a possibility that he could catch a cold. The only thing on his mind now was to take a warm shower. Sometimes I wish I could afford a bathtub. It always comes down to money. He moved forward. His apartment wasn't far away from where he worked. This was the only saving grace of his job. He could reach it on foot within 30 minutes, which saved him some money. Suddenly he felt a shiver run down his spine. It wasn't the cold rain but more of a premonition. He could hear an engine revving not too far away from where he was. He slowly turned around, his eyes bulging slightly as he saw the exact same truck that almost turned him to meat paste. What? The truck was progressively getting louder, its front lights turned off. By instinct he started backing away. The halogens turned on and shone at the street that he was in. There were buildings on both sides and no space to duck to the side. When the truck that had it in for him took off, so did he, running for his life like never before. Holy shit! Who is this bastard? He bolted forward. There was no one beside him in the streets, no other cars in sight besides the honking truck behind him. The street was eerily empty. Only one scrawny man running away from a big truck that went faster and faster. I need to call the police. Where is everyone? He continued running, his gaze focused on the end of the street, a small alleyway there. He didn't look back. He didn't falter as he just kept running, mustering everything that his gamer body could muster. With a last-ditch effort he dived forward. A gust of wind felt behind him as the truck barreled past him while he jumped into the narrow passage. He landed on his face, his hands getting scraped even more and blood running out of his nose. He quickly rolled up, trying to see if he was safe, the truck vanishing seemingly into thin air after clipping part of the building that connected to this alleyway. Damn! It shouldn't be able to get me here. But what if the driver chases after me instead? He was sweating bullets, tired, and afraid. This wasn't over, he didn't think so. He turned around and quickly escaped into the alleyway. Nothing in it besides trash and rats. He jogged forward, exhausted from the previous sprint. The other side. There is a police station on the other side. He saw the light at the end of the tunnel. Not far from here there was a small police unit. He only needed to get there and report this bastard and everything. But as he was treading forward, the lights in the vicinity started to flicker continuously. Abruptly, all of the light bulbs that lighted the way forward shattered into pieces and everything went dark, and then he heard it again, the revving of the engine. And no! Stay away! In front he could see the damn truck. It was barely able to fit into this narrow passage, scraping the walls as it slowly drove forward. He quickly turned away. To his surprise, he heard the same engine noise. Another truck blocking his path was there too. The area filled with the screeching noise of scraping metal as the two trucks drove at him, each second increasing in speed. Ha ha ha! He started laughing, his face showing a shaky smile as he lost it. He looked to the sides, walls blocking his path of escape. Screw you! He moved to the wall, his fingers digging into the hard concrete wall as he tried climbing up. His fingernails broke, blood gushing out as he scratched trying to climb up, but to no avail as the rainwater made it far too slippery. The last things that he saw were the bright truck lights coming from the sides. He tried looking into the driver's seat, his eyes bulging, his jaw clenched as he tried to see the person responsible. To his surprise, he didn't see anything, not even a silhouette of a driver, the truck seat totally empty. Splat! That was the last thing that he saw. His short life of a computer repairman ended right there. He felt resentment in his eyes. There were things that he wanted to achieve. Simple things like a business of his own where he could dictate the rules and not be a slave to his wage for the rest of his life. But he was also looking at the bright side. He was now free from the worldly problems. He floated in the void, his mind racing as it couldn't comprehend where it was. This state of mind didn't last for long as he felt being drawn somewhere. It was as if something or someone was calling him there. R-D-M-N-D. He heard a voice. It was a gentle-sounding voice that belonged to a woman. Mas R.Land. PL.S. You moo? Whack? P. He felt strange, like his whole being was getting pulled somewhere. He continuously heard the voice. It was calling out to him, but he didn't recall the name that the woman was saying. Roland. The voice that seemed distant started getting closer and he started feeling nauseous and tired. The only saving grace this time around, he felt something. He tried moving, but his body felt sluggish. He could barely wiggle his finger. He moved. Master Roland moved. Oh, thank the gods! He felt sick, like he was having a really bad case of the flu. His head was spinning and his body felt heavy. Did I survive those trucks? Is someone called Roland with me in here? Is this the hospital? He couldn't see well, his eyes felt just as heavy as his body. He forced them open, they took a while to focus. The blurry world started taking shape and he saw an unfamiliar-looking wooden ceiling. That looks shabby. Am I in some kind of shed or something? He finally saw the woman that was previously shouting. She looked like an older lady, her body was somewhat wrinkled up. The thing that caught his eye the most was what she was wearing. Is that a maid uniform? She was wearing the whole shebang. A black dress, a white apron, and a cap of some sort that was holding her hair. He felt something cool be placed on his forehead, which was a damp cloth that this lady placed. From the looks of it, he was still alive but ended up in someone's house instead of a hospital. The strange thing was that the lady looked kind of big. Was she over 2 meters tall or something? The bed he was in also seemed to be uncharacteristically large compared to his body. The problem wasn't with the furniture or the old woman, though. As he leaned down, he noticed that his body looked a lot different than before. For one, he was a lot shorter. He felt really weak and couldn't move. The woman that looked like a Victorian maid tended to his sick body. Not long after, some kind of old man walked into the room. He looked to be some kind of physician, but for some reason he didn't even give him an examination. He just stared at him while holding onto a monocle. Wait, why is that monocle glowing? The man harumphed while turning to the maid that was standing in the corner, visible concern on her face. Why did you call me here? He is fine. His status is already recovering. Don't call me for trivial things. I need to tend to the other young masters. The old man shouted at the maid as if she did something wrong. The old woman just bowed and took the verbal abuse, but the moment he left, her face looked a lot brighter. Thank the gods, young master. You had me worried sick. She smiled while replacing the damp wet cloth for a new one. She didn't stay there for long, though, saying that he should sleep for now and that she would be back in a couple of hours to check on him. After the coast was clear, Roland managed to raise his upper body. He looked at his hands. They were soft and small. His body looked thick and slightly malnourished, but that wasn't the main problem here. What is this? Did I become a kid? Everything in this room wasn't big, he just was small. He had turned into a child for some reason. Wait, am I really this Roland? What is this? What's going on? Who is this? Where is this? My status is recovering. While he was desperately clamoring for answers, in his head something happened. A screen popped up in front of his face. His eyes bulged wide as he started reading what was written there. This wasn't all. The moment the window popped up, he felt information rushing into his brain. It was as if thousands of needles poking his head. The information that he was receiving concerned the boy named Roland Arden that he was occupying the body of. So that's how it is. Roland kept looking at the status window. He was someone versed in computers, so he knew what those meant. Am I stuck in some kind of game world? Did someone put me into virtual reality? He pinched himself to see if he was feeling any pain, and to no surprise he did. Did I really die? Is this the afterlife? He was shocked. Not too long ago he was tinkering in the computer repair shop, and now he woke up in a young boy's body. He even knew who this child was as he regained all of his memories and what the child knew about this world. The place he was in was called the Kingdom of Caldris, and he was the fourth son from the House of Arden. His new father was a baron, and he was the youngest son. Besides that, he even had 2 sisters, one being younger than him. This kid. His family doesn't really think much of him, does it? He looked at the shabby room he was in. He knew from his memories that he wasn't really in contention for the noble title of this house. This honor belonged to the firstborn. Maybe the secondborn still had a shot at it if he was especially talented. But he was only the 4th in line. Unless all of his brothers died, he had no chance. He wasn't sure what this boy's fate would be in the eyes of his family. He was too young to know how the political structure in this world worked. He only knew that he was the son of a noble, so it was probably still better than being a commoner. I should be safe here for the time. Not sure what the age of adulthood in this world is. But the bigger question is, he looked to the hovering window in front of his face. It looked like some kind of status screen of an RPG character. It had things like strength and endurance, just like in games that he used to play. Most of his stats were low, but some of them stood out. My intelligence is quite high, so is my willpower and dexterity. Aren't the first two mage stats? He needed more information first. He needed to figure the status screen out. This was something that the people leaving in this world saw as natural. The boy's memories reflected that as he could recall him using it. Okay. I need to think status and it should show up. He strained his thoughts, the game-like screen appearing in front of him again. He could see all of his main stats. If he guided his gaze to the desired option, he could even get some flavor text to give him an explanation. He started reading the short explanations for the attributes and looked at his own to see what he was good and bad at. Most of his stats were quite low, but some were uncharacteristically high compared to the others. For one, his intelligence stat was really high at a whopping 35, followed by willpower at 18 and then dexterity at 15. Intelligence increases my mana and magic attack. Am I a mage or something? I'm resistant to status effect and good with my hands. Besides those three, everything else was below 10. He had no idea how the stats of an average person's in this world looked like. He tried recalling something from the memories that he got from this child, but there was nothing concerning this. The boy left a boring life without anyone really telling him anything. This was due to how low his social standing was in this family. He was the lowly fourth son, and he wasn't even the child of the main wife but came from a mistress that wasn't even allowed to live together with him at this estate. He tried recalling how the boy's mother looked, a face or even the shape, but he couldn't. Don't think he ever saw his mother. He tried thinking about what kind of world he was in now. There was a window in his room, but he was still feeling sickly. By the looks of the doctor and the maid, he was somewhere where the technological advancement wasn't that great. Great, how am I supposed to live without the internet now? He became dejected. All those shows and movies that he was eagerly waiting to devour in his free time were all gone now. What was he even supposed to do here, go to school like a normal kid and then become some kind of court official? Is that even an option? My status is fairly low. Won't they just toss me out? Or tell me to go join the army or something? He wasn't sure how things worked. From his internet knowledge, he knew that noble sons sometimes became servants of higher nobles. Some were even forced to join the clergy to become a monk. Ugh! I don't want to shave my head, or be forced to take some vows. He moved his attention back to his status. Did it always look like this? He tried recalling the memories of the boy that had previously looked at his own attributes. I'm sure those three stats were lower, though his intelligence was above 10 from the start. He had somehow influenced these stats, but what was the reason? He decided to investigate and looked at his status screen again. What is that? There is a skill menu. He willed the skill menu to open. With some mental gymnastics he managed to bring out the window. This one showed him all the skills and traits that he had. Increased proficiency in the creation and repair of various components. Bonus to dexterity 5. Used for identifying and analyzing the world. Allows you to sense mana. Roland's eyes went wide. He didn't expect to find so many various skills in there. He knew that most of those weren't in here before. This also explained why he had an increase in stats. Most of those passive skills and traits increase my intelligence, willpower, and dexterity. The traits and skills that were there before he got here were fast learning, knowledge retention, identify, and mana sense. He could also recall that this kid read a lot of books in his pastime, though that probably had to do with the fact that there was nothing else for him to do besides that. Those nights I spend playing games must count for that sleep resistance passive. Okay, so why am I here? Did I overwrite this brat's brain, or did he die and then my soul jumped in or something? He tried recalling why the boy was sick. The moment he did, he got a slight headache. He recalled that the boy was trying to do something. He managed to see some kind of glowing mist in the air, and he tried to somehow absorb it into his body. Then something went wrong and he got sick. Didn't that doctor say something about my status already recovering? He looked at his status screen again. The moment he thought about it, the window expanded and showed him a new part. Sickness. Why are there question marks there? Do you need some kind of knowledge to see what it actually is? He squinted and concentrated on the question marks, but nothing changed. He did have some kind of identification skill, but maybe it wasn't high enough being only at L1. Well, he got sick after that glowing mist entered his body. Does it have something to do with that mana sense skill? I sure have a huge amount of MP compared to everything else. This was a really odd situation to be in. He thought of what happened that night. 2 murder trucks turned him into a bloody pancake, and now he ended up in someplace with a game system. From the kid's memories, he was sure that he wasn't the only one with this system. Everyone had it with them since birth. The rest was unclear as no one really explained much to this child. This was probably also why he suffered some kind of backlash from absorbing that glowing mist. While he was at it, he looked at his stats and then compared the bonuses from the passive skills that he was receiving. Most of his intelligence came from his passives and traits. If he removed them all, then he would end up with 11. Still over 10, though. Is that even a lot for a 5-year-old? Still, with those 2 traits that he had, it would put his int at 19. Maybe his weak body couldn't handle the excess mana? He started doing some mathematics in his brain, trying to count how much his stats affected his HP and MP. It didn't take him too long to figure out that he gained 10 MP for every 1 intelligence, and for MP for every point in willpower. The surprising thing came afterwards, as after he was done with his calculations. What? The sounds belonged to a woman, and she sounded quite gentle. He looked around to see if someone came into this room, but there was no one to be seen. So, I've gained a new skill. He checked the description, but it didn't say much besides it being an indicator that he knew mathematics. It didn't even increase his intelligence stat at all. Guess you don't get stat bonuses for every skill? He had no reference point. The boy's memories didn't answer many questions about these skills. The identify skill was something that apparently showed up after time passes. Maybe it was something everyone had? He really needed more information about his situation, but he was only a 5-year-old child that wasn't taken seriously around here. Maybe that maid will answer some questions? He thought back to the old lady that showed concern when tending to him. Her name was Martha, and from the looks of things, she was the only person that tended to the young boy's needs. He had a vivid image in his mind of the woman bringing him food, helping him put on clothes, or cleaning around the room that he spent the most time in. He remembered something. There was a certain book that the youth was reading before succumbing to the sickness. In the corner, there was a large desk with a chair. Some old cushions were placed there by the maid so that the boy didn't feel uncomfortable while reading. There was a pile of books there, and one, in particular, was the one he was interested in. Think I feel better now? Should be able to move. He wasn't sure if it was due to his willpower stat that supposedly helped with status effects, but he was feeling better with each passing moment. He wiggled down his bed and moved over to the desk which had the book in question. The Basics of Magic. So, he started learning this and something went wrong. That's harsh. He thought back to the poor child. He was more or less abandoned by his family. The doctor was too late to save him. He might have even been too lazy to bother by how he acted when he saw him recovering. He left the book on the desk and moved to the sole window that was right next to it. He peeked outside and noticed that there were some people there. They looked to be working the field. Some kind of plow was attached to a farm animal. Is that an ox? Why is it so big, and why does it have 3 horns? He was clearly not on Earth anymore. The farmer there was using the large animal to help him plow the field. He could see other people walking around, even some in not-so-well-kept armor. While he was preoccupied with sneaking glances outside the window, the door opened up. Martha returned to check up on the boy. Master Roland, you shouldn't be out of bed. Here, I brought you some porridge. The man in the child's body looked at the smiling woman. He wanted to speak up but decided on just nodding and going back to bed. This will take some time getting used to. Roland looked up at the ceiling. It was the same shabby ceiling that was there yesterday. He gave out a sigh and looked around, his mood dropping even further. It wasn't a dream after all. Just to be sure, he thought about bringing up the status window. It appeared in a flash. That sickness status isn't there anymore. I guess I've made a full recovery? The man in the child's body strained his memory, trying to recall what this kid normally did the whole day. Did he need to interact with his family? Did he have to act like a brat? Would they find out that someone else was inhabiting this body if he acted strangely? Were some questions that he was asking himself. He also thought back to yesterday and to the woman named Martha. He tried probing her about the sickness. The woman didn't know anything about it and the doctor didn't look into it either. Maybe I shouldn't have told her about that glowing mist? He muttered to himself. He felt that him telling the old maid what happened was not something that he would normally do. He was mostly mistrustful of others, not really sharing his feelings with just anyone. Are this kid's memories affecting me or something? He knew the child's original owner was very fond of this woman. He remembered that she was the only person that was kind towards him. No one else from his so-called family bothered with him, and the other servants were also very cold. Don't think she will do anything drastic. He went back to thinking about his next step. He needed to find some way to fit into this strange game-like world and maybe find a way back to his old one. The thought of murder trucks chasing him was still bothering him. While getting up from his bed, he heard a knock on the door. His maid Martha walked in with some bread, water, and what looked to be meat. "Young master, you should still rest." She placed the food on a nearby table and moved towards the child, concern on her face. "I'm fine. The sickness status isn't even there anymore," he replied while not wanting to go back into that bed. He spent an entire day there just looking up at the ceiling and his status screen. He was bored out of his mind, and there were no such things like the internet in this world. What he needed is more information. He knew that this place had a library, and as the son of the Baron he was allowed to go through it. From the child's memories, he knew that this was mostly what this kid did. Probably this was why his intelligence stat was so high. "Is that so? Young master, your father wants to see you later in the day. Keep that in mind. Let me help you get dressed first." That was a quick change in attitude. The mention of no status effects was enough to deem a person cured apparently. "He wants to see me? What was this about?" He racked his brain and couldn't recall any recent memories where his father paid any attention to him. Could he be worried about Roland's health? But why now? Did he mention why? Martha placed her hand on his head and patted his hair. She was also helping him put on some clothes. It looked like some kind of tunic and pants combo. Quite plain looking. He probably just wants to see his youngest son. "Be happy, young master. You have a chance to meet your father." The maid sounded really happy that the Baron wanted to see him. It made it seem like it was some kind of big honor that he was even allowed to see that man. Is there some kind of etiquette for things like this? There is nothing in this kid's memories about these things. "Finally, master decided you see you. This is your big chance, young master." The maid named Martha was quite happy. In her eyes, this was a joyous occasion. Roland, on the other hand, was quite skittish. He feared that he might act out of line and get himself in some kind of trouble with his so-called father. "He won't order some kind of lashing if I act out of line, will he?" The only thing about nobles that he knew was from history. They were rumored to be snotty and prone to violence and took their reputation very seriously. While Roland's imagination was pushing him into a certain direction, he finished eating and getting dressed. The food was quite plain, just some white bread, water, and a large sausage which tasted funny. "Martha, I want to go to the library." The books in his room weren't what he was looking for. He wanted to see where he was. He needed some history books or ones about geography. A map of where he was would be nice too. He wanted to know where he ended up. Besides knowing the name, he had no idea what this place was. "The library? Think that's okay. But be sure not to spend too long. You have to remember the Lord's order." By the looks of it, this meeting couldn't be avoided. His maid would probably drag him there even if he refused. He finally left his room and could stretch his legs. He was on the top floor in a side wing of the Arden family mansion. He was someone that had spent his life living in small apartments and lofts, so this place felt huge. Think a baron is on the bottom of the noble ladder? I guess a noble is still a noble. He stepped outside. The door that led out of his room creaked as if he was in a haunted house. Thanks to the original Roland's memories, he knew exactly where the library was located. The boy was quite smart when it came to studying, but he felt like he had holes in his knowledge. The process that passed the memories of the original Roland wasn't perfect. He could see some servants here and there, but no one really paid any attention to him. He thought that as a young noble he would be greeted or receive a bow. This didn't happen. The people looked in his direction but went on their way as if he wasn't there. I guess that's how an illegitimate son would be treated? He remembered that he was a bastard, someone that was born from a commoner that the Baron had his way with. He still had no idea what his mother was up to, but he was sure that she wasn't in this mansion. They finally arrived at the library. The doors were large and old and screech when he opened them up as well. Inside he saw shelves with various books. The place looked very old and was dusty. The servants didn't take care of it as the Baron focused more on practical things like swordsmanship. Ah yes, the only bookworm of the family. Martha left. This was a place that the young Roland visited frequently. Most of the time he just took some books that were interesting, like fables and tales about legendary heroes. No one bothered him here, and he didn't need to fear his older brothers that didn't seem to like him all too much. Okay, I need to find some kind of map. Where am I and how big is this country? He was short at about 105 centimeters, which was normal for a child his age. Due to this, he needed a chair if he wanted to reach the books that were placed on higher shelves. Why do they have this library if no one even uses it? He rummaged through everything and managed to find some history and geography books. There was even a map with the names of the countries. The country I'm in was called the Kingdom of Caldris. The map was a bit dusty and the ink was slightly faded, but it was readable. So I'm here. The map that he was able to procure wasn't a world map, but just of the continent that he was on. This was enough to get a general idea. His country had 4 other countries around it, which wasn't good from a military standpoint. Hope those countries don't decide to invade us. He went through the books that he grabbed and soon found out the power of his fast learning and memory retention trait. He could remember most of what he had read on the previous page. His learning speed was astonishing. I could have used this back at the college days. Maybe I can become a scholar or a court official in this world. If they have anything like that. He was unsure of his future, but he would rather be a researcher than a knight. Damn, these history books are too vague. How old is this even? The books weren't helping that much without a reference point. He forgot to ask his maid about the era he was in. He didn't know what year it was either. The geography books were more helpful though. From them he found out that the kingdom that he was living in was fairly large. It was even larger than the largest country that he knew back on Earth surface-wise. This is only a partial map. Is this the only continent? If not, then this planet could be a lot bigger than Earth. He continued with the reading and finally found the name of the world that he was now on, along with its size. The planet's name is Terra? Think I've heard that somewhere before. The size? This isn't the metric system anymore. Do I need to find a math book now? He had the world name, but the size was unknown to him. He shrugged as it didn't really matter, knowing that it was big was enough. While he was rummaging through the books, he heard the large door opening up. Martha stepped through them, probably here to remind him about the appointment with his father. Young master, it's time. The new Roland felt nervous for some reason. He had a hard time remembering the Baron's face. The man didn't really visit him that often. The last time he saw him was on the boy's 4th birthday. On the 5th one, he didn't even receive a present from him. Just a quiet party with his maid that brought him some cake. This is going to be awkward. Do I need to call that guy father? Will he hit me if I annoy him? He was sure that he was the lowest ranked person from the whole family, and he remembered that his older brothers didn't take him seriously either. He had to do it though, so he followed after his maid that guided him to the dining room. Are we going to eat dinner together or something? He racked his brain. He couldn't remember the last time Roland was invited to dine with his family. He mostly spent his days alone in his room reading books and dreaming about fun and adventure like any young boy his age. His maid stopped before the door to the dining room. She smiled at him but knew that she wasn't allowed to go any further. I will see you later, young master. He nodded and entered the room. Inside he saw a large table. Servants were bringing in food and drinks alike. Some of his brothers were already here, like the 3rd son Robert. The youth was 8 years old, and the moment their eyes met he scoffed as if Roland wasn't supposed to be here. Robert, just as him, was someone that came from a commoner, but his mother was a mistress that was still living in this house. Thanks to this, he still had a measure of respect. Roland just stood there for now, as he wasn't sure if he was allowed to take a seat before the Baron arrived. Edwin, the second son, and Rainer, the firstborn son, arrived soon afterward. Besides them, there was his older sister Sophia and Diana, that was the younger one. That Baron sure likes to party. 6 kids already. Might be more on the way. Edwin and Rainer were sons from the main wife along with Sophia, the first daughter. Diana, along with Robert, came from the second wife, aka the mistress. From Roland's reasoning, the first wife probably got older and the Baron switched to the younger version while making more kids along the way. I see, being a noble has its perks. Roland wasn't someone who was very experienced with women. He had a fling with 2 back in his college days, but after he started working he had a long dry spell. The Baron and his wives arrived soon afterward. Tabitha, the first wife, and Francine, the second one, and the mistress. The Baron looked to be a big man. He had a nice gentleman-like mustache and a large scar running down from his left eyebrow all the way to his lip. He exuded a certain aura of a warrior. The noble clothes that he was wearing couldn't hide all the muscles underneath all too well. Damn, my dad is jacked. Everyone waited for the Baron to arrive. He sat at center stage, and then one by one, starting from the main wife, everyone sat down. Roland was sure to follow everyone's example and sit the furthest back right next to the third son. He could see the snarky 8-year-old glaring at him the moment he did that. "What you staring at, you little shit?" was the thing he wanted to shout out, but he remained quiet. Would be best if he didn't have to talk with anyone in here. The Baron was quiet and everyone just waited for him to start eating. The food on the table didn't taste all that great. The cuisine on Earth was a lot better compared to this bland meat they were having. "Rainer, how is your sword training going?" the Baron asked. "My basic sword mastery is already at level 6, father." The Baron started asking his kids about skills and the progress in their training. Apparently they were training and unlocking skills. They even mentioned the warrior class and something about it being tier 1. He wasn't sure what this meant, as he himself didn't have anything like a class. While he was digesting the new information and trying not to stand out, he heard his father call out to him. "Roland!" He flinched and looked up. Everyone was looking at him for some reason. It was more a look of surprise, some of his family members almost having forgotten that they had a 5-year-old sibling. "The doctor said that you contacted the mana sickness. Also you saw some glowing mist, is that right?" "Glowing mist? Did Martha rat me out?" Why yes, father." He tried imitating his older brothers but stuttered slightly. Thankfully the buff-looking man didn't seem to mind it that much. "Mana sickness. Do you perhaps have a mana-related skill?" His father looked at him. Everyone else did the same as they waited for a reply. "Why yes, I have the mana sense skill." "What?" the oldest brother shouted out while looking at Roland, his eyes squinting. "What you staring at me like that for? I'm just answering the questions here." "Oh, mana sensa. You're not lying to me, are you?" The Baron gave Roland an intense stare. The boy shrunk down as he felt as if he was getting rocks pilled up on him. "And no, I have it." He spoke out in a meek voice while the Baron rubbed his chin. "Is that so, Adam?" He could see the other kids and even the wives looking at him. It was as if he was doing something out of line, but they were afraid to speak up while the Baron was talking. A man with gray hair stepped out. He was wearing a black tux. "If the boy has the mana sense skill we need to check, bring someone who can perform a test. If he passes, look into procuring a tutor and some books related to magic." Roland looked at the large man that was asking the butler-looking fellow for some test. Was he about to get a magic teacher? Was it going to be that easy? He expected to have to scrape by being unnoticed, but here he was getting some preferential treatment out of nowhere. Was mana sense some rare skill? He could tell that his siblings weren't happy with this. Their expressions were easy to read as they were kids that weren't able to hide their emotions. Roland, on the other hand, was all smiles, just nodding while his Baron of a father continued to talk. Maybe I'm some kind of genius? Am I a wizard now?" This was unexpected. It was as if he played the Uno reverse card and flipped his social status around. The next day a person came to check upon him. His father stood true to his word and brought someone over to test if he had talent in magic. It was apparently one of the more rare gifts in this world. Roland thought that they might try reading his status screen in some way. That would in turn reveal his circuit and debugging-related skills. Luckily, you had to have an evolved version of the identifying skill to be actually able to that. This cost a lot, so his father opted out for a lesser measuring item in the shape of an orb. It tested someone's aptitude in some way and gave out a faint blue glow which indicated that Roland did indeed have the mentioned mana sense skill. His life got turned upside down. He was suddenly accepted into the family inner circle together with the other kids. His living quarters were moved, and even the servants were bowing at him now. The same couldn't be said for the other sons, though. They all saw him as an eyesore. They were quite competitive and prideful. Still, he was the only one from the family with this so-called talent. This meant more work, though. He received many new books on how to train his skills. He didn't get a tutor for one reason or the other, but he suspected that even with this, he was still considered only slightly more useful. He was aware that he could lose his newfound standing quite fast if he slacked off. Man, this world is harsh. The only thing I'm doing is studying and then training. This is worse than staying overtime for work. This is slave labor. His day consisted mostly of reading books and training his mana skill to a higher level. He received bonuses to his intelligence, and they told him that he needed to max it out before his ascension ritual. What was an ascension ritual, you might ask? It was something that happened when a child reached the age of 10. From what he knew, he would be given something called an ascension stone. After his 10th birthday, it would finally be usable and reward him with his first class. Apparently it was quite strange. The person using it would be brought to some strange location where this ritual took place. From what it said in the books, the rituals might differ depending on the individuals, but he would receive the first class automatically without being able to choose it himself. That's why it was important to train the skills that were required for Tier 1 class you wanted. Yes, classes came in tiers. The most basic Tier 1 classes that existed were Warrior, Archer, Mage, Thief, Blacksmith, and Acolyte. There were of course more, but these were the most common ones that most of the people received. There were mostly separated into combat classes and production classes, then further into more specialized categories like support classes. This wasn't the end, though. Those ascension stones could be bought and used repeatably each time you would be taken to that strange place. Though apparently after the first freebie you would need to go through a trial. Depending on your stats and skills you could unlock other classes. The requirements for unlocking Tier 2 classes varied. The minimum requirement was maxing out at least one Tier 1 class. The Mage class relied on intelligence and willpower to cast spells. Int for better attack and more mana, while willpower apparently allowed for better concentration during spellcasting and increased mana regeneration. The basic books he was learning from didn't go into too much detail, and his family wouldn't be spending more cash on him until after his ascension ritual. Still, I'm gonna be a damn mage. Why should the next Mage King do this kind shit? Roland grumbled while doing push-ups. An angry-looking man was looking at him. This was a soldier that was working for the Baron and his personal trainer. The Baron, whose name was Wentworth Arden, was a musclehead through and through. What kind of name is Wentworth? His father was a military man as well, so he wanted all of his children to have basic training. This mostly consisted of endurance and muscle-building training along with basic swordsmanship. His life consisted of waking up, eating, training in the morning, then reading books, and training his mana. This was one of these days he was doing some basic strength training like push-ups, squats, and then pull-ups. His regiment consisted of bodyweight exercises as he was still only a 5-year-old. His older brother that was 8 was running some laps and smirking in his direction. "What you looking at, you brat? When I get that mage class, I'll stick a lightning bolt up your ass." Roland panted while face-planting into the dusty ground. His physical stats were abysmal. This was probably why his magic-related stats were so good. His male siblings for some reason loved seeing him get mistreated. He didn't know why, but he attributed it to them being spoiled noble brats. They probably saw him as someone beneath them. After he gained some clout with the Baron, they resented him even more. "Okay. The moment I get the chance, I'm running away from this devil hole." He groaned while the man that was training him gave him a nudge with his foot. That wasn't even 10. Get up. This is a disgrace to the Arden name. He was constantly reminded that he was part of the noble caste now. He was supposed to be part of the fabled 1% now. It sure didn't feel like that though. His living conditions improved slightly, but if he had to compare it to how people lived back on Earth, it was worse here. Still, he was gaining new skills. After some running, he got the running skill. If he did some sprints, he received the sprint skill. After doing some basic hand-to-hand combat drills, he received basic punching skills. This made the whole progression more bearable as you had something to look forward to. He was a gamer back in his older life, so this gave his dopamine receptors a nudge, which in turn made him want to increase those basic physical skills. What more, the higher the skills, the better he became. The moment he received one, he instantly felt the change. He could run faster, jump higher, and punch harder. He would even receive bonuses to his endurance and strength stats if he leveled up these skills high enough. This is slightly addicting, he said while looking up in the air. He was sitting on his bed and looking at the glowing fog around him. His mana sense skill was already at level 3 at this point. This skill didn't do much besides letting him see the mana around him. It looked like a faint blue fog, but he couldn't really do anything with it. Leveling this skill only widened the range of his mana sense and made the fog slightly more distinct. Well, from the books I read, I should get this to level 10 before the ascension ceremony, and I'm almost guaranteed a mage class. I will gain some skills directly from the mage class at L1, ones that will help me shape mana and expel mana, or ones that will let me absorb more and raise my mana regeneration. He balanced a pen between his nose and upper lip and looked outside. There were 2 moons shining brightly. One was red and the other was blue. This was a reminder that he was really in another world. His family was gone, all of his old friends too. Everyone here felt like a stranger. He didn't feel like he could bond with them either. His so-called parent was distant. He only gave him attention the moment he found out that he had a rare skill. He knew people like that back from Earth, the ones that only stay with you till you are useful to them. When your usefulness runs out, they will drop you like a sack of potatoes. I really need to get out of here. This mage thing is supposedly very prestigious, so if all goes right, I will be able to pave my own path. He wanted nothing more than to leave in peace. He was starting to hate being caught up with others. He just wanted to be left in peace and do things at his own pace. Wonder what a mage actually does for a living. Will I have to participate in monster subjugations? Or wars? He tried thinking back to a couple of RPGs he used to play. In most of those, some kind of chosen one set off on a quest with a party of adventurers. The most basic one was the one where you defeated some powerful monster like a demon king. Me a hero, huh? That probably won't happen. He gave out a sigh and dropped the pen. He was tired and bruised. The idiot of a drill instructor had given him a couple of good whacks with a stick when he was taking his time while running. Will I need to do this for the next 5 years? He grumbled while fading away into dreamland, a life of peace and laziness on his mind. A dark-haired boy with green eyes was standing by a big tree. He was wearing casual clothes and his face was dirty. The youth took a large breath in and then tossed himself onto the broad tree trunk. His hands and feet started shuffling back and forth as he headed upwards as he climbed the tree. In a matter of seconds, he managed to get up to one of the larger branches. He wasn't done apparently as he quickly slid down and repeated this procedure about 10 times before he heard a familiar voice. This was a slightly older Roland. Half a year had passed since he got here. He had been testing this skill and level-based system for some time now and came to some conclusions. From what he knew, a person couldn't get many skills before going through the ascension ritual. A vast majority of them were the basic type. 50 times, huh? I guess it's not a 10-time multiplier. Roland rubbed his chin. He had trained his climbing tree on this exact same tree from level 1. After getting up the first time, he had earned basic climbing at L1. After the next 10 tries, he was at L2. Then after 50 times, he got it up to level 3 now. Not everything can become a skill, though. He had tried various approaches. He had a small ball, and he tried tossing it up against the wall multiple times to see if he would gain some kind of throwing skill, but it didn't work. Then he gave it another try with a rock and a training dummy and was able to attain a basic rock throwing skill. Might have something to do with the way I was throwing it, or with the item being a toy and a rock might be considered a projectile or a weapon. He came to the conclusion that most of the skills you could gain were used for combat in some way. He needed to throw a spear to get a basic spear throwing skill, but for some reason couldn't achieve the same by throwing a stick that wasn't accepted by the system as a weapon. It's a little bit vague. Also think there is a clear achievement-based system working in the back that levels the skills up when you pass the threshold. He had tested the climbing skill just for that reason. The level up points was at 1, 10, and then 50. The further you went, the harder it was to level up a skill. Wonder if I climb a taller tree if the time required to level up the skill will change. Martha was standing to the side while holding her cheek. She had been watching her young master climbing up various trees and scribbling something down into a notebook. At some point he would stop and look at the things he wrote down. His eyes would narrow or bulge out in an odd way. Young master has become quite active lately. I should add more meat to his diet. The woman went away to do some chores while Roland continued testing the skills. He had become quite infamous among the servants. People started finding him hiding in the closets or sneaking into the basement. When they asked him about an explanation, he always replied that he was testing new skills. His older brothers started ignoring him after they saw him try to scale the mansion walls while muttering something about a strange monster called a truck. More time passed and Roland had learned most of the basic skills that he considered useful and easy to pick up. There was one thing that was bothering him, and that were the skills that he was sent to this world with. Even after testing, he couldn't figure out what his circuitry or debugging skills could be useful for. The third one, that was tinkering, proved useful when he tried rearranging a clock. He never worked with clocks, but he somehow knew where the parts should fit in. He didn't believe this was the work of the circuitry skill, as circuits and cogs in a clock weren't even close. The application of mana sense was also something he couldn't figure out. There was also that thing where the original host of the body died due to trying to absorb the mana fog in the surrounding. After further research, he concluded that before reaching a mage or acolyte class this was impossible and would result in mana poisoning. No one explained it to the original kid. I guess I'll have to wait with any magic-related testing after I'm older. Roland wanted to start playing with mana, who wouldn't? This path was blocked for now, so he focused on other things. His identify skill went up the more he read or identified things. The sleep resistance was also self-explanatory. After the youth had gained a plethora of basic skills like sprinting, climbing, throwing, he looked into other things. One of these things was class-related skills concerning crafting. He had the tinkering skill, so maybe he could learn to smith or work the forge. Why, young master, if the Baron finds out? You can't learn class skills like this. The Baron will be mad. Roland was now standing with a mallet in his hand, hitting it against some heated-up iron. He had gone over to the blacksmith that was working and used his name of one of the Baron's sons to force the blacksmith to teach him something about crafting. This didn't go the way he had planned, though, as he wasn't getting any skills from hitting the heated-up horseshoes. Maybe I'm missing a step? Hey, what's the most basic blacksmith skill? He was sure he would gain some basic skills if he worked with the smelter, or if he hammered away at heated metal. For some reason he wasn't getting anything at all. All the other basic skills were a lot easier to unlock at L1. Master Roland, if you don't unlock the blacksmith class, you can't learn any smithing skills. Apparently, the only skills he could gain, just like before, were ones related to combat. The only hammer-related skills he could get were ones related to fighting proficiencies. This doesn't make much sense. Maybe the people or gods that developed this didn't want to have child labor or something. In the end, the Baron found out that Roland was spending his time working at the forge. He was forced to abandon his smithing testing after they proved ineffective. He was also forbidden from doing tasks like this, as they were unfitting of a noble's son. Time moved on. Roland kept training his basic skills to their maximum while trying not to die from boredom. Doing repeatable tasks like this just to hear the system ding wasn't as rewarding as one might think. Then his 9th birthday came. He didn't receive any presents, though. He got something else entirely. Roland looked at the sharp object in his hand. It was a short sword fashioned out of steel. He was about 140 cms now, quite tall for a 9-year-old child. He glanced at the weapon he was holding. his identifying skill even giving him some basics. Yeah, that helps a lot. Why was he holding a weapon for killing people, you might ask? Also, why was he in a dim-lit room with a green-looking creature looking at him with those beady eyes? The Baron liked to keep his boys on a tight leash. He was just 1 year short of receiving his ascension. The House of Arden had a tradition, a very bloody one. Children that reached the age of 9 were to take a certain test of bravery. He was taken to the mansion's dungeon. In there he was presented his opponent. This was something commonly seen in these kinds of fantasy worlds, but for Roland, this was a first. The people around here were all humans. If he didn't see this creature today, he might have believed that they were the only race around. There it was, green and ugly, and even shorter than him at about 120 centimeters of height. It looked angry and was holding a short blade similar to his, just a lot rustier. In comparison, after 4 years of grueling training, his stats went up by a bit. He only had his HP to compare. His was higher, so he had to have higher vitality and endurance than this creature. Vitality gave most health points, while endurance was mostly for stamina but also rewarded some points to it. Roland, what are you looking at? Focus on your enemy. The voice came from the side. It was the same man that was responsible for his training. He was large and bald, scars all over his body. The Baron was busy this day but decided that it shouldn't be postponed, so he was here without his parent. In his mind, this was a trivial matter, and just like the other sons, he should be able to push through this little test. Wish that ridiculous int stat that I have could be used for something. He had 3 stats over 20. Dexterity was the only one that was helpful for this occasion, but it was mostly archery focused or for light blades like a rapier. The creature in front of him gave out a high-pitched screech and charged at him without waiting for him to get comfortable. It knew that this was a life-or-death encounter, and it would show no mercy to its opponent. Roland was startled by the shout, but luckily his high willpower let him keep a mostly clear head in this bout. Get a grip. You trained for this. The man inhabiting the youth's body would be a bit over 30 years of age at this point. Still, he was never in a death battle before, so he was quite nervous. There was no strategy to the way this monster acted. It just charged at him with its weapon in hand. It delivered an overhead chop that could be easily read, prompting Roland to dodge to the side. This was a good chance to retaliate. He swung his short sword at the creature but faltered at the last second. He didn't put all of his weight into it. This resulted in a shallow cut to the goblin's arm. The monster swung back randomly, managing to deliver a cut to the boy's side. What are you doing? Go for the throat. Roland backed away, sweat running down his forehead. Luckily, he was wearing some leather armor that managed to protect him from the brunt of the attack. The bladed weapon of the green monster was of lower quality, so thanks to this, he was spared from bleeding. Still, it hurt and would probably leave behind a nasty bruise. His own attack was quite shallow as well, resulting in a similar 10 horsepower decrease to the goblin's health pool. The wound wasn't deep enough to cause a bleeding effect to go through, and the goblin screamed out again while charging. The creature seemed to go into some kind of berserk state. Its eyes went red and it started swinging its blade around like a maniac. In the face of danger, Roland's mind went blank momentarily and he started backing away. What are you doing? It's only a small goblin. The man kept insulting him. He wanted to go over there and give him a slap. He might have been an adult on the inside, but this man thought he was a 9-year-old child. He was still shouting and edging him to face the monster head-on. Should have given me a shield, you prick. The egging worked. Roland gritted his teeth and dived forward. His opponent was weaker, had no training, and was slower. Between the random slashes, Roland saw his chance and jabbed his short sword into the creature's shoulder, jumping back the moment it tried to hit back. This was a massive hit as the goblin's HP dropped by 50 points and it only had half of its health left. The monster screamed out, but this time around Roland was unaffected. The monster didn't relent and continued charging like an idiot. He took his time and just kept countering, finally ending it with a killing blow to the monster's neck. It dropped almost instantly. Black blood gushed out of its body. He felt a strange tingling feeling like something wanted to enter his body. The strange phenomenon stopped almost instantly as if being blocked by something. This feeling was the act of gaining experience which was blocked due to this world's restrictions. This experience couldn't actually be used for now, as he needed an actual class. Any experience gained before the ascension ritual would be added later on but with a penalty. From the books, people speculated that this was put in place to prevent people from having kids kill monsters before the ascension. Roland looked down. The stench this monster was giving off was making him nauseous. He managed to power through it and not vomit. His only reward for killing this monster was smack to the back of his head. His so-called teacher berated him for doing badly and not being able to just overpower a weak level 1 goblin that had no skill at fighting. Roland was far too tired to respond to this and just nodded. His 9th birthday ended with a blast, with him killing a humanoid creature followed by some nightmares. More time passed and finally, the day was close. The day of becoming a mighty mage. Roland was sitting in his room. Tomorrow the ascension ritual was supposed to take place. It might be called that, but it wasn't anything that grand. He would be given an orb and it would supposedly somehow bring him to another place. In this place, he was going to receive his new class. Everyone said that the ascension space differs for each individual. Roland had gone through books and procured as much information as he could. Supposedly, the first time you used this class-changing crystal or orb, you got awarded a class. It was more or less a freebie. The fun part began afterward. The next time you used it, you had to go through some kind of trial. These trials ranged from your normal battle scenarios all the way to crafting items and solving puzzles. Some people said that they find themselves in a cave with many doors. The classes that they can use are behind those doors. Roland was holding on to a book that was related to classes and how you unlocked higher tiers. His tier 1 class of choice was the mage. If what the book said was true, then he was certain to get this one. My mana sense is maxed out and I have truckloads of intelligence and willpower, so there isn't really any other class that fits me. I am not religious enough for the acolyte class either. The other caster class that he had the stats for was the acolyte. From this one you could advance into a tier 2 priest. This was your general healing class, but unless you were some kind of believer you wouldn't get a chance at it. It says that you can sign up to the church and after you go through their baptism you can also attain this class. The boy that was close to 10 rubbed his chin. Through the 5 years he had been here he had grown a habit of talking to himself. Besides his maid Martha and a cheeky brat, no one really talked to him. Even when they did it was more yes or no type of answers or questions. Soon I will be able to leave this place. He was a noble, and even though his family was like this, they still had to take care of him. Nobles, after going through their ascension, would start attending school. There were separate schools for young mages and knights, so he would be free of his family. He even read that mages get special privileges. If he did well, he could earn himself his own plot of land free of charge. Free real estate. Though I still have to pay taxes. The closer the day of freedom was, the more he read about the classes. Elemental mages, gravity mages, ones that could turn into massive demons or beasts. There were various kinds and you could pick and choose out of the pile if you earned the required skills. The most basic tier 2 classes were the 4 basic elemental mages. Fire, wind, earth, and water. There were some hidden ones or harder to reach, but these 4 were considered the basic 4. If you mastered all 4 of them, you could even earn a prestigious tier 3 elementalist class, which was one of the better ones. There are so many possibilities. His eyes gleamed. He could wait to embark on his journey. There was no limit to how many classes you could have. The only thing that limited you was that you couldn't reclass before reaching at least 25 levels of the class you were in. Tier 1 classes had to be done till the end as they had a level limit of 25. An elementalist sounds nice, but the other height elemental mage classes aren't bad either. A Firefrost mage is a strange one as it combines 2 opposite effects. He glanced at the other classes as well. You could even combine them together. Things like magic swordsman or elemental knight were also possible, but were quite hard to achieve. People that wanted these classes had to be both good in physical attributes as well as the magical ones. Being a mage opens up so many possibilities. You can mix magic with a lot of classes. You can even be an enchanter or a magic smith. Though there aren't that many of those, most mages wouldn't want to work as a blacksmith. Well, not like I have to worry about that too much. Making magical horseshoes isn't the way for me. While he was going through the class book once more, he heard a knock on the door. "Young master, it's getting late, you should go to sleep before the big day tomorrow." It was Martha, coming over to remind Roland of tomorrow's ascension ritual. "Ah, sure. Good night, Martha." The next day it was raining and the clouds were blocking out the sun. This didn't bother Roland though, he was pumped up. He would be getting a game like class and nothing could break his spirit. The fact that Adam the butler was the one bringing over the ascension ritual crystal didn't shake him in any way. "Young master, your father is out and your brothers are busy at the night academy. Please take this." He handed him the crystal. It looked like a slightly blue quartz crystal and was quite symmetrical. "Ah, sure. Busy as always, what else is new?" The Baron was a busy man. He rarely spent time in his mansion. He was a high-ranking official in the army and had to train the army soldiers. He had earned his rank thanks to his battle achievements. His whole family before him were honorable knights, but he was the first one to hit it big. "Yes, let us begin. Please sit down and concentrate on the crystal. You don't need to do anything else, Master Roland." No special place was required. Even though the crystal would take him somewhere, his real body would remain in place. If what the book said was true, then even if he stayed in the trial space for months, only seconds would go by in the material world. People speculated that some kind of powerful magic pulled the crystal user's soul somewhere where time and space worked differently. Roland nodded and sat down while holding the crystal with both his hands. Some other servants along with Martha were in the room with him. They were mostly here to examine if he actually received the mage class and pass it on to the family head. He read it in the book and it said that there was nothing special to activating this crystal. He focused on it and soon enough he felt a strange reaction. The crystal started glowing brighter and brighter and he felt as if he was getting drawn to it. In a matter of moments, everything went dark. He felt like someone had ripped him out of the spot he was sitting on and tossed him down a bottomless pit in which he was now falling down. What? The momentary darkness subsided and he found himself in some kind of building. There were stairs leading upwards and there were glass doors behind him. He glanced around. His eyes bulged out wide as he recognized this place. "Huh? I'm back. Was that all a dream or something? No, I'm still a 10-year-old. This was the cheap apartment building that he used to live in before he got flattened by that truck. It looked dirty and unkempt as always. He turned around but saw that something was off. Behind the glass doors that normally lead outside there was nothing. Why is it so dark outside? Can't see anything. It was pitch dark as if there was nothing there. He reached for the door handle and tried pushing it down. It didn't budge an inch. He pushed and pulled but nothing happened. He even started kicking the glass hoping to get some kind of reaction, but it was as if he was hitting hard steel. He finally turned around, his face filled with confusion and sweat. He went for the first apartment, knocking and trying to frantically open it. "Hey, is there someone inside? Hello?" The door was strange. It was as if it was made from a different material and was photocopied from his memories and just plastered here. The same thing happened when he ran up. Each door was unmoving. He couldn't even get the handles to budge in any way. That book said that this ascension space could be strange. I guess this isn't my old apartment building. He climbed up, finally realizing where he was. His old apartment was on the top floor. He remembered always getting winded while going up. This time around, with the increased stats and stamina, he felt normal. Stood in front of his apartment now, the number 19 written on it. Well, here goes nothing. He grabbed the door handle and flicked his wrist. The familiar clicking sound of a lock opening was heard. He pushed the door open and just looked inside. It's really my room. He slowly entered his old home. It wasn't big or anything. There was a living room and a small toilet. The kitchen was combined with the living area and he only had enough space for a bed on the side along with a desk for his PC. Ah, this good old shitty apartment. The items in this place were all real and fully recreated. The mattress that he used to use even had a hole in exactly the same spot that he remembered. He sat down on his old bed, and even this old thing was better than the bed he was using back at the Arden estate. When he asked about a change, they just said something that it built character if he used a hard bed and that he shouldn't complain. So what is this place supposed to be anyway? The windows couldn't be opened and the water in the faucets wasn't running either. There was sufficient light inside this room, but the scenery outside was pitch black. This made him feel like he was in some kind of Twilight Zone episode. The only thing that was showing some life was his old gaming PC, as he noticed that the power button was glowing. He sat down in his old gaming chair. It was still comfy as ever. He pressed the button with a shaky finger and heard the familiar booting sound. The computer booted up into Windows 10 and even his old password worked. The only thing out of place was the blank desktop with only one icon right in the middle. I guess I'm supposed to click this. The icon was a drawing of a large shield in the back and a sword and magic staff in the front. He slowly delivered the double click and waited for this program to load up. He was greeted with a sprite of himself, or at least it looked kind of like him as the resolution was quite low. Is this pixel art of me or something? There was an arrow moving away from his sprite that was looping a 3-frame walking animation to the side. There was another grayed-out sprite that the arrow was pointing at. It looked like a pixel version of him in a robe. Could this be my Tier 1 class? Looks like a magician. He was kind of baffled about the way this ascension trial worked. Before clicking the mage sprite, he looked back and glanced at his old apartment room. He lived here for only a year, but he was closer to this place than to that noble mansion he was at now. He wanted to just turn around and flop on his bed. Maybe if he woke up he would be back on Earth and could go back to his boring job. I probably should get on with this ascension. He grimaced and placed his hand on the mouse. The cursor went over to the tiny sprite and he clicked it. The moment he did that, he received a prompt. He hesitated for a while but finally clicked yes. The computer screen flashed for a moment and a little animation of the arrow filling up as an upload screen appeared. He received another prompt followed by a strange sound coming from above. Then a VR headset appeared out of nowhere and fell right into his lap. Huh? I never owned a VR headset. He looked at it and it was a model he was familiar with. He wanted to buy one of these in the past but didn't have the cash to spare. He decided to follow the instructions and put it on. The moment the VR headset was strapped in, something happened. He expected to actually see some instructions while getting a regular VR experience, but instead he found himself in a strange white room. There is nothing here. He couldn't feel that he was wearing a VR headset anymore and couldn't take it off. It was as if he dived into the Matrix. He looked around while wondering what he was supposed to do. After some seconds, the whole place flickered and the scenery changed. Wait, is that me? The white room switched to a grassy plain. There was a wooden training dummy standing in one spot and opposite it was a person. This person looked like Roland. He was wearing a mage robe and his facial expression was non-existent. His copy raised his hand upwards and held his palm towards the training dummy. Roland had his mana sense skill maxed out, so he noticed the change in mana around that person. The Roland clone opened up his mouth. Some words escaped its mouth. He stared at the talking person and he noticed the shift of mana around the clone. The mana moved through its body and towards its palm and something started forming. A small ball of energy was created. This ball gradually increased in size before it was shot forward. The wooden dummy received the hit, the wood splintering to the sides as if it was hit by a small cannonball. Whoa! Was that magic? His copy didn't say anything but dropped its hand down and then turned to face him. The Roland copy had a blank expression and then started slowly walking towards him. This put the original Roland at attention. What was this clone of him trying to do? Wait! He tried backing off, but his back hit some kind of invisible wall. Out of surprise, he turned around and tried hitting it with his fist. His sudden opponent didn't stop though and continued walking. Hey! You think I'm afraid of you? Roland took a fighting stance. He went through 5 years of training and knew basic hand-to-hand combat as well. He decided to take the offensive, thinking that his opponent wouldn't have enough time to react. But his punch didn't hit anything but air. It literally went through his copy's head. What is this? The clone was apparently immaterial or a hologram. The moment it touched Roland's body, it faded away. This wasn't the end, as Roland felt a sharp pain. His head felt like it was getting a needle stuck into it. He heard the familiar voice announce that he had changed classes while the pain was subsiding. He shook his head and could feel that he had learned an actual spell and had his stats slightly raised. The skills he gained helped him in shaping spells and regulating the mana inside of his body. He wanted to test his newfound skills out, but before he could do that, the space he was in started flickering. He wasn't sure if it was due to a time limit or if after a class up you got kicked out. Everything went dark once more, and he found himself falling into the darkness again. He gasped out as he found himself back in the Arden estate, the servants looking at him from the sides. "Were you successful, Master Roland? Did you receive the mage class?" He grasped his head for a moment. The crystal that he was holding previously had turned into dust. He nodded while rubbing his head and slowly moved off the ground. "Yes. I even learned the mana bolt spell." He smirked as he had achieved what he had set out to. No one in this family could deny him anymore. He could go to a prestigious academy and learn magic now. His life looked bright, and if he studied hard he could go far. "Congratulations, Master. But let us test your elemental affinities before we inform the Lord." Roland snapped out of his daydream and looked at Adam the butler. "Ah yes, the elemental affinities. I forgot to check them." The servant moved over with a large glass orb. Roland placed his hand on the measuring device, not thinking anything of it. His affinities would decide what elements he was best at. This was nothing more than a formality, but would show him which element he should focus on. He didn't need much. Any kind of number would let him advance further, so he wasn't worried. The orb glowed slightly, but nothing out of the ordinary happened. The butler looked at the measuring device for a moment with a strange expression on his face. "Could it be broken? Young master, could you look at your elemental affinities and see the values?" The elemental affinities were a hidden stat that was only unlocked after the first class. Roland shrugged and brought up his status screen. While thinking about his affinity, a window popped up. At Tier 1, only the basic 4 elements could be unlocked. There were more elements like lightning and gravity at higher tiers. "What? All at 0%. He spoke out clearly and everyone heard it. Adam looked at the orb and then to Roland, his brows furrowing. 0%. This is unprecedented. I must report this to the Lord." The other servants started whispering from the sides. He wasn't sure what was wrong. The books didn't say anything about people having 0 elemental affinity. He looked at his maid Martha. The woman had tears in her eyes for some reason. "He has no magic affinity. Doesn't that mean that he won't be able to get any of the Tier 2 mage classes?" one of the servants said, while another one tried to shut him up. "What? I have no magic talent. How could this be?" Roland returned to his room. It was still raining outside and the thunderstorm wasn't letting up. The time spent in the ascension space felt like seconds to the people outside, so not much time had passed. Martha had accompanied Roland to his room after the reveal that his elemental affinities were low. She brought over some tea and decided to let the boy cool off for now. "If you need anything, just call me, young master. The Baron will be returning to the mansion tomorrow." Roland just nodded while being quiet. After he heard the door closing behind his maid, he flopped on his bed like a dead fish. "What is this shit? What am I supposed to do now?" He hit the bed with his 10-year-old fists while gritting his teeth. After a bout of rage, he jumped right up and ran up to his desk. "Where is that book?" He started flinging the books left and right and managed to find the one that explained the elemental affinities in more detail. 0% on all of the affinities. This means... He already knew the answer. He had gone through these books multiple times. Still, he needed to check one more time. He started reading, his eyes going through the information while his brain digested it with astonishing speed. Ugh! He threw the book he was reading to the side and sat down at his desk, his head moving backward as he looked at the ceiling. To change your class to any of the element mages, you need to unlock an elemental affinity skill. You can't unlock it if your connection to the elements is non-existent. If you wanted to progress further in your life as a mage, this was a requirement. He could not go any further. Getting that skill required his affinity to at least be at 1%. This was a rare case, a 1 in a million occurrence. People like him were considered inept at becoming a mage and mostly strayed away from that path. He was a special case, though. All of his stats made everyone think that he would be a talented mage. He had learned the mana sense skill at a young age and his intelligence was off the charts. In the book it said that most mages had an intelligence stat at 20 when they started out. He, on the other hand, had more than double of that. There was no reason to believe that he could be anything other than a mage. Something is playing a stupid joke on me. I can't even swap this class till I get to level 25. He decided to glance at his status screen. He had even leveled up to the 3rd level of mage due to the buildup of his experience. After the 9th birthday, his father arranged a goblin fight. Just as the first time, he would fight a 1-on-1 battle each week, earning experience along the way that could be then used when he ascended. The experience buildup wouldn't work for further classes though. This was a one-time thing before the ascension. He thought about his status. He wanted to see all the new skills that he had gained as well as their explanations. He then looked at his stats after he was done with reading those. His MP shot up quite high compared to the rest. He looked at his stats. People at L1 who specialized in a field mostly had their stats at about 20. For instance, a warrior would mostly have a strength, vitality, and endurance rating close to 20. He was a L3 mage and his intelligence was getting close to 50, but all his physical attributes were slightly below a basic L1 warrior. All my stats scream mage. I even got a trait that gives me more useless mana. Even if I respec later, I will be behind everyone. My physical stats are below average when it comes to warriors. My dexterity is high though. Should I switch to an archer? He started scratching his head and brought out the book that had some class and skill combinations. This was something that a noble title got you. Most of the people outside didn't have the luxury of planing and most of the class combinations were off-limits to the commoners. He had focused on the mage-related classes without much thought about the other ones for one reason or the other. He put all of his eggs in one basket and now they exploded at once. He needed to come out with a new battle plan. I must think of something plausible. If I leave it to that daddy of mine, I'll be working in the army for the rest of my life. All of his brothers were on a one-way ticket to the army. His father was quite the militaristic nut and didn't consider people that didn't work in that field as much. At least that was how Roland saw it. He couldn't be sure as the interactions with his father were limited. He also tried to avoid him most of the time along with the other brats from his family. He was banking on evading the military by becoming a mage. Mages were rarer than the other combat classes and were sought after. He would be able to choose his path if he became one. Apparently, that wouldn't be an option now. He would have to level up in this class, which was a dead end. I still have the mage class unlocked. But if I wanted to be a magic swordsman, I'd need a tier 2 mage class to unlock this tier 3 class. He went through his book once more. Most of the better classes that synergized with the mage class required a tier 2 version. You even needed some tier 2 classes to unlock other tiers 2 classes that would let you get a better tier 3 class. The elementalist class was one of those that required all of the element tier 2 mage classes to unlock. Damn elemental affinity. I need this skill to even unlock a general upgrade to the tier 1 class. I would be okay with this shitty tier 2 superior mage class that doesn't really give many bonuses to anything, but it also requires those affinities. They are just lower. He wanted to strangle the person that decided that you needed to have one skill to unlock any one of those classes. The possibility of having this was super low. 1 in a million or less. Does it have something to do with me being from another world or something? Wait, do I really need to have a combat class? Wouldn't it be better not to risk my life and just make money in peace? He rubbed his chin. He had ignored most of the construction classes that were presented there, mostly due to the only viable one at tier 1 was the blacksmith. He imagined himself stuck in a stuffy room hammering away on some ingots. Well, might not be that bad. Is there anything that works well with a tier 1 mage class till tier 3 at least? He went through the book. It had some combinations that could work with the blacksmith class. Blacksmith is the first and gives basic bonuses to crafting weapons and armor, but nothing special. You can unlock a weaponsmith or an armorer at tier 2. After that, the most common classes are tier 3 master smith and tier 4 grandmaster smith. He started going for the requirements for those classes. The blacksmith class used dexterity as one of its main stats along with strength and endurance. Those two later stats weren't so high, but he had high dex, so this was feasible. Plus, he would gain more strength by leveling up his mage class, so when he started anew as a blacksmith, he shouldn't have any problems. I need to find something that combines with those first. He looked for the page that described good combinations with these manufacturing classes. He knew that enchanted weapons were a thing, so there should be a class that was primed for that. Here we go. Tier 2 Runesmith. It focuses on enchanting weapons and armor with words of power that are called runes. He looked at this class. The description sounded interesting. It allowed the placement of basic enchantments on weapons and other items. There was another class that was similar to this called Enchantsmith. The two differed slightly due to the process of creating their items. Enchantments and runes used a different language. If you compared the two to modern-day languages from Earth, then the enchantment language would be akin to regular English. The runic language, on the other hand, consisted of symbols and was more similar to Asian languages like Japanese or Chinese. From the two, the runic one was considered better but harder to master. Both of those Tier 2 Smith classes required him to learn the scribe profession. The Mana Scribe was a special Tier 1 class, and its requirement was the calligraphy skill along with the Mage class. It allowed people to create one-use magic scrolls. The class sounded special, but in reality, it was quite trashy. You didn't get many skills, and the only thing it was good for was for creating these scrolls. Leveling it up didn't give you many stat points, and it was mostly considered a side job. Still, the scrolls that a person produced could be sold to adventurers. The higher tier of scrolls you could write, the more you got paid. Runesmith or Enchantsmith, the first was better but harder to obtain as you had to gain a skill related to runes. It was something you only unlocked by actually learning. There wasn't really a shortcut, as you had to study hard and then you unlocked the skill. Heh. Well, I have always been a grinder. Roland wanted to take it easy, but the thought of living in some shady barracks with some smelly dudes was making him debate on this option. The path towards it was quite convoluted and he would have to work hard for it. In the end, though, this was a money-making class. Even at Tier 2, he would already be able to earn massive amounts of gold and be free from this noble life. It was worth the risk. I'd like to go with this. These runes sound interesting, and it says that the more intelligence and dexterity the crafter has, the better the runes become. Also, the mana comes in handy when making or using them, and mana is the only thing I'm good for. The only problem was convincing his father. This choice wasn't a battle class. He also didn't see any options that hinted about unlocking any combat-related classes after getting to Runesmith. It was still better than working as a soldier, though. He'd rather make swords all day than stay on guard duty at some fortress. Okay, it's decided. I'm going with Runesmith. I can make this work. Having money is the answer. He looked at the book and nodded. He had to prepare before meeting his dad. He needed to explain that this was a better idea and maybe even a blessing in disguise. He already had 3 sons that were good at fighting. He didn't need the 4th one to do the exact same thing as them. Yes, I bet he will let me do it. I hope. I need to find a location that I can learn blacksmithing and scribing, along with some magic. He concentrated. He had gone through all the books in the library and knew how the kingdom looked like. The main plan was to go to a magic academy that was located in one of the largest cities, but that went out of the window now. He needed a less costly option that would guarantee him safe progress. There is one. Lustal City fits the bill. It also has an academy where they train weaponsmiths and even have some facilities for mages and a nice library. The battle plan was set. He went through it for the rest of the day as he waited for his father to come home. He already had an appointment. His father was quite punctual, so he knew that he would be there. The next day Martha brought him food and a change of clothes. She made him look better than usual. She couldn't let Roland look bad when visiting his father all on his own. Everything is going to be fine, Master Roland. It's just a little setback. She smiled at him, her face showing some wrinkles as she was getting along with her age. Being a maid didn't really net her any valuable skills besides housekeeping. People needed battle classes to increase vitality that would then let them live longer and look younger. His father was one of those. He was someone that looked to be in his early 40s, but in reality he was getting close to his mid-60s. The Baron will see you now, proclaimed the House Arden butler while opening the large white door that led inside Lord Arden's office. Roland moved forward. Even though he was an adult inside, he still felt uncomfortable. It was as if he was getting called into his boss's office for one of those talks. There he was in all his glory. looking at some papers that looked really small in those mitts of his. His digits looked like thick sausages, and he looked strange in that blue shirt fit for nobles. "Greetings, father. It is me, Roland," he announced himself while moving his hand to his heart, which was the national salute that the people did in this country. The man just murmured while looking at his papers. Roland gulped hard and used this chance to pronounce his plan. "Father, I know that I have no aptitude to be a mage, so I think I should become a runesmith. It's a class that my high intelligence works well with." He was nervous and talked as fast as he could without breathing in much between the sentences. He presented his plan and the city that had the best facilities to accommodate his progress at a safe rate. As he was finishing up, his father raised his hand. "Lustal? You want to attend the Lustal Academy of Arts?" Roland stopped talking instantly. His large bull of a father was looking at him with quite the intense stare now. "Why, yes. Think it has good facilities and doesn't cost that much." The man rubbed his chin and replied without thinking for too long. "No, that's out of the question. You need to raise your level first. Runesmith, a peculiar choice." He placed the papers that he was holding down on the desk and continued looking at Roland, straight into his eyes. "I'll allow this, but you must earn your keep. Even as a low-level mage, you can find some work. Adam will make the preparations." He picked up the papers and started going through them once more. He still gave Roland one bit of advice before sending him away. "The Arden House is a house of knights. I hope you know what that means? We don't want it being associated with crafting professions. Do you understand? So you're telling me that it is shameful to work as a blacksmith and you don't want me to mention my name in public? Huh? Understood." Roland wanted to say more about this, but he didn't think that the man would listen to the 10-year-old him. So he just nodded and stepped out. Adam heard everything from both of them and would be making the arrangement. His plan of becoming a runesmith had gone through, but he would apparently have to work for it and maybe even put himself in harm's way. A 10-year-old with a sword in his right hand was standing in a dark, damp dungeon. In front of him, 2 green humanoid-looking monsters were glaring. These goblins gave out a loud, high-pitched sound and charged forward. The boy stood still, his sword arm lowered while the left one was raised up. He was mumbling something incoherent to himself. The more he did, the louder he got. "Source of all magic, heed my call." He had his index finger pointing at the charging monster, the other 3 clenched together tightly. Suddenly, a bluish glow appeared in front of those fingers. It started out small as a grain of rice, but soon the tiny speck expanded to the size of an egg. The furthermost goblin was now just a couple of steps away from the youth. Its teeth were rattling as it was ready to feast on its prey. "Gather before me and strike down my enemies, mana bolt." The boy shouted, and the egg-sized energy ball shot forward. It collided with the monster's head, inserting itself right into the eye socket before exploding. The boy gazed at the humanoid being, part of its head exploding as it collapsed on the ground and slid forward due to the momentum of its charge. The other monster didn't show much of a reaction after seeing its friend's head partially exploding. It just charged on and tried clawing at the youth. Roland was counting on this, and he just stepped to the side, the overswing and forward momentum of the monster's attack giving him an opportunity for a counter. There was no hesitation in his movement like a year before. His trusted short sword was plunged right into his enemy's throat. The goblin moved his hands to its neck as a reflex, the blade that was stuck in it getting pulled out instantly. A fountain of monster blood erupted. The creature fell down, dead and unmoving. "Well, think I've killed all of them. I guess that's it for the easy XP. But do I really need to chant cringy stuff like that every time? Maybe not being suited for a mage was a blessing in disguise." Roland was standing in the training dungeon, his old trainer nowhere to be seen. He had finished the last of the goblins. These creatures were captured for training purposes, and it would be a shame to waste the experience. "Wonder where that old bastard will send me to. Probably to some cheap backwater village where he can forget about his useless son." Roland poked the first goblin that he killed with his mana bolt. The power of the spell was SOSO. It was fine against weak spots like the eyes, but took some time to aim and you couldn't fire them off in quick succession. He also needed to chant his spell, which lowered the speed and utility of this skill. I guess that's why mages are considered a backline class. Will I need to find myself a party of some sort? Will Daddy Dearest give me a servant for protection? He poked the other goblin with his sword as well, his eyes focusing more as he tried to feel for a mana signature. This one has a monster core. Monster cores, or also called mana stones, looked like gems or crystals. They formed in some creatures and were used as ingredients for various things. There was a low chance of finding them in a goblin. The stone inside this monster was the size of a grain of rice. Best keep this for myself. He didn't trust the people in this estate. He tried returning the monster core to one of the servants, but instead of getting a reward, it was just snatched. They just gave him the excuse that this was the property of the Baron and would be used for the estate. He, on the other hand, was sure that the servants were probably pocketing things that could be sold for themselves. Thus, they developed a habit of withholding items and information. These things are small enough for me to keep them in my pocket. He looked at the cold and dark dungeon and then quickly left. He was seen by some servants that were back to treating him coldly after the big reveal. He continued walking further, finding a certain thick hedge wall. He squeezed through a certain spot and arrived at a small area with a large tree. He was surrounded by shrubs and greenery. On the other side was the flower garden where mostly the noble ladies had their tea parties. He leaned up against the tree and took out a small box filled with some sandwiches. This type of food wasn't popular here as nobles mostly ate food prepared by the chefs. He had managed to convince Martha to make him some so that he could eat it on the way. Tomorrow is the day. Finally leaving this shithole. Got that going for me at least. He bit into the bread that had some cheese and meat in it and started eating it. While he was thinking about his future, he heard something rustling in the bushes. Even without looking in the direction, he knew who that was. Big Brother Rune. He heard a child's voice. It was high-pitched and the pronunciation wasn't quite there. This was his new younger sister. His dad couldn't keep it in his pants and the mistress gave birth to this child. It's not Roland but Roland Lucien. For some reason, this kid liked to run around the compound looking for him. She had somehow found his hiding place. Luckily the child knew how to keep a secret. She was even super happy when he told her that it would be a secret between the two. Lady Francine doesn't like it when you talk to me. She'll give you and me an earful if she finds out. The small girl with golden locks didn't seem to care, as she just ran up and gave her big brother a hug. Roland felt a bit uncomfortable from the show of affection and reluctantly petted her head. Ithsh awwaith mwami won't find out, the small girl proclaimed while looking at the sandwich that was in Roland's mouth. The brother reluctantly gave up his breakfast to the child. Ah, have it your way, you little squirt. Brother, my birthday ith shun don't forgeth though come. Roland looked at the girl and gave her chubby cheeks a little pinch. Your birthday? Yes, it should be in a couple of weeks. It would be her third birthday this time. While he was in the family's good graces, he was allowed to take part in it, even though he mostly just sat in the corner not doing much. I will see what I can do. Now run along before your mother catches you here. He ruffled up his sister's head before escaping her big green eyes. He didn't want to lie to a child of this age, but it was better than making her cause a scene. He would be leaving tomorrow and he couldn't do much about it. She'll forget me after a few months. Not sure if I'll ever return to this mansion after I leave anyway. He left towards his room. He was mostly packed, all thanks to his trusted maid Martha. The same woman was now hugging while weeping. Calm down, Martha. I will be fine. No, young master. I will go to the Lord and ask for permission to come with you. How can he send you away unattended? The woman was quite attached to him, but he wouldn't be allowed to take any servants with him. Adam said that I will be looked after there. Don't need to worry about anything. This was bound to happen. The woman dried her tears with a handkerchief while looking at the smaller boy. Young master, be sure to write a letter if there is something bothering you. You're such a brave young lad. You never did cry or complain about anything. Such an obedient child. She continued hugging him while sobbing. In the end, he had to push her out of his room. He needed to check if he took everything that he could. He decided to take some blank papers and some calligraphy books. He needed to heighten the skill to the maximum sooner or later. The night went by fast and he was ready to leave. The only person to send him of was of course his personal maid that looked like she didn't sleep too well. She sure loved this Roland boy, didn't she? The new Roland didn't feel like this woman's affection was focused on him. She was probably just a gentle soul that cared for the child that once was inhabiting this body. From his perspective, if she ever found out that it was occupied by some weird nerd from Earth, she would probably do a quick 180. Still, he felt a bit sad to leave her here with these posh assholes. Maybe in the future, if I have enough money, I can hire her myself. He stepped into the coach, his bags were ready. He waved at the friendly lady and was finally able to leave. The next destination was the train station. Yes, this world had trains, there were also flying airships, but they were above the Baron's pay grade. Roland had once visited one of these magic stations. The contraptions looked like old-fashioned steam trains, but instead of steam, they run on mana stones. There was no one to send him of, the coachman and his helper just carried his bags to the train and that was it. He waited there for the mana engine train to arrive. Compared to the earthly counterparts, there were a lot more wagons getting pulled behind it. Besides transporting people, it was used for moving various goods. Well then, I'll be off. He muttered to himself. He had slowly gotten used to the solitude that this world provided him with. He sat down at his designated seat and looked at other families sending their loved ones off with hugs. He could see some of them smile and others were even crying while waving at the train that was leaving. Family, huh? He turned away, not sure what to make of this. His eyes closing as he tried taking a nap. The ride was going to be a long one. Back at the Arden estate, Adam was getting called in by the Baron for a little chat. Did he leave? Yes, my lord. He didn't reject the offer? Did you make it clear? Yes, my lord. He knows the destination. The muscly man tapped the desk he was sitting on while looking out the window. He is surprisingly headstrong. His performance against the lesser monsters was satisfactory. The butler nodded. If you compared the boy to the other young masters, he lacked the stats of a warrior, but he was very resolute and clear-headed. Even during the first fight, he didn't suffer much of a setback. His brothers, on the other hand, mostly failed and had to be rescued by their helpers. With some training, he could pass for a knight. He wishes to be a lowly smith, though. The man frowned. He couldn't let the other nobles know what he had a son working as a blacksmith. Don't worry, sir. Everything was prepared. The boy will probably ask for assistance in due time. The Baron nodded and waved his servant away. He was smoking quite a large cigar. He blew out some smoke through his nostrils before speaking out to himself. If he doesn't, then so be it. It will be his choice. He is old enough to make his own mistakes. He placed the cigar to the side and then focused back on the military papers in his hand. He was still lagging behind schedule. Roland had no idea what his parent was plotting back home, but soon he would discover it. The train ride would take a couple of days. The speed of this machine wasn't great and it was pulling a lot of weight. The seats were uncomfortable and the constant sounds of heavy machinery were keeping the young man awake. He shook his head and looked outside at the constantly changing scenery. He also took a glance at some of the skills he had learned during the almost 5-year period he was at the noble house. He had gained many skills that began with basic. They filled out his skill menu and he even had to scroll down to read them all. I never could push them past L9, probably because of class restrictions. Had to sneak out during the nights to get that sneaking skill up. Ugh. When will we finally arrive? What was that place's name again? Yeah, the city of Carwin. He only had the location of this city on the map. It was just in the middle of the kingdom without anything special about it. The only thing that was going for it was that it had a dungeon right next to it. The ride continued without anything happening along the way. Roland was half expecting someone to try to rob the train, but there were a lot of strong-looking people guarding it. Now arriving at Carwin. Please take all of your belongings while going out. The technology in this world was strange. Some parts were ahead of his old world while others were lagging behind. Like the flying ships, planes from his old world didn't compare to those flying fortresses. Supposedly, if you are a high-level master smith, you can work on those. Maybe I'll be making flying yachts in the future. He smiled to himself while departing from the train. There were many people in various-looking clothes. Some were more Victorian-era looking while others looked like medieval knights in full-plate armor. "Are you Sir Roland?" It didn't take long for someone to notice him. It was a man in his 30s with quite the large handlebar mustache. "Yes, that's me. You must be the hired help." "Yes, please follow me. I have been instructed to take you to your lodgings." The man helped Roland carry the luggage and had a carriage prepared for him to ride on. He was slowly getting nervous, wondering what his new living place would be. He was counting on it mostly being some kind of baroque area with other people, maybe a room at an inn came with bed and breakfast. The two left the train station and they started moving. Roland could see the city through the carriage window. He saw some wooden buildings here and there, even an inn and the fabled Adventurers Guild building. "Heh, guess you can really become an adventurer. But a better term for it would be a monster hunter or hired help, as you just do odd jobs." The coach started moving out of the city after the coachman told the guard something and headed forward. The more they traveled, the narrower the roads got. After 30 minutes of heading God knows where, Roland started to get worried. "He didn't bring me out here to rob me, did he? He knew that I was coming, so I didn't really ask for any identification. What if he wasn't hired by the Baron? What if he killed the real servant and I'm next in line?" His mind raced and he moved his hand to the side. He had taken a dagger for a situation like this and was now clutching it while sweating. He had left his leather armor and short sword in his baggage, so this was his side weapon. Soon enough the journey ended and he heard the coachman getting off, his steps getting closer and closer. The door swung open, Roland ready to pull out his weapon, but he halted as he saw a bored-looking man with luggage in hand. "Sir Roland, this is the place I was supposed to take you. I also have a letter from your father, Baron Wentworth. I'm a bit too jumpy today. I must be tired after the long bumpy ride." Roland gave out a sigh of relief and finally stepped outside. What he saw, there was a small cabin in the woods. There was a small porch with stairs leading up to it. It looked old and unkept from where he was standing. Was this supposed to be his new home? Could there be some kind of mistake? Why would father prepare a rundown cabin like this for me? The servant handed Roland the letter he received and started unpacking. The youth quickly removed the noble seal that indicated that this was the real deal. "This lodging has been prepared for you by the Arden House. Don't expect to get any more monetary aid in the future. If you find living here to be too challenging, you are free to return and enlist in the kingdom's army." Does he want me to do that noblesse oblige crap so the other sons won't have to? Noblesse oblige was more or less an excuse for the nobles to act as if they had to stick up their rear end. It was used to imply that with wealth, power, and prestige come responsibilities, mostly ones that concerned military conscription. The problem with that was that when the time came for this, most nobles made a run for it. Most of the time when it came to this, the nobles sent away their sons that weren't an heir to the house name. Roland was just the person that fit that bill, born of a commoner, and with no backing at all. Roland crumbled the paper up, his eyes bulging and his face going red. "I will be leaving then, Sir Roland, or do you wish to return? I was instructed to take you back if you wish for it." Roland snapped out of it and glared at the coachman. "No, this is fine, just leave." "I will be fine." "Yes, sir. There is a well to the east if you walk for 10 minutes towards the city. There is also a spring to the west if you go deeper inside of the forest. But you must be wary of the animals." He was left alone. The sun was going under and he was feeling cold. He started carrying all of his belongings into the wooden cabin. Inside was little space and even less helpful items. There was a shabby bed with a mattress that was just cloth filled with straw and hay. There was something akin to a stove in the corner, some chairs, a wooden desk, and some animal pelts. He sat down on one of those chairs, the crumpled-up note in his hands, getting surrounded by his mana, which caused it to catch on fire. Mana was still a type of energy, so it was able to produce fire in some form if it came in contact with flammable items. So this was it. He wants me to give up so that he has an excuse to shove me into his little army. I bet that's why he agreed to it so easily in the first place. He doesn't expect a 10-year-old brat to manage on his own. He wants me to come back crying. Heh. He took out the pouch with his money and counted it. He needed to see how much it would last him. He needed food and water, the rest were all secondary. Think I'll have to pay that adventurer's guild a visit. Roland opened up his eyes. His body was stiff and sore. This new bed was even worse than the one at the noble estate, and it was terribly windy in this cabin. He needed to procure some wood for the fireplace and also clean everything in here. It was dusty and even moldy in a couple of places. It didn't look like a place a 10-year-old should be living in. I need to eat something. He had some food packed, but it wouldn't last him long. He needed to depend on the meager amount of coins he had received. From what he counted, they would last him about a month. At least the lodging is free here. Maybe I'll move to an inn when I earn something. I need to get to that adventurer's guild. But will they even let a 10-year-old work for them? Roland knew that adventurers existed in this world. They were mostly considered sellswords. They were more or less hired thugs that hunted monsters for parts and defended merchant convoys from bandits most of the time. They were the odd jobbers of this world. If you gave them enough coin, they would do it. Heh! At least I managed to get this thing. He pulled out a crystal. It was similar to the one used for the ascension ceremony and worked in a similar way. Roland knew that they cost a lot, so he nabbed one from the Baron's estate while no one was looking. With this, I will be able to respec to a blacksmith or mana scribe. Not sure what is better. He nodded and hid the items. He was living in the middle of nowhere, and there was a possibility of his house getting sacked while he was away. He couldn't be sure. From a logical standpoint, someone wouldn't put their son in a place that could get robbed. But it's the Baron we are talking about. He might even hire some goons to rough me up to prove a point. He decided to bury the class-up stone away from the log cabin, making sure that it didn't stand out. He had quite the memory, so he didn't need to mark the tree he buried it by, which could only alert someone to the buried treasure. How much money do I have? Not sure about the market value of food here. They never let us shop for ourselves. He returned to his cabin and emptied the coin pouch that he had. All of the coins were stacked on one pile. He didn't even need to count them thanks to his arithmetic skill. He just needed to look at the pile on the table and a number hovered about it, giving him the exact amount of coin he had. This comes down to exactly 1 small gold coin, or 10 large silver coins. What I have here are, in this world, there were 3 types of coins with 2 variations. Each coin had a small and large version. The cheapest one was the small copper coin. 10 of those made up 1 large copper coin, and 10 of those were worth as much as a small silver coin. You went all the way up to golden coins. Above a large golden coin stood a royal golden coin that was larger and rectangular in shape. Some copper coins and silver ones. Wonder how much this will last. Should I cook for myself and save on money? Or... He glanced to the side and looked at the shabby stove and some rusty pots and pans in the corner. The idea about cooking for himself went out of the window. At most he would buy things like apples or sausages that he could eat without cooking. He looked at himself. He managed to take a small mirror from the noble house. He was wearing standard black leather armor. It consisted of a chest piece, pauldrons, a sword belt, arm guards, a belt with a pouch, and leather boots with some knee protectors. To the side he had his short sword. He also nabbed a hunting knife from one of the workers while packing. This would save him money on skinning utensils. The knife could also be used as a last-ditch effort of defending himself. Time to head out. He left the shabby log cabin. The thing had a small lock, but if someone decided to kick the door down, it would snap in half. Roland had to move somewhere else. He was in the middle of the forest with no protection. In his mind, this was something that his father set up. He was probably getting watched by someone. I bet he told people in town to keep an eye out for me. Well, at least he cares, though I bet it has more to do with the House Arden reputation. Can't have some kid be loose shouting his noble name everywhere. He was convinced that his so-called dad didn't really care for him. He probably left some guards so that he wouldn't croak on the first day, but from what he saw in the letter, the man probably wanted him to join the army. Roland, on the other hand, was set on never returning home. He had enough of living under the rules of other people. It was time for some freedom. Even back in his old life, he felt like he was too dependent on others. It was time for a change. Well, I just need to make enough money. Then everything will work out. It was time to go back to the town he had arrived. He remembered the path that the coachman took and backtracked. He was slower on foot, but with some jogging, he could make it in half an hour if he wanted to. The first obstacle proved to be the guards at the entrance. They demanded a fee of 5 large copper coins right off the bat. "Kid, you new here?" one of the guards asked while giving him 5 large copper coins back in exchange for the small silver coin. "Yes. Is the Adventurers Guild recruiting?" The guard raised his eyebrow and looked at the child in front of him. Roland was a bit taller than other kids, so he could pass for being older. Still, he didn't look older than 12 or 13 at the most. "You? An adventurer? You sure you don't want to work as a stable boy instead?" The guard smirked his buddy, laughing on the side, while Roland left slightly annoyed. "Damn assholes, will I have to pay an entrance fee each time I come here? I'll be out of cash in no time." After passing through the checkpoint, he kept walking while looking at the surroundings. The main road was made out of large stone blocks and stretched through the city and right towards a large castle-like structure in the distance. The castle was probably where the city lord stayed in, or either the noble house that was responsible for this plot of land. He continued on while paying attention to the structures more than to the people. The whole place looked like a medieval fantasy city. The buildings were mostly made from stone and the roofs were slightly tipped at an angle and made from what looked to be thin red bricks tiles. After some more walking, he found himself standing in front of a large building with saloon-like doors. It had a sign with 2 axes on the sides and 1 long sword in the middle. Above the symbol, the words Carwin Adventurers Guild was written. "It will be fine, right?" He gulped, as all of his future plans depended on this. If he didn't manage to get a job here, he would be forced to work somewhere else. That stable boy job might not seem that outlandish at the time. He started getting nervous and just stood there in front of the door not doing anything. While he was hesitating, some people walked out. It was a group of adventurers, 4 of them. Roland snapped out of it and moved to the side. The people gave him a side glance before departing. "Wait, was that an elf? And that was a dwarf, right?" Roland kept his eyes on the backs of the people that just walked out. In his noble house, there were only humans, and he never saw any other humanoid races anywhere besides the goblins that he trained on. One of the adventurers was an elven woman with long golden hair and wearing green clothes. She had an arrow quiver on her back and a longbow to go with it, indicating that she was an archer class. Next to her was a short man, below 150 centimeters in height. He made up his height disparity with his width. Roland could clearly see he was quite muscular and was carrying a long axe weapon. There were 2 other people with her, a man carrying a sword and some lady in a robe. "So, that's a full-blown adventurer party? That lady in the robe might be a mage. Or a priest class." He pumped himself up and finally pushed the doors open. They squeaked as he entered. The people inside gave him a fast glance, but then went back to their business. The guild was quite large, and there were even stairs leading up to a higher level. He walked in slowly, as other people were already going in and out. Inside there were your usual things that made up such a building. A long counter at which some guild workers were standing. All of them were women for some reason. There was your standard large bulletin board with all of the job listings. Finding a suiting job from that chaotic-looking thing looked like a hassle. There were some tables and chairs on the side. Some of the guild members were chatting with each other. They were even getting served by some bar wenches. Apparently, you could relax and eat something here while waiting for your loot to be apprised. The place looked busy, but he was lucky as one of the guild workers was free and he could go ask his questions. He walked up to the receptionist. The lady behind it was all smiles and was wearing a pair of glasses. "How can I help you today? Oh, aren't you a little young?" The woman fixed her glasses while looking at the youth. She saw a boy in full gear that was about 150 centimeters. What he was wearing looked like second-hand goods that saw some usage. He had short dark hair and green eyes. His head was oval-shaped, his eyebrows not too thin or bushy. He wasn't all too cute or ugly, more or less average looking for his age. "Yes, I would like to register with the guild. My name is Roland." The boy spoke out while looking at the slightly taller woman. The guild worker looked over the youth some more, which made Roland somewhat nervous. "She won't ask me to get my parents, now will she? You want to register? Only people that went through the ascension ritual can register. Do you have a tier 1 class?" Roland nodded. Yes, I have a class and went through my ascension ritual. The woman pulled out an orb that looked similar to the one they used back home for measuring things. Please place your hand on this measuring crystal. Roland nodded. This was probably a required test that needed to be done. He had read that adventurer guilds would do a background check with such devices, but the information was confidential and wouldn't leak out. The woman glanced over the text that appeared on the orb. It had all of Roland's main stats along with his full name and class. She could see all of his stats. Her eyes remained glued to the intelligence stat for a moment before she moved on and finally spoke out. You will have to make a payment of 2 large silver coins for your adventurer card. If you agree, please fill out this form and wait till it's made. He took the piece of paper. He had to fill out his name and agree to some terms. Terms like that, the guild was not responsible for his death and where his belongings should be sent if he died on the job. It didn't take long for the woman to walk away with the orb and paper in hand. He sat down in the corner of the guild and waited. The lady informed him that his card would be made within the hour. He took his time to observe the people in the building. They were of various races and genders. He saw more elves, lizard-like people, more dwarfs, and huge individuals that looked like muscular basketball players. Think that person is from the Goliath race. The book said that they are known for their strength. They are a race of warriors, but they lack some intelligence and like to solve their problems with fighting. The lizard-like people are probably dragonkin. Supposedly they have dragon blood running through their veins. It said that they get confused with the lesser lizardmen monsters from time to time. Surprising that I didn't get thrown out from here. They didn't even think to ask me about my age. Roland was still someone with his old values. He didn't understand how people could let a 10-year-old just work as an adventurer. People in this world were different. If you had the ability to work, you could work. No one looked at the person's age. After going through the ascension ritual, you were deemed worthy. He was handed his adventurer's card, but before that, he had to poke his thumb and let a drop of blood land on it. The moment it landed, it shone for a fraction of a second. His rank and photo along with the name Roland appeared. The adventurer cards only showed your first name, but you could add a family name or a title there if you wanted. Roland decided on keeping his noble title a secret. For now, only the guild would have his full credentials. He wasn't the first person in this world that wanted to leave his past behind, and last names were associated with noble houses. The registration process is finished. Congratulations on becoming a bronze rank adventurer. As a bronze rank, you are allowed to take on jobs at the bronze and steel rank. It is advised to take jobs at your own rank. You will find the job listings on the notice board. If you fail to complete a job you take, you will have to pay a fine. This is how his registration ended, going quite smoothly and without a hiccup. He decided to take a look at the available jobs, taking the advice to heart about not taking jobs above his grade. What type of jobs can a bronze rank adventurer take? He started glancing at the papers. Luckily, they were all organized by their rank. Requesting a worker for latrine cleaning, 10 large coppers a day. Mr. Fuzzless has gone missing. He is a brown cat. Requesting help in moving furniture and other heavy objects. Searching for someone to cut grass. He narrowed his eyes as he continued going through all the bronze grade listings. They were all odd jobs that didn't require any fighting power. Maybe that's why they accepted me as an adventurer so easily. They expect me to do these shitty jobs and not actually do anything dangerous. Roland didn't want to spend his day cleaning toilets or cutting grass. He needed to get his level up fast and earn more money. After going through most of the bronze grade listings, he moved to the steel grade ones. Goblins have been appearing close to the farms and are killing the livestock. 5 large copper per goblin. Left ear needed as proof. He read and found a subjugation request right off the bat. More goblins, huh? Probably should stick to monsters I'm familiar with. There were other listings concerning monsters besides that. There was a nearby dungeon, but he couldn't enter it alone as a bronze rank adventurer. He would either need to find a party or get himself up to steel rank. He went through some other possible creatures he could hunt outside the dungeon and decided to stick to that for the time being. Think I'll go eat something first and then head out. There were also notices for bringing in monster deers and boars for meat. Guess you can eat those. He left the Adventurers Guild, identification card in hand. He wanted to do a small tour of the town, maybe find better lodging than that shady shack in the woods. Then it would be time for work. His adventure was only starting. Roland walked and walked. The place he was in wasn't that large. If he compared it to the cities from his old world, this was more of a small town. A large wall was surrounding the area and the buildings were closely packed together. These types of standard fortifications were there in place to protect the city people from monster attacks. Even in large kingdoms like this, there were certain places that were off-limits. Places with nasty monsters or poisonous terrain that made the area unlivable. After a long time of walking and getting his adventurer card, he decided to take a break at an inn. Inside there were a lot of people chatting and a bard-like person was playing on some kind of lute instrument. Just like the Adventurers Guild, this establishment's interior was quite large. There were many tables that already had a bunch of individuals sitting in them. He felt a bit out of place as he didn't know a single person in this city. There is some room in the corner there. Do I need to wait for a waitress? Do they call them bar wenches here? He wasn't really sure. Noble houses didn't really have any books about how the commoners lived. For now, he decided to wait and see. He could probably learn from the patrons in here on how he should present himself. He sat himself down at the free table and looked at the people. Again he was greeted by a colorful array of individuals. The elves were just as he read in books and saw in fiction. They were tall and slender with pointy ears. Their hair color was either blonde or white. He didn't spot any dark elves though. While waiting, a waitress finally appeared and gave Roland a curious look. "What will it be, little guy?" He looked up. The woman was quite large and on the wider side. She was wearing one of those wench dresses that made him think of a German festival. "Ah, I'll just have some water and something to eat. What do you have? For a charming little fella like you? How about some of the tasty porridge, or some grilled meat so that you grow big and strong?" Roland thought about it for a moment and ordered both. He wanted to test the food here out. If it was abysmal, he would try a different place. The woman smiled and walked away. He saw her move towards the bartender. The woman was quite loud, so he overheard the two talking. "One order of meat and some porridge for our young customer there." The man standing at the bar was quite large and muscular. He was even missing an eye and had a large scar in its place. "What, you got someone to order that shitty gruel? Did you blackmail him or something?" The woman frowned and tried smacking the man with the empty tray she was holding. "Shut your trap, you idiot, before I make you sleep outside again." The man grumbled and went back into the kitchen. Roland, on the other hand, was deliberating on walking out. He didn't like the sound of that. Could this porridge be spoiled? Well, this was quite bland. He looked at the empty plates. The porridge was made from some unidentified grains. The meat was just dry jerky. Nothing was seasoned, nor did it taste like anything. The food here was literally hard to swallow. Ugh! I'm already missing Martha's cooking. Is this what the common people eat? The whole thing cost him 7 large copper coins. So I need to kill 2 goblins to even have enough for a single meal. Guess life doesn't count for much here. I should have asked that guild attendant about how much I can get for a goblin mana stone. I'll ask her after I get this job done. He left the coins on the table. The large lady instantly swooped in to grab those coins of the table, like a hawk diving for a nice plump mouse on the field. He asked about the lodging fees and was said that it was 2 small silvers for a night, and 5 large copper coins extra if he wanted breakfast to go with that. He could also pay a monthly fee that would save him about 10%. I have enough money to last me slightly above a month of lodging. He needed to go hunt some goblins first. Killing 5 of those a day would be the minimum amount of work, though he would probably be starting with only 1 meal a day with that. And that's not taking any other expenses into consideration. This sword will also need repairing after a while. He frowned. This wasn't turning out to be such a dream job after all. He needed to start somewhere though. He was already used to slaying goblins and was already a L5 mage. He only needed 20 more levels and he already had the stone for the class change. The only thing I still need is a map of this area. He had the world map at his old home, but there were no city maps besides the capital and the city his family lived in. He headed over to a library and had to spend another small silver coin to get himself one. He made a mental note to check this place out later. Maybe there would be some new books to read. The more he read, the more his identification skill leveled up. Knowledge was power, and this skills level was an indicator of it. It's strange how that skill works. Why would general knowledge help me identify things I have never seen before? He left through the main gate again. This time he flashed the guards his new adventurer's card and was let out without a problem. Okay, these are the farms that have been getting attacked. The goblins are probably somewhere in that forest. Goblins were creatures that lived in groups. They had a strength-based hierarchy structure similar to some human tribes. The strongest member was the tribe chief. The leader was mostly an evolved monster, either a goblin soldier or a goblin shaman that was more intelligent than his tribe counterparts. I sure hope it's not a hobgoblin, though. I don't think I'd stand a chance. He wasn't planning on going to close to the monster base or doing a silly thing of clearing it out himself. No, he would just hunt some lone goblins in hopes of getting a free mana stone together with his kill. I should be careful. These goblins will probably be of a higher level than the ones they let me kill back at the Arden estate. Though they are still only goblins, even on higher levels they are quite weak. He checked his items again and then took out his short sword. He didn't bother to talk with the farmers and just went inside. The forest was densely packed with trees, but thanks to his smaller stature it wasn't too difficult to move around. This is when someone with a tracking class like a hunter would be helpful. He wandered through the forest while on his toes. He moved slowly while hiding behind the bushes and trees in hopes of getting the drop on the monsters. This proved to be the right choice as he spotted two goblins just lazing around by another large tree. There we go. If I only didn't need to chant this shit. Level 3 and a level 4. Should be fine. He could whisper the chants while casting, but that lowered the spell's destructive power by a notch. It would be enough for these goblins, though. His magic attack was quite high thanks to his high intelligence stat. Source of all magic. Heed my call. While performing the incantation, Roland thought back to the time of his spell training. He did a couple of tests, mostly trying to somehow circumvent those chants and incantations. He tried gathering the mana around him and through this body with the help of his skills. It worked great all up to the moment of shaping the mana ball that would be the bolt. Right at the end it always evaporated into nothingness. It just didn't work unless he chanted while manipulating the magical energies. It was as if the spells required two passwords, one being the chant and the other shaping the mana required for the spell. Mana bolt. The mana bolt whizzed through the air and landed straight on the goblin's face. Roland wasn't sure why, but his aim was quite good. Maybe his dexterity had something to do with it. The other theory was the number of FPS games that he played in his previous life. The goblin's head flew backward as if hit by a bowling ball. The small creature fell back and against the tree, blood gushing from its wound as it slowly faded away into oblivion. Gigi. The other goblin looked at his companion with surprise in its eyes, but soon it realized what transpired. Roland charged out from his hiding place, short sword in hand, and ready to deliver a killing blow. The other monster was slow to react, but it looked towards the charging 10-year-old and gave out a high-pitched scream. It moved the club it was holding up into the air, bringing it down on its enemy while jumping right at him. You goblins are easy to read. Roland skillfully evaded the attack and just jabbed the pointy end of his short sword into the goblin's chest. The moment the attack landed, the monster gave out a wail and started thrashing about with its club in hand. The youth backed off, letting the monster tire itself out before delivering the finishing blow. That's two. Not that hard. Roland looked down at the two defeated monsters. He was panting as the adrenaline pumped through his body. Through training and time, he had started getting accustomed to fighting monsters. From his perspective, a clear grasp of the situation during a fight outweighed pure stats. He pulled out his hunting knife and went for the ears, making sure to get the right one that the Adventurers Guild was asking for. He didn't feel any mana coming from these two dead bodies, which meant that they had no mana stones. This was one of the more useful uses of his mana sense skill. He could easily sense if a creature had or didn't have a mana stone in its body. Thanks to this, he saved a lot of time. Wonder if how other people do it. Do they just butcher each monster to see if it's there? Maybe they have some detection items? He squatted down and looked at the monster bodies. Their weapons were just wooden clubs and they had no armor whatsoever. He wouldn't be able to sell anything off them. I don't think anyone would buy stained loincloths. I should probably. His body jerked to the side suddenly, just in time to dodge an incoming wooden spear that came flying in his direction. He brought out his sword to defend himself and saw two other goblins charging at him. Did the screams from these two alert the others? He had miscalculated and remained here for too long. He was used to killing monsters at a safe location, but these creatures were tribal. When one of them fell, the others would come to help. The high-pitched battle cries that these little monsters gave out were to signal their allies. Shit! He didn't think that he'd lose to these two. But there could be more coming. He couldn't stay in this location for long, and his magic bolt spell that he used as a surprise tactic was a one-time thing before the battle. He couldn't use it while running either. If he panted during chanting, the spell would collapse. He ducked for the bushes on the side while the two angry green men chased after him. He wasn't sure how their tracking skills were, but they shouldn't be all that great. He was also faster than the two buggers. If he gained enough space, he might have been able to recast his spell. This class isn't good for solo leveling. He found himself running away just to stop and chant his incantation. When one of the goblins arrived before him, he would send a mana bolt spell right at their face. He wasn't concerned about being quiet anymore either, so his spells were packing a lot more this time around. This had the adverse effect of alerting more goblins to his location. Mana bolt. Another goblin fell. The mana bolt came from somewhere up in the trees. The other green midget didn't know where the enemy was. He looked and looked only to hear a human's voice echo through the tightly packed forest. Mana bolt, you little shit. The goblin chest exploded as a large ball of mana energy pierced through it. Roland was sitting on top of a tree and just chucking his spells at the dumb goblins. After ruing away for an hour, he decided to climb up a tree. Luckily, these monsters weren't too bright. Think that was the last one of them. Glad I have this climbing and sneaking skill unlocked. He used a new tactic of just hiding up in the trees and waiting for the goblins to arrive. He delivered sure hit kills from distance and disappeared the moment another monster appeared. Thanks to his sneaking skill, the enemy monster had a hard time finding him. Before they could react, they were hit by dense mana bolts. After waiting it out for 10 minutes, he finally decided to slide down the large tree he was hiding in. He hopped down and sneaked over to the blast zone. 5 dead goblin bodies were there. He had leveled up from killing all these goblins, and there were even some scattered bodies that he left behind while running away. I don't think it would be smart to go back for those. He grabbed the 5 ears from this group and even managed to nab a mana stone from one of them. He was tired and had wandered a bit too far into the forest area. This was the time for a tactical retreat. This is enough for today. I should go report and get my money. Then take a bath. Roland's first day as an adventurer ended. He managed to return to the Adventurers Guild without a problem, and the guards didn't bother him either. The same lady that gave him the card was surprised to see him at the end of the day, and with 7 goblin ears to boot. With this, he had earned 35 large copper coins from the monster subjugation quest. The tiny mana stone he acquired went for 4 small silver coins each. He had 2 more back from his training days. With this, he was 155 large copper coins richer. I can do this. The stronger I get, the more money I will earn. I'm not going back to that log cabin, or that stinky noble house. Roland clenched his fist tightly while looking at his coin pouch. He finally saw some light at the end of the tunnel. If he worked hard, he would be able to level up his class, gain money, and later achieve his goal of independence. A bunch of small, green, humanoid-looking creatures were shouting at each other. One of them was holding a large piece of meat that used to be a leg of some kind of boar. They gritted their teeth at each other until a larger goblin that had a darker tint of green appeared. The smaller ones, covered as the meaner-looking goblin, swiped away the large piece of meat for himself. It shouted something out and opened its large mouth. The teeth looked yellow and quite sharp. Before the monster could have its feast, something odd happened. A strange sound of something whizzing was heard by some of the goblins, but at that point, it was too late. A glowing blue arrow shot out of the trees and embedded itself into the larger goblin's neck. It had enough penetrating power to pierce right through. The tip was even poking out on the other side. The arrow made from blue energy fizzled out into nothingness soon after. The monster gurgled while not knowing what had happened. It could only flail its arms around before suffering from hemorrhage. Soon enough it passed out and died. The larger goblin's comrades started shouting and panicking, not knowing why their leader had died just like that. About 100 meters away up in a large tree was Roland. He was already chanting another spell while pointing with his finger at the next victim. Mana arrow. Another blue arrow shot through the air towards the small goblin encampment. Roland had scouted it out after spending quite a bit of time hunting the goblins in this forest. The second mana arrow landed on the next enemy, and he heard the female voice announcing that he had gained experience. I managed to get the leader on the first try, the rest are just small fries. Time to finish this up. He took his time finishing up the goblins from a safe spot. He descended only when the enemy numbers dwindled enough for him to engage them in melee range. The normal goblins didn't pose much of a threat to him at this point, and he knew their attacking patterns by heart. Now he just needed to pick up the loot and head back. The only problem was that he had to go to the Adventurers Guild again. The Adventurers Guild was bustling with people. There were various people of various races coming in and out of the building. Dwarfs, elves, you name it, there were even people with animal ears. Quite a bit of those people were focused on a small robed youth. This youth had garnered some fame for the past 3 months he had arrived in this town. Hey! It's the little goblin slayer. Did he wipe out a nest? I think he even managed to get a shaman last time. The people from the side gossiped while looking at Roland. He was one of the rising rookies here, mostly due to having a knack for killing goblins. Most of the adventurers didn't bother with those. They were busy with dungeon exploration that had more to offer than pesky goblins. Roland grumbled while trying to cover his face with the new robe that he bought. He didn't like the attention and didn't like to stick out. I've earned a strange title. It's even in my status now. Might suffer. So it's just a random effect. Titles like this could be earned by hunting monsters. There were various levels of titles, and some even gave bonuses to attack or defense. Roland took his money and left the Adventurers Guild, while the other guild members laughed and cheered. For some reason, he had become some kind of mascot to these adventures. They would shout out "Little Goblin Slayer" the moment they saw him, which started to annoy him. Whenever he shouted back, they would just laugh at him and egg him on even more. Treating me like a kid. He entered the inn he was staying at. This was the same one that he ate his first meal at. After going through the whole city, this one was the one most in his price range. He had rented one of the rooms upstairs for himself and was staying here for the time being. He was already high up with his levels thanks to the constant monster hunting. Roland glanced at his stats while eating some beef jerky. He also looked at the spells that he knew how to cast. He had made some progress there too. He had gained access to these spells mostly by leveling up. It was a strange thing, after he attained a certain level the game-like system would give him a prompt that he had learned a spell. The knowledge of how to cast it would somehow be inserted into his brain. He would instantly know the incantation and how to construct the spell with his mana. This wasn't the only way you got spells. You could learn some yourself, some people could even create them. The classes offered a limited array of spells that they could use. If he wanted more, he would have to experiment himself or buy some magic books that would explain the spell process to him. His mage class came equipped with 3 basic spells: Mana Bolt, Mana Arrow, and Mana Shield. He had learned the Ember and Mana Hands spell thanks to a book he had previously obtained at the Arden Estate. Spellbooks were extremely costly, so he was only able to get some rudimentary knowledge. The whole process of spell casting was hard to explain. The mage had to guide the mana outwards in a certain sequence while focusing on the spell formula. This spell formula was also called a spell circle. The mage had to perfectly imagine the spell circle while at the same time shaping the mana and chanting in sequence. This was quite the hard process that didn't allow for any of the steps to fail, otherwise the spell would sizzle out. Luckily, the Tier 1 spells were quite easy to master. The spell circles were just basic symbols and didn't take much brainpower to produce. This is why it was important to have a high intelligence stat that helped the caster with visualizing and recalling the spell circles. The Tier 2 classes and above were apparently even harder to work with. Higher tier spells required larger circles and even longer incantations, but this was where skills came into play as they lowered the strain on the caster's mind if he trained them. I gain experience by leveling up my spells too. The more I use them, the stronger they become, and the faster I can do the chants. In this world, you garnered experience not only from killing monsters. You also gained it by leveling up your skills and abilities. When he managed to push his mana bolt spell to the next level, he received a pop-up window with the experience. It was a lot more than what he was getting from killing monsters. You could even level up by creating items if you were a crafting class. I'm almost through with my first class. Which of the two should I pick first, the blacksmith or the scribe one? The closer he got to L25, the more he deliberated. He was leaning towards picking the scribe first as it was closer to the mage class. He would be ditching his magic skill tree soon, so he wanted to be done with it. If he switched to something like a blacksmith that had nothing to do with magic, he felt like it would be harder to get past the scroll-making class. Yeah, think that would be the better one to start out with. Probably easier too. Roland nodded while thinking back to a certain scene. That man was sitting there again. He had been here for 3 months already. By slaying the goblins and getting some mana stones from their bodies, he was able to get by on his own. This was probably something the Baron didn't take into account. At some point, he noticed that there was a certain man constantly watching him whenever he was in town. He is probably a guard sent by Daddy Dearest. I'm not sure if I should be happy that he cares, or afraid that they might drag me back home, and I just gotten used to this place. I might have to change locations. This was another thing on his agenda, leaving the city and setting out on his own. He was feeling good with himself. Fighting so many goblins every day had given him a slight confidence boost in his abilities. He feared that he would be dragged back. He was still a noble child, and the adults could easily overpower him if they wanted to. Well, not like that guy is even doing his job right. Even I managed to spot him with no problem. The man tailing him was quite bad at it. He only kept an eye on him during the day and while he was in the city. He never followed him into the goblin-infested forest. Roland theorized that the people at the Arden estate didn't want to spend too much coin on his tail, so they ended up with an incompetent one. He was even passed out drunk that one day when I came back. Wish my job was so easy. Roland had already chosen his next destination. This town he was in wasn't really suited for his needs. He was aiming to be a mostly crafting-oriented class. This city didn't really have that. It was a place for adventurers and had a dungeon, but there weren't really many places where you could learn a smithing profession. Most of the goods were shipped over from other cities that were closer to mines. The people working at those professions didn't like living next to an active dungeon. The monster-infested areas like the forest Roland used for grinding didn't help either. Yeah, the best city for me now would be Edelgard. It has the facilities that I need, and if I have a crafting class, I can get an apprenticeship. Roland was already bumbling around with his mage class. He felt like he would know many more spells if he was at some sort of academy and had a teacher. He didn't want to get hired by some second-rate blacksmith and spend years on leveling up. You could actually just level up by creating items, but he wasn't sure of the logistics of that quite yet. I can learn both of those at that city. It's renowned for its crafting classes. Just need to get those 5 levels up. On the next day, Roland headed out once more. Even though he had killed many goblins, the pay wasn't all that great. His leather armor was getting worn down and he had to have his sword repaired. While grumbling to himself, he moved towards the notice board, his eyes going to the iron-class job offers. I don't see any goblin notices. Did I get them all? Maybe they run away deeper into the forest. He was known as the Goblin Slayer for a reason. He had cleared out quite an amount of nests in these past 3 months. He mostly used guerrilla tactics of luring a small group out for slaughter. He used the tall trees and thick bushes to his advantage and even managed to level up some of his basic skills to normal ones. While Roland was contemplating his next move, a person moved over to him. The voice seemed to belong to a girl. "Excuse me, aren't you who they call the little Goblin Slayer?" Roland frowned instantly. He wasn't sure why, but that nickname ticked him off. The person who asked him was a red-haired girl. From the looks of her gear, she was an archer. Roland looked at her from top to bottom. coming to the conclusion that she was probably a young adventurer in her mid-teens. I guess that's what people call me around here. My name is Roland, though, he responded while grumbling slightly. The girl smiled and then continued with the conversation. Great. It's rumored that you are a mage in training. Is that true? Roland raised his eyebrow and kind of figured out where this was going. The girl didn't look dangerous or nefarious, so he just nodded. He could also ask the guild staff about any other adventurers if it was required. Yes. Here is the deal. Our party is missing one person right now. We could use someone for the back line. The girl pointed to 2 other people that were standing in the back. With the archer, they would make a group of 3, which was slightly small for a full party. From what Roland could see beside the red-haired girl he was talking with, there was a warrior with a shield and what looked to be someone who used daggers, either a thief or scout. The only peculiar thing about this was that all of them were female. Oh? Are you heading into the dungeon? The girl nodded. This wasn't anything out of the ordinary. People constantly formed new parties or exchanged members with others. Yes, we will of course do an even split for ways. He wanted to rub his chin to think. He was running low on monsters to kill, and he wasn't allowed to go into the dungeon by himself with how low his rank was. This group consisted of young girls that weren't probably much stronger than him, but he could very much use the help. He didn't really have a reason to refuse. He could also ask the guild staff about these 3, and if they weren't shady later on, then decline if they were fishy. Are you sure? I'm still just on my first class. The red-haired girl smiled and tapped him on the shoulder. No need to worry, we just need some backline support and you are quite famous around here. No need to be afraid. These big sister will protect you if something happens. He twitched a bit. He almost forgot that he was a 10-year-old here and looked like a little brat with some baby fat on his face. For the time being, he nodded and he and the red-haired girl moved over to the other 2. The warrior woman was clearly from the Goliath race. She was 2 meters tall and was quite muscular. Her skin was brown in tone and her nose looked like it was squished back by a brick. The other girl was slightly taller than he was, at about 160 centimeters. The moment he walked up, he noticed the large animal ears coming out from the top of her head, along with a bushy white tail in the back. Her hair was gray and her eyes reminded him of a wolf. She was wearing leather armor and had 2 long daggers strapped to her side, indicating that she was probably primed more for agility. The last girl was the redhead. She was taller than the previous girl at about 170 centimeters. She was wearing a really tight uniform. Around her chest was some kind of belt, probably to connect a quiver too. He is so tiny. You sure he can handle this, Rebecca? The large warrior girl looked at Roland while leaning down, her mouth showing off those pearly whites as she grinned. Hey! Don't scare him, Sahilder. I had enough trouble convincing him to come here. The third wolf girl didn't say much. She just gave him a glance and then sat down at the nearby table behind them. Ah, let me introduce you. The large dumb one here is Sahilder. The quiet one back there is Rune, and my name is Rebecca. You can just call me Becky. The 3 were peculiar looking, but they had some charm to them. They all sat down by the table and started chatting. So, our 4th party member had left out party. And I think you would be the perfect fit, Becky proclaimed while looking at Roland with sparkling eyes. Ha! You mean she left us hanging and run away with some guy? That damn harlot, replied Sahilder while smirking to the side. For some reason she looked like she wanted to give Roland a tug on his cheeks. The third lady remained silent while munching on a chicken leg. Is that so? Well, I don't have a reason to refuse. Saw you looking at the notice board. Run out of the gobos, huh? Little goblin slayer. Please don't call me that. Roland groaned while the girls smirked at each other. Before we proceed, I need to ask, is there any reason why your party only has women? Roland asked while Sahilder was the one to reply. That's easy, we just don't trust men. They always try to start something during the night camps. Hey, does this brat even know what I'm talking about? The woman made a circle with her hand and index finger and then started sticking another finger through it. In and out it went. She only stopped after Becky gave her a glare. Roland deadpanned at the explanation. He looked at the 3 but wasn't all that attracted to them. It was probably due to his mental age being at 30, These girls looked to be 16 and weren't really in his striking range. He was also stuck in the body of a 10-year-old, so that was also a factor. "But I'm also a man?" Roland replied while the girls looked at him. They promptly burst out in laughter. "What are you, like 11 or 12? Don't think you will be making any night visits anytime soon." Becky moved her hand over her mouth while trying not to laugh. "So they don't want to form parties with men as they try to climb into their beds at night? I'm 10, so they feel confident that I won't try to start anything. Seems logical. 12. Sure. Let's go with that." "Ho, so mysterious. You're not 11, are ya?" "No, I'm 12. Are you sure? Do you even have hair down there? This is harassment, please stop." The group of girls started laughing while they continued to chat. Roland also discovered that all there of them were on their second Tier 1 class already. Most Tier 2 classes had that requirement, so this wasn't something odd. He remembered that most people didn't have the luxury of having their ascension right after their 10th birthday. There was also a slight experience gain debuff to the second Tier 1 class. It also depended on the type of class and what it gave you. Combat classes had the biggest debuffs, while some lesser crafting classes could be leveled up the fastest, but they mostly gave subpar stats after leveling. They decided that they would leave after everyone prepared. They would meet up at the city gates after an hour. Roland didn't need much, so he just filled up by eating some more at the inn. He also checked at the guild and got the okay. The girls were a reputable party. The next destination would be the dungeon. A giant rat was standing and nibbling on some rotten meat. The creature was in some kind of corridor made of stone. Some torches to the sides were lighting the whole place up. Suddenly the creature perked up. It noticed something in the distance and gave out a high-pitched wail. "Mana arrow!" The creature couldn't close its mouth in time as a blue arrow made from energy pierced it. It came out on the other side and connected with the wall before evaporating into the ether. A group of 4 people walked up. In the front was a large muscular woman with brownish skin. She wasn't wearing a lot of protection, but her body looked like a marble statue. She was quite muscular and her abdominal muscles were popping out for others to see. Right next to her was a white-haired girl with pointy wolf ears. She was holding onto 2 long daggers, and as she walked you could see a bushy white tail following after. She was much shorter than the large person in the front, which made her stick out when the 2 walked side by side. In the back, there was a redhead wearing some brown leather armor and a bow over her shoulder. She had a full quiver of arrows and was just following after the other 2 girls in the front. Right next to her was the shortest member of the party, a young-looking boy with brown hair and green eyes named Roland. He was getting patted on the shoulder by this bow lady that had a broad grin plastered over her face. "Nice hit there, kid. Took that rat out in one go." This was the new party that Roland was part of, and today was the first day of their dungeon expedition. This was just the entrance area, so the girls wanted to see what he could do. He decided to use his spell that had the most punching power. It used up more mana than the basic mana bolt spell and needed a longer casting time. But thanks to his mana reserves and high intelligence, this wasn't a problem. His incantation skill was leveling up along with his spells, so they were getting progressively more powerful. It was only a low-level dungeon rat. That thing is weaker than a goblin. Nothing to be happy about. Roland shrugged while the group walked. "Ha! Think he is shy." The 2 talkative girls that were Rebecca and Sahilder laughed at the reply. Rune remained vigilant and walked at the helm of the party. She had the scout class along with the thief class. Roland could have sworn that he saw her sniffing at the air. Is she really a wolf? Maybe just a hunting dog instead. The girl was part of the beast race. This race was divided into various tribes that mostly stayed separated from the other ones. There were various beast races, feline ones, ursines, and even ones that resembled lizards. Even those had variations in them, like people that were closer in appearance to lions and ones to tigers. Due to the varied appearance that this race had, it was hard for them to get along. "It's your first time here, Roland. You might not know this, but this isn't really the dungeon area that adventurers like us explore." Roland looked at the corridor. It was wide to fit in a truck into it. They have been walking through a couple of those, which made him think that it would be one of those maze-like dungeons. This is why his eyes went wide as he saw light coming from afar. When the group walked out, they came out into a wide-open space that looked like a jungle forest. "Welcome to the real dungeon. This is the first floor," Becky proclaimed while holding both her hands on her hips. The forest area was truly gigantic. There was even something akin to a sun above them. Roland didn't know what to say. He didn't expect this from what he had read. He only knew that these types of dungeons had floors or levels. He imagined them to be more of a maze of corridors with slightly larger rooms here and there, but here we had a giant space that probably was a couple of kilometers in width. This is the first level of the Carwin dungeon. It's called the Emerald Wilderness. This is the hunting grounds for the steel-ranked adventurers like us. The levels continue all the way to the 10th. On that level you have to beat the dungeon boss. Though you have to make an appointment with the guild and be lucky enough for no one else to steal it. "Steal it?" Roland asked while stepping into the first dungeon level. The ground and grass felt normal, like he was stepping onto a real forest, but he could feel that the mana here was a bit peculiar. Yes, the boss takes a whole week to respawn. Some strong adventurer parties or guilds will hog the boss room for resources. "Oh, that makes sense," Roland replied, as that would probably be something that he would do. If it was like in games, the bosses probably dropped some rare items or materials. If you could hog those resources for yourself, you could make quite a bit of cash. It was natural for the ones on top to try and hog the resources for themselves. "You're quite chatty today, Becky. Showing off in front of our little goblin slayer here?" The large lady smirked while pushing some bushes to the side as they continued walking. The wolf-like girl was still in the front, sniffing at the air. The red-haired girl blushed a bit while glaring in the direction of her party member. Roland just chuckled while walking along with her. "Hey, I'm just being a good senior adventurer here. Enemy." While they were talking, Roland heard an unfamiliar voice. It was coming from the front and belonged to the wolf girl party member. It sounded quite cute and high-pitched. It also had a tint of drowsiness to it, making her sound sleepy. "So she can talk?" Their tracker moved to the side while Sahildra moved to the front. She was holding a rather large two-handed hammer that probably weighed more than he did. Everyone got into their positions, which consisted of two girls in the front and him together with Becky in the back. Some bushes in the front started rustling, and soon enough a monster charged out, going straight for the nearest person. The monster looked like a large boar. It was much larger and more muscular than a regular boar. Its tusks were thicker and longer. It also had bone spikes coming out from its spine. It gave out a ferocious roar while charging at Sahildra. The large woman didn't falter as she grasped her hammer with both hands and managed to block the monster's path. The boar beast smacked into the hilt of the hammer. The girl that was holding it buckled under the weight and slid backward slightly. Her muscles bulged out and Roland could see her veins popping out as she kept the beast from moving forward. The others weren't passive. While the monster was busy with the party's warrior, a dagger plunged into its side. The moment the monster looked to the person inserting daggers into it, an arrow lodged itself into its eye. The finishing blow was delivered by a giant hammer that shattered the creature's skull into pieces. Its snout released a spray of crimson blood that coated the nearby bushes as the monster died. The voice announced that he had gained some experience. You didn't need to directly kill a monster if you were in a party. The experience would be distributed among the party members. There was only one limit. The party members couldn't be too far apart in levels or tiers. A Tier 1 person wouldn't get any XP if he was together in a party with a Tier 2 person. This game-like world apparently had some contingencies against power leveling. Even if someone at Tier 2 or Tier 3 cut off the limbs of the monster and let someone of a lower tier perform the kill, that person wouldn't get any experience. It was as if the system knew how to distinguish between this. This was also why Roland also gained only 5 XP points this time. He didn't really do anything in this battle besides staring at the girls swing their weapons around. Due to this contribution system, people mostly partied up with others at the same tiers. "I guess that I don't even get a turn," Roland said as the 3 girls quickly took care of the enemy in a matter of seconds. He looked at the dead body with his mana sense and pointed to a spot at the chest before speaking. "It has a mana stone right there." The girls looked to the young boy and then to the monster. The wolf girl plunged her dagger into the spot he was pointing at and discovered that it was indeed there. See, I told you he would be useful. We can save so much time with this. Rebecca cheered while running up to Roland and giving him a hug. He felt some leather armor press into his face, which didn't feel all that nice. The girl also didn't smell all that great. The hygiene in this world was only a so-so. He just grumbled while his face was getting leather burn. He let the girl have her fun. At least he showed that he could be useful in other ways than combat. The mana stone was larger than the one that he found on the goblins. It was more comparable to one that a goblin leader would have. I guess the monsters here are stronger. Supposedly it has something to do with the mana density in these dungeons. This wasn't the end of their work. The archer and wolf girl pulled out their knives and started working on the monster's remains. Roland just watched with interest. He mostly hunted goblins and the occasional wild boar, so he never really bothered with the bodies that much. These more experienced adventurers started disemboweling the core and taking things like the tusks and the spikes that it had on the back. These tusks and spikes we can sell of later. They are used for some armors or alchemy ingredients. The leather can also be used. Becky said while cutting up the defeated beast. She had noticed that the youth was looking at the whole thing with attentiveness. We're not going to take the meat, are we? The girl shook her head at the question. No, this monster meat is quite tough. It would be hard to cook and it tastes like shit. Roland nodded, as that did make a lot of sense. Who would want to eat something like that? Still, some people ate monster meat. The meat from monsters wasn't toxic or anything, but was mostly hard to prepare due to the stats increasing the muscle density. They remained in one spot. The large lady along with Roland kept watching while the other two girls gathered the usable materials. After they were finished, Roland noticed that the wolf girl took out a black-looking bag. It wasn't that large, and this was why he was surprised, as the leather and tusks were shoved inside without a problem. Ha! First time seeing one? That's a special bag that has a storage magic enchantment on it. You can stuff so much in this bad boy. Rebecca looked quite smug as she looked at the bag. It was one of those spatial storage items that adventurers like to use. This one was painstakingly bought after a year of work by this party. Even after a year, the bag that the girls bought was quite small. The space inside was slightly below 2 cubic meters. I know about them. They are called spatial bags, or storage bags. Just haven't seen one in a while. He had seen some of these types of bags at the noble house. He didn't have enough time to nab one though. They were always carried around by the servants of higher status. He was lucky enough to steal that class-up stone and didn't want to push his luck. How much does one like that go for? This one? We were lucky and we got it off a retiring adventurer. It was quite a steal for 5 small gold coins. The bigger ones can cost 10 times as much. Even one like this mostly goes from 7 to 10 small gold coins. Roland nodded, as he also wanted to buy himself one of those for the future, but he didn't have nearly enough and was saving money for the future. The girls managed to get everything done within 10 minutes. Those skillful knife slices must have been the work of high dexterity and some kind of skinning skill. The group moved further into the dungeon. They encountered more of the same-looking boars, and this time around even Roland was able to chip in. The experience gained while actively participating was much higher. Source of all magic, heed my call. Let your strength be mine and protect which I deem worthy. Mana shield. A blue mana shield bubble appeared around the party's tank, aiding her in the defensive. The girls were a bit surprised, but the magic managed to stop the rampaging boar monster in its tracks again. The monster fell and Roland received his share of experience along with another mana stone that was embedded in a similar spot as before. The dungeon creatures sure have more mana stones than the ones outside. Roland thought while the girls gathered up the loot. Their storage bag had filled up and now some of the leather was sticking out from it. It would be unwise if anyone from them carried an excess of things, so they decided to head back. So ended Roland's first day of partying with the girls. His gains were higher than what he was able to achieve as a solo show, and it was also a lot safer. He didn't need to carry anything on his own, and the frontline fighters protected him if something happened. The only problem that he had with this was that he would have to give up on this way of life sooner or later. He was still aiming for that cushy crafting job in the future, as it was more promising money-wise. I didn't earn that much more than when I was solo hunting the goblins. This was also an uncertain way of earning your living. Sometimes more dangerous monsters could appear and you could just die like that. He was already lucky to have survived the goblin-infested forest on his own. Those girls don't seem so bad. They at least didn't try to rip the 10-year-old off. They also said that we would go down to the lower floor after I get used to their party dynamic. His new party was smart enough to not push ahead into the unknown with a new untrained party member. The red-haired party leader earned some brownie points with Roland thanks to this decision. They also divided all the money they had gained equally, and he didn't need to help out with the resource-gathering process. He also didn't need to carry anything around beside his own gear thanks to the spatial bag that the girls had with them. Well, might as well enjoy this while it lasts. Hope the lower levels won't be too hard. Roland was looking at some coins on the table. The numbers hovering above them indicated the sum. It was a number above 100 which would put it above one large silver coin. He then looked at Bar Wench snatching that large sum, leaving 3 large pitchers of unidentified booze behind. There were already some bottles spread out that were open and half empty. "What you looking at, Roland? Drink up!" Sahilder shouted out while she herself grabbed one of the large pitchers and started drinking directly from it. Roland wasn't sure what kind of alcohol was in there, but it was dripping down this muscular woman's mouth and right onto the table. He had been doing business with the girls for a couple of weeks now, and they were having a little party at the local tavern. He had apparently gotten through the trial period, and they now wanted to go deeper into the dungeon with him. "You sure you should be bringing a minor here?" Roland narrowed his eyes at the 3 girls. Even though he was an older gentleman on the inside, on the outside he was a 10-year-old. His party members thought that he was slightly older, and apparently in this world after you obtained your first class, you were considered an adult. There was no such thing as an age cutoff for drinking, so they didn't see anything wrong with this situation. "Minor? What's that? Is that some good liquor?" Rebecca asked while pouring herself a tall glass of the alcoholic beverage, then chugging down on it. Roland was amazed at how well these 2 girls were handling their alcohol. Even if he thought back to his old college days, he couldn't recall anyone being this much of a binge drinker as these 2. "I guess no one cares as long as they have the money for it," he grumbled under his nose, mostly saddened by the fact that he got peer-pressured into chipping in. He lost a whole 20 large copper coins that were worth close to 4 goblins. He suddenly felt someone's hand on his shoulder and spotted the 3rd party member looking at him. It was Reyna the wolf girl. Her face was all red and her wolf ears were twitching all over the place. She had an uncharacteristic shit-eating grin plastered all over her face. "Rlayand what ye dotine? Drink with Bing Shurs." She was already quite drunk and pushing a glass of booze against his face. The moment he got a whiff of it, he almost gagged. "How can these people drink this?" He started pushing the white wolf girl away with both his hands. But the stat difference started getting apparent as she didn't budge from her spot. "You sure are chatty today." He bobbed and weaved while trying to evade the smelly cup of alcohol. The wolf girl was quite persistent with her assaults. The other 2 just watched and laughed from the side. "Dis is a root of pajuj. Druink upu." She jabbed her finger into Roland's side, which made him open up his mouth. The wolf girl's eyes shone in a golden hue as she skillfully deposited the beverage into his gullet. At least that's how it looked like from her perspective. In reality, she just splashed the whole thing onto the young boy's face. Roland closed his eyes and spit most of the alcohol out, but some made its way down his throat. It had a familiar cheap taste, and also he could feel it burning his throat. "Bah! This is badly distilled booze." He was a drinker as any college student, but after one night of heavy drinking, he had sworn never to drink again. He had a criminally weak stomach and had to suffer each day after such events, so he had decided to just stop. Sahilder and Rebecca decided to join in on the fun. They held him tightly and forced more alcohol down his mouth. The 2 watched the liquid slide down one of the bottles as the boy chugged. "Hick! Drink up, boy! Men have to be able to hold their liquor. Hick!" The rest of the night was a blur. He remembered vomiting quite a bit while dancing with his shirt off on the tavern table. Some other people were cheering him on while shouting out his Goblin Slayer nickname. He woke up on the other day in an unfamiliar room at some inn. He was with the rest of his party members that were passed out. His head was killing him along with his back as he spent the night face down on the hard wooden floor while the girls were sharing one bed together. Woof my hiat erp. He held his hand over his mouth and bolted out of the room. He managed to run outside the inn door and then instantly vomited again. The people just gave him some side glances as this wasn't anything out of the ordinary. I need to get out of this city before those 3 idiots kill me. He wiped his mouth with his forearm and dragged his body back into the inn. This one wasn't the one that he was using, so he concluded that his female party members must have dragged him here. He couldn't recall much from what happened last night. He got drunk rather fast and it didn't take long for him to lose it. Guess I have a weak stomach in this new body too. He returned to the room that his 3 friends were. He was greeted to a funny sight of the 2 smaller girls sprawled out under the taller girl. Her feet were placed on the faces of Rebecca and Rune. She herself had her head dropped down at the edge of the bed that was too short to contain her whole height. He had a vacant expression on his face while looking at his 3 smelly party members. Man, they are even snoring. Roland didn't drink all that much and passed out fast. His party members continued drinking into the night. This was why they were still passed out while he himself was already on his feet. Roland's image of how girls were cute and beautiful creatures was shattered this day. The smell in this room was also something to remember. He grabbed his clothes and removed himself from the room. He needed to drink some water. There were also special potions to alleviate hangovers. He was just too stingy to buy it and would rather use the money for something else. He returned to his own inn and flopped on his bed, still hungover. He had noticed that he had gained alcohol resistance, which made him think that he could probably get some other resistances in a similar way. Do I really want to eat poison to get more resistance? The first thought was to eat some mild poison and get that. Having poison resistance could prove quite handy, but he wasn't in a safe enough place to test this out. He also would need to spend some cash on poison cures if he ever attempted it. He tried resting after drinking some water, but his stomach was still rumbling. He and the girls were supposed to head into the lower floors of the dungeon this day, but from his standpoint that would have to wait till the next day. To his surprise, he heard a knock on his door followed by the voice of the party leader. Becky. Hey Roland, why didn't you come to the Adventurers Guild? We were supposed to meet up half an hour ago. The girl burst into the room looking just fine. She didn't look like someone that had drunk herself to sleep the night before. They were going to meet up, but he had thought that the small expedition would be put on hold. The girls had other plans apparently. After getting forced to get into his armor and robe, he was yoinked outside and carried over like a sack of potatoes to the dungeon entrance by Sahilder. He theorized that the 3 females had built up alcohol resistance over the years and made a full recovery the next day. You need to learn how to hold your liquor, Roland. Don't worry, big sis will teach you. Sahilder smacked her chest with gusto while grinning at the smaller boy. Roland just shook his head side to side before grasping it with his hand as he still had a mild headache. I'd rather not. Let's just get this over with. Ugh. Don't worry. You'll sweat it out in no time. Rebecca smacked Roland's back while they headed inside the dungeon. The boy almost keeled over from the force behind it. The long corridor was infested with some rats that were quickly dispatched or they just run away. Inside the first level, they followed a route that they had been taking for the past week. It was very rare to encounter more than one monster at a time on this level, and the large boar monster was the only type that roamed this jungle forest. Mana arrow. An arrow of mana flew and collided with the monster boar's side. It lodged itself into the flesh and caused the beast to wail in pain. Even though his aim was a bit off, the creature didn't pose any threat to them and they defeated it in a matter of moments. Feeling good about themselves, the group headed down to the second-floor entrance. They were greeted by a large gate and stairs leading down. The stairs were 5 meters in width and everyone could walk side by side. Want to hear something interesting, Roland? He just nodded at the redhead leader while they walked down. He was starting to feel slightly better after moving now. For some reason, the monsters can't enter these stairs that separate the levels. If you ever need to run, be sure to head for the stairs and wait for us. The youth nodded while looking at the corridor. The torches lit up the area to the next level. Roland was wondering if they were magical in nature, as he didn't think anyone replaced them. They didn't meet any other adventurer party on the way to the second level, and it wasn't any different than the first floor as it was also a forest area. This floor is similar to the first, but the probability of more monsters appearing together is higher. While talking, Roland noticed that Reyna raised her hand. The party stopped and pulled out their weapons while waiting. The girl sniffed at the air and then pointed to a nearby tree. One there, and one over there," she said in a monotone voice while Rebecca nodded. She turned to Roland and while pointing to the left side. He nodded and started chanting his magic bolt spell at the enemy that was on the right. He tried pinpointing the position of the monster as he could see something green and slimy wiggling on the branch he was looking at. Mana bolt. The ball of condensed mana flew at the enemy and exploded after meeting its target. Roland saw the thing that he was aiming at exploding into chunks. The creature on the left side suffered a similar fate by receiving an arrow to the face. The two monsters slipped from the branches and Roland could finally see what they were. Big, spiky caterpillars? He looked at the corpse while using his identification skill. It gave him the creature's name that was Needleworm. The large caterpillar-looking monster was filled with spikes and the mouth part had some nice chompers. The blood that these creatures had was apparently green and the smell was also very interesting. Good going, those buggers like to hide and then throw themselves at you with their spiky heads. They also smell like Sahildra's armpits. Rebecca chuckled while looking at her party member that shook her large fist at her from the side. "My armpits do not smell." She narrowed her eyes at Becky and gave her pits a good whiff. She grimaced and looked back at the red-haired girl that was grinning from the side with an "I told you so" look. The girls spread out and went material gathering as everyone got back to work. These bugs were apparently one-trick ponies and could only fling themselves at you headfirst. Roland pointed out that one of them had a mana stone while thinking. This type of monster could prove troublesome if it managed to attack while they were busy with one of those boar types. "I guess this isn't a lower floor for nothing." He glanced at the bugs again. They weren't very resilient and could probably be taken out with his short sword. The problem was that they were leaf green and blended with the forest, which made them troublesome to spot. He glanced at the wolf girl and realized the importance of someone who could spot the monsters before the battle started. A scout might be even more important in the party than a mage. What good is firepower if you get shanked in the back? This mana stone is tiny. Roland thought while looking at the wolf girl pocket the small mana stone into the spatial bag. The expedition continued. Thanks to Reyna that proved to be the MVP of this dungeon run, they managed to slay every monster with low to moderate difficulty. If there were too many of those needle worms in one spot, they would just evade them. The party roamed around the second floor for a while before their spatial bag got filled up with monster materials and herbs. They were standing at the entrance of the third floor, the girls wondering if they should proceed. If we had another spatial bag, we could visit the next floor, but we are already full. Those monster spikes don't even sell that well." The large, muscular lady pouted while holding her large hammer over her shoulder. "Ha! You probably just want to test out that hammer of yours on the werebores, don't you?" Rebecca said while narrowing her eyes at Sahildr. "New hammer? Werebores?" Roland looked at Sahildra's hammer. He did notice that it was different than the last one, but didn't she already swing it against some of the regular boars? "Yes. Look at this baby. It has runic enchantments. I spent my monthly savings on this." The large lady hugged her battle hammer like she would a lover and even gave the square hammer part a large smooch. Roland cringed a bit at the display of affection before asking, "Oh, it has a runic enchantment? I read that those let you perform some spells." The girls looked at their young companion. The boy's eyes looked a bit wider and he looked interested in the weapon as he was inching forward. The large lady didn't mind and presented the large weapon towards the youth. He noticed that the metallic hammer part did have some strange symbol engraved into it. "It has a lesser impact rune. I bet I can make a wereboar's head explode with it. See? Roland understands how badass this baby is." Rebecca rolled her eyes at the display while watching Roland touching the part where the rune was engraved. The boy's gaze seemed vacant, as if he was really enamored with the weapon just like his warrior companion. This wasn't the case though. Roland felt like something was drawing him in. His eyes shone momentarily, and he could feel a strange attraction to the strange-looking magic symbol. He could see some glowing lines appearing out of nowhere and going in various directions. These glowing lines of light went through the entire rune, and they looked familiar. Before he could examine it any further, though, the wolf girl called out that some monsters appeared. Roland felt like he was close to discovering something important. This would have to wait, though, as his life was more important. The monsters that appeared weren't anything new, just two of the same spiky boar variant. I don't think that meathead will lend me that weapon to investigate. Maybe I need to start saving up. The battle soon ensued. Roland's mind was preoccupied with the future, though. He was close to reaching his cap, and then he would need to decide on his next class. More time had passed. Roland felt like his adventure was slowly coming to an end, as after about half a year, he had hit his level cap. Their adventurer party had ventured to the 3rd floor of the dungeon. They decided on not moving past this level as the monster attacks began to be more vicious and troublesome. The monster types increased, and with those the defensive tactics had to be changed. They couldn't just keep doing the same thing over and over again. The strongest monsters around that level were the wereboars. They were creatures with gorilla-like bodies and the head of a boar. Roland also finally saw Sahilder's large magical hammer at work. The rune was activated by her mana, and when she connected with the target, a small explosion would occur. If she timed it well, it was able to take out a wereboar in one hit, or at least incapacitate it. The problem was that it required a lot of mana that a warrior class didn't have much of. I guess a weapon like that is situational, have to make it count, unless you have enough mana to spam it constantly. Roland was sitting in the room that he had rented while thinking to himself. The candlelight danced around while the youth was looking at a piece of paper. He had a quill in his hand, and he dipped it into some ink. His digits moved smoothly as he started writing on the parchment. The words came out clear, and the penmanship was satisfactory. He heard the familiar voice of the system, and he gave out a sigh. He almost threw his quill to the side. His fingers were a bit cramped up from the hours of writing he forced himself to do. Finally, this took way too long. He looked at the stack of papers on his table. There were no comfy cushioned chairs here. The light was dim, and the room was windy and cold. He had spent months writing down characters over and over again before going to sleep, just to get this darn calligraphy skill up to level 9, as it was the requirement for the new class. Ugh, I'm afraid that this will be how my life looks from now on. He closed his eyes and rubbed the space between the eyebrows and his nose that was called the glabella. He looked up to the ceiling and watched the shadows dance around, while the candlelight was pushed around by the wind in his room. I'll have to tell them sooner or later. He thought to his party of misfits. He had spent some quality time with those 3 girls, and they were slowly growing on him. He knew that his stay in this city would be temporary, and he needed to move on. The place to train his crafting classes wasn't here. He wouldn't be able to sell his spell scrolls here that well either. He did his research, and no one would buy anything from a no-name like him. He needed to attach himself to some well-established company. Plus, you needed to actually pay for a permit to sell, which cost quite the penny. I wonder if they will force me to sign a contract or something. Could always try peddling at the market. Not. He shook his head while imagining sitting on a rug and trying to sell some mana arrow spell scrolls for the whole day. He placed his coin sack on the table and let the system count the coins. Not nearly enough. He started out well. He was making enough coin to even save up. Later on, the repairing costs came biting him back with a vengeance. His short sword didn't last past the 5th month, and his leather armor was already broken in a couple of places. He had to replace his boots and other various things. Adventuring as a bronze or steel-grade adventurer wasn't a high-paying job. From what he had gathered, he wouldn't really start earning more until he became a silver rank. At that rank, the better-paying jobs opened up. The requirement was having a Tier 2 class, though, so that was still a long way off. Bronze and steel is for Tier 1 classes, silver and gold for Tier 2. From platinum start the Tier 3 classes. Adventurers mostly ended up at the silver rank. If you managed to get yourself into gold, you were considered slightly above average. Anything past platinum was considered the elite and veterans. The number of adventurers at the highest class could apparently be counted on one hand. Those were the true titans of the industry. Even countries or empires would have to bow their head to individuals at that level. Adamantium, huh? Do you need to be tier 4 or 5 for that? I should probably forget about that. Roland had slowly steeled his heart about becoming a craftsman. He had fun with his new party, and fighting monsters was less boring than writing scrolls, but it was also a lot more dangerous. He didn't delude himself into thinking that he could come out in one piece every time. He could see adventurers dying in various ways. This was a serious and dangerous profession. Becoming a smith, earning some coin, and then finding a nice, voluptuous wife. Sounds like the plan for me. You don't earn as much experience as a crafting class while fighting monsters either. Roland rubbed his chin while looking at his stats. My mana stat is still stupidly high. I guess I'll be able to create a lot of spell scrolls a day. Read that the more mana you infuse into the writing, the stronger the spell will be. First I need to change my class though. Still think I should buy an item with a rune. He asked Sahildra about lending him that large hammer of hers. The woman didn't want to give it up, saying that she would only lend it to him if he beat her in arm wrestling or in drinking. He gave up after the first try. He had no way of winning in either situation, so he didn't even try. He knew that the woman was only teasing him and would probably give it up if he asked enough. He looked at some more runes afterward, but he needed more time to experiment. He decided to get an item for himself, one that he could disassemble. This wasn't something he could investigate in a short span of time. He bothered the girls about helping him find the cheapest item with a runic enchantment. For some reason, he didn't get the same feeling when glancing on items that didn't have runic enchantments but instead the regular ones. The normal ones were cheaper but were considered weaker. They also covered more surface area on the items, so you couldn't place as many of them on one. He was hesitating as he didn't want to just blow his hard-earned cash on a useless item. His curiosity was piqued though. He needed to examine a runic object. He had just enough to get a knife with a lesser rune of sharpness. It was an item that would be the most useful of the ones he could afford. He nodded to himself while thinking about his adventurer work. I shouldn't go to the dungeon before changing my class. I'll lose out on a big chunk of my experience. Just like before the ascension ritual, his experience would somewhat be saved over, but only to a certain point. In the long run, it would be a big loss in experience points, so he needed to change his class fast. I'll go to that log cabin in the morning, then buy that knife. Roland blew out his candle and went to sleep. The next day he got up early morning and was sure to eat breakfast before going out. He got used to the gruel that was served here. The bar lady even started improving on her recipe. The older lady gave him a wink after he finished up eating and even offered him some free water to wash it down with. Heading out early in the morning, boy? Roland looked at the woman. Her name was Hilda, and the bartender that was her husband was named Boris. He had been living in this inn for close to half a year now and knew them well. He managed to haggle the price down a bit. People that stayed longer and paid monthly were graciously allowed a 5% discount. Something like that. Have to visit the West Woods for something. I'll probably be back in a couple of hours. The lady nodded while cleaning up. He didn't waste any more time as he headed out. He passed by the gate guards that knew him well by this point. The two gave him a nod while he was passing by. He looked at some carriages that were lined up at the entrance and walked past them. His next destination was the log cabin in the woods. Unbeknownst to him, a certain person was watching. The figure walked past the gate guards and watched from afar as the boy disappeared into the distance. The person clenched his fist while looking down to the ground as if he was deliberating on something. He soon left not long after. Should I run there? My running skills leveled up past the basic ones. He deliberated but felt kind of lazy, so he decided on walking instead. He would get there within an hour, so it wasn't that bad. His basic skills were now able to level up to the regular versions. He even received a free stat point here and there after they evolved. Skills like basic sneaking would raise his agility, while basic swordsmanship his strength. He hadn't been on this path in a while, but thanks to his high intelligence stat, his memory was great. He remembered to follow the dirt road and even recalled that day while he was sitting in that carriage. Heh! I thought that guy wanted to murder me at that time. He laughed to himself while moving forward. When he arrived, he was greeted by the same log cabin. It looked even worse than he remembered. There was clearly no one taking care of it. Man, why would you leave a kid here alone? He crossed his arms over one another while thinking back to his family days. He wondered if they even remembered that he was living here. He didn't think that his siblings would care much about him. They avoided each other like the plague back in the day. He was glad that they all left after attaining their classes and only came back sporadically to the mansion. What was his plan anyway? Well, I should probably get my things and get back. No use staying here. He didn't leave anything inside of the log cabin as he had carried everything over to the inn within the first couple of days of him moving. He entered the wooden house. The wooden door creaked open. I'm sure there was one here. Ah, there it is. He grabbed a rusted shovel. It was in the same place that he had left it. This place looked abandoned. Didn't look like even bandits would ransack it. There were just old rusty pots and pans left here. The dust had piled up and made Roland think that no one besides him had visited this place in a long time. He glanced at the cabin one last time before leaving and heading into the woods to get to his hiding place. It didn't take him long to find the tree he hid it next to. Doesn't look like anyone did any digging. I guess it was the right thing to do. He hesitated about taking the class change stones sooner. They were quite costly at 2 small gold coins a pop. This was the price of more than a monthly income of a whole commoner household. Most people were only able to earn 1 small gold coin per month. Of course, if you were a high-level adventurer, a merchant, or a noble, then it wasn't such a big price to pay. I'm lucky that I swiped it. I wouldn't be able to class up this soon otherwise. I have barely half of that saved up. Roland smirked while finally managing to dig up the blue quartz-looking crystal that was used for changing your class. He held it for a moment before placing it into his pocket. He was done here. He placed the rusty shovel over his shoulder while intending to bring it back before heading out. He strolled through the forest and kind of underestimated the sheer amount of branches in the way. His shovel got stuck on some of the trees and he came to an abrupt stop. This was the thing that saved his life. The same moment he heard something flying in front of his face and embedding itself into the nearby tree. He looked at the item that flew and discovered it to be a throwing knife. It was still wiggling back and forth on the tree trunk. What the? He quickly became alert and ducked behind another tree. He could hear some rustling in the distance. Someone was there and he was trying to hurt him, probably even kill him. He gulped hard while tossing the shovel away to the side. He had come with this adventurer gear. He grasped his short sword but didn't pull it out from the scabbard just yet. Was it a goblin? I don't remember them sneaking up on people like this. It wasn't strange for goblins to use throwing weapons. The strange part was that there was no high-pitched scream following the knife throw. A regular goblin would charge in right afterward and not hide. It might even be some kind of evolved variant. I should probably escape. Don't know what I'm dealing with. He looked up to the trees. He deliberated climbing it but then gave up on the idea. That was a good tactic for waiting and hiding, but not really if you wanted to escape. He dropped down and started slowly sneaking away. His basic sneaking skill had leveled up, so he was now much harder to spot. His steps shuffled around without making much noise. The only problem was that he couldn't go back the same way that he had come from. His enemy looked to be coming from the direction of the cabin. He might have been followed here. I need to get back into the city. Ah shit. While thinking, he stepped onto a small branch that made a snapping sound. The moment the sound occurred, he could hear some rustling behind him. Whatever was there had started running towards his position. Damn it! He stood up and started running with all his might. His smaller stature allowed him to slip between the branches and the bushes, but in his slightly panicked state, he was getting scratched up. He couldn't see his opponent, but by the sound of his or her steps, he could tell that it was someone heavier and bigger than he was. Who is it? Is it really a bandit or a robber? He wanted to look back and see, but he was worried that if he did that, the person would catch up to him. He continued running, heading towards the main road. He wasn't that far away from the city. Maybe if he made it far enough, this bandit would abandon his robbery attempt. He continued running, but he could tell that the person behind him was coming closer. Even though he had trained his sprinting skill and running past the basic ones, the person behind him was much faster. In no time, he felt someone's gaze on his neck. He dodged to the side as another throwing knife flew past him. It grazed his shoulder and managed to cut open his leather armor slightly. Roland tumbled to the side. His opponent was finally revealed. The man was taller than him, at about 183 centimeters of height or close to 6 feet tall. He was wearing the usual black hood to cover his face. In one hand he had another throwing knife. To the side he had some kind of long, thin-bladed weapon. On further examination, it turned out to be a heavy rapier. "What do you want?" "I don't have any money." Roland left most of his cash at the inn. It was safe enough to stash it there. He was only carrying some pocket change and the class-changing crystal. Did he see me dig it up and now he wants the crystal? How did he know that I was even here? The man moved in closer while finally speaking up, his hand still gripping the throwing knife while ready to throw it. "Who said I wanted your money? Like a little bastard son like you even has anything I want?" Roland became confused. If this wasn't a robbery, then what was it? Then he realized something strange about how the man referred to him. Bastard son? Wait, did the Baron send you? Why would he want to kill me now of all things? Roland asked while backing away and keeping to the trees. Luckily those made it hard for him to get hit by those knives. "Heh, I guess you aren't that dumb like you look. It doesn't matter though. I have enough of staying in this forsaken town." The man finally removed his hood and revealed his face. This was someone that Roland was familiar with. This was someone that, after being here for half a year, he had forgotten. It was the man that he saw keeping tabs on him before. For some reason he was now trying to kill him. The two looked at each other. On one side stood a boy that wasn't even 11 years old. On the other side was a tall man with long chestnut brown hair. He had a bushy beard that didn't look like it was trimmed in months. His eyes were bloodshot, as if he didn't get a good night's rest in quite some time. "Wait, you're the one that the Baron sent to keep watch over me. He didn't order you to kill me, did he?" The man furrowed his brows at what Roland had said. He straightened out a bit while snorting, the throwing knife dancing between his fingers. "So you knew. It doesn't matter, no one has to know. There are a lot of dangerous beasts in this forest." Roland kept backing away while the man continued to approach. He was clearly going against his initial orders and wanted to kill him for some unknown reason. "Are you sane? Do you really want to kill a noble son? Even if I'm a bastard, I'm still a noble. You will hang for this." There was a clear rule against killing nobles. If a commoner attempted such things, they would be imprisoned and maybe even killed, even if the noble was guilty of a crime. The nobles liked to keep to themselves and didn't like it if other people took the law into their own hands. "Shut it, you bastard. Do you know how long I've been here? So much time spent just watching some ignorant brat. You were supposed to go crawling back within the week. Why do I have to babysit a little bastard like you? If you're dead, I can finally go back. I'll never become a knight if I stay in a shithole like this." Roland's eyes widened as he finally understood what this was all about. The man was hired by his father. He was probably a soldier from the army. He was ordered to keep an eye on Roland, probably to protect him if something happened. The problem was that no one expected the 10-year-old boy to last this long. He had no problems living in this town now. From this man's point of view, the short temporary job became a full-time thing. "That doesn't have anything to do with me. You can just quit. They could just hire someone else." Roland looked around while he was trying to find a good route of escape, but the man was much faster, so that was a big problem. "Huh? Look at this little shit. You think I can just refuse a direct order from the commander? If I return without a good reason, he will just send me right back or kick me out. On the other hand, if there is no reason for me to remain here anymore." The man grinned while licking his throwing knife. There was one thing that didn't make sense for Roland in that statement. Why was he not afraid of getting made an example of if he let his target die? "Wait, won't you get punished if I die? Weren't you hired to protect me?" The man just laughed while moving closer. "Protect you? Do you really think that man cares for you that much?" "No, I'm just here to keep them informed about your whereabouts. They never told me to protect you in any way. If you die, well, some people would even be glad. But I've already said too much." Apparently his dear old dad didn't think he really needed any protection. This guy was only here to keep tabs on him and to exchange information. The big problem here was that this man had some high aspirations. He wanted to become a knight. This wasn't an easy endeavor though. You needed to achieve a lot of military merit for that, but instead, He was stuck here not really doing anything worthwhile. The last sentence that the man muttered echoed in his mind. Did someone coax this man to do this? He made it sound like he knew who that person was. Maybe the man didn't go crazy after spending half a year in this small town. Maybe there was more to this than meets the eye. It was also strange that the man wasn't afraid of hurting a noble's son. Maybe he had someone backing him. Why anyone would want him dead was quite a surprise. He didn't think he had enough worth for someone to go out of his way for something like this. Roland moved his head to the side as the man threw his throwing knife. It grazed his cheek while slicing his flesh apart. The man charged forward, his hand going for his rapier. The pointy weapon's tip shone in orange light as he plunged it forward. Luckily for Roland, there were many trees to duck behind. The moment the tip of the heavy rapier was inserted into the tree, the area around the weapon's tip exploded. Splinters of wood shoot out into all directions while the man continued with his assault. Roland could only duck down and run, hiding behind large trees in hopes of getting away. God damn it, not now. One level in dodging wouldn't aid him too much, and the sound of the system announcer was just distracting. He was sure that there was no reasoning with this person anymore. His only way out was to escape. He didn't have enough time to chant a spell, as the man would use this chance to throw a knife at him or stab him with that enchanted weapon of his. It didn't look good for him at all. He wasn't even sure where he was going anymore. He was busy with dodging everything. Thanks to his smaller build and nimbleness, he was able to survive for now, but it was mostly thanks to the trees covering his escape. That is when the problem arose, as he found himself in a clearing with no trees around and only green grass. He bolted to the side, trying to get back into the forest and away from the wide open space, but before he could, he felt a sharp pain in his leg. He tumbled to the ground while groaning, a throwing knife stuck in his calf. Finally got you. Nowhere to run now, you little runt. The man apparently had more of those throwing knives hidden in his robe. Roland looked at his leg and quickly yanked the blade out. The pain was intense, but he was pumped so full of adrenaline that he could power through it. He tried standing up and running again, but instead, he limped forward. He was now unable to make any reasonable space between himself and his enemy. In a last-ditch effort, he decided to pull out his short sword while turning around. He got into his fighting stance and faced his opponent. Heh! Well, at least you have some backbone, kid. The man approached while grinning. His teeth shone off as he approached. Roland wasn't idle. He tried backing off while chanting a mana arrow spell. His own short sword raised in an attempt to block any incoming attacks. The man was too fast, though. He took a regular fencing stance and quickly plunged his sword forward. Before Roland could even react to defend himself with his sword, he felt a sharp pain in his right shoulder. The man jumped back after his attack went through, blood leaking from the tip. The spell fizzled out even before the youth could utter more than one word. You think a Tier 1 can win against a Tier 2? You never stood a chance, brat. We live in different worlds. Roland was baffled by the display of speed. He wasn't able to react at all. He had thought that he was strong for a Tier 1, never really having troubles against the goblins or the dungeon monsters all that much. Even though he was a mage, he at least thought that he could somewhat defend himself. Apparently, he was wrong in that claim. There was a big difference between Tier 1 and Tier 2, mostly due to the fact that a Tier 2 class received a multiplier to their stats. The moment they managed to get through the class up, a 1.5 times multiplier would be added to all of their stats. They would go through a qualitative change that would increase their power by a big margin compared to the lower Tier 1 classes. Don't think you can get away with this. Someone will find out the truth. The man stopped while pointing his rapier at the boy. The truth? You overestimate your worth, brat. No one cares about you and those 3 adventurer girls. I'll take care of them soon enough, hee. Adventurers get wiped out by monsters all the time. The man was really chatty. He had spent a lot of time in seclusion and without anyone to talk to. He just had to reveal his big plan like a villain of the week. As always, such behavior proved to be the downfall of most of those types. The moment he ended his sentence and was about to plunge his rapier into the boy's chest, he noticed something. He jumped back while an arrow whizzed past his eyes. Then, from another angle, a dagger came flying, aiming at the spot where the man had dodged the initial arrow. The man bent his body at an awkward angle and managed to stop his momentum and evaded this one as well. He propelled himself backward while turning, his eyes going to the spots that these two attacks came from. Who is there? It didn't take long for a small group of girls to appear. It was Roland's adventurer party that had came to his rescue. The first one to appear was the large muscular tank of the group. She charged at the rapier-wielding man while holding onto her great hammer, ready to split his head. Slightly behind her was the wolf girl. She was half a step behind her party member, one dagger in her hand, while the one that she threw was picked up along the way. "Roland, are you okay?" Rebecca was the last one to arrive. She ran up to where Roland was limping along. Blood was coming from his shoulder and leg wound. "How did you know I was here?" "Never mind. Be careful, that man is a tier 2. Probably some kind of fencer class." Roland shouted out so that Rune and Sahilder could hear him. He was worried that they would get themselves killed against someone with superior stats. "I'll explain later. Let's take care of this guy first. Can you fight?" Roland nodded at Rebecca while limping a bit. He grabbed a recovery potion from the side and drank it fully. The rest was poured directly on the wounds. He cringed from the pain. His wounds sizzled slightly and started closing up. The potions were slow working and it would take some time for him to recover. His HP was now slowly going up while the potion did its thing. "Why, yes. Just let me chant my spell." Rebecca nodded before knocking another arrow into her bow and firing it off at the man. Sahilder was about to get herself stabbed in the neck, but luckily the arrow forced the enemy back. "Damn! What are you three doing here? Why would you be here of all places?" The man's face contorted in a malicious way as he glared at the two front-line fighters that were circling around him. The large woman tried hitting him with the big hammer while swinging wide. Every time he tried countering, due to Sahilder over-swinging, the wolf girl was there to pounce from a blind spot, making the man dodge away. With the addition of Rebecca's arrows, the man was now having a difficult time. "Us three? Do we know this guy?" Sahilder asked while glaring. "I'll explain it later. Just focus on the fight. Be careful." Roland shouted out from the back. Rebecca next to him, as she was a bit apprehensive about leaving him alone. "Even if it's 3, a tier 1 is still a tier 1. The man raised his rapier up while standing straight. Sahilder and Rune moved in, the larger one moving from the front while the smaller attempted a backstab. Suddenly the man's feet started glowing in a green light. Before any of the two could deliver a blow, his whole body blurred. Gale step. The two hit nothing but air while the man used some kind of movement skill. His movements became hard to read and his speed increased tremendously. He appeared behind the wolf girl that had tried stabbing him in the back. From his point of view, someone like her was the first one that needed to go. D. He plunged his saber forward, aiming directly at her heart. The tip of his thrusting sword's tip glowed in an orange light while on a collision course with the girl's chest. Rune could only slightly turn around in an attempt to parry with her dagger, but she was far too slow to react in time. Before the attack could fully go through, though, a semi-transparent bubble of mana appeared around the wolf girl's body, and it took the brunt of the attack. "Mana shield!" Roland shouted out while trying not to mess up his magic chant. He poured more mana than usual into the shield to make it extra hard to penetrate. Even with that, it wasn't able to fully negate the fencer's attack. His thrusting sword bent slightly but then nonetheless managed to pierce through the magic shield. Thankfully, this was enough time for Rune to react. She parried the thrust, making it move slightly sideways while she herself jumped to the other side. In the end, she still ended up with a bloodied grazing wound to her shoulder. Sahilder was quick to aid her comrade in arms and tried to use her hammer on the fast enemy. Unfortunately, her slow swings were proving to be ineffective against someone much faster than herself. Luckily, she wasn't alone in her struggle. Even though injured, Rune threw her dagger forward. The man dodged like last time but had to activate his skill yet again just to get out of there. Blasted wenches! Even though the fencer hadn't received a hit yet, he was looking pale. Physical classes use stamina along with mana to activate their class skills. This meant that if they weren't careful, they would tire easily. Tier 2 physical classes were able to use some powerful active skills, but the cost to their stamina was high. This was also why the fencer was slowly getting tired, losing his speed that was his biggest advantage in this fight. Mana arrow. A shining blue arrow of mana flew directly towards the man's face, and as he was dodging it, a regular arrow approached him from another angle. He activated his skill once more while dodging this double-ranged assault, but only to be greeted by a shoulder tackle from the side by the large muscular lady tank of the group. Not so fast anymore, huh? You are pretty weak for a tier 2. Probably just went through your advancement. Sahildr snorted at the enemy who had misused his skills. Normally, a seasoned tier 2 warrior should be able to defeat tier 1 classes. The problem was that the 3 young women were already well into their second tier 1 classes. They were also used to fighting with each other in a group, so they knew how to cover each other's weaknesses. With the addition of a mage that could spam his spells for quite some time, he had met his match. The man had used up most of his mana while using his enchanted weapon, combined with no more stamina, and he was on the defensive. Mana arrow. Mana bolt. Roland had mana to spare, so he continued to cast his attack spells at this enemy. Rebecca, that was next to him, kept shooting till all of her arrows were gone. The 2 girls on the front line continued fighting while making sure not to let the dangerous close-range fighter approach their party members. The tide of the battle had turned. One of Roland's mana arrows finally managed to lodge itself into the man's thigh, taking away his biggest strength, which was his agility. He started cursing at the party of 3 girls and the boy. He was apprehensive about this loss and unwilling to accept it. In the moment of weakness, he finally fell to the large hammer that descended on his head. The strike combined with the impact rune caused the man's head to explode into many tiny chunks. The party could finally sigh out in relief as they had managed to bring down this tier 2 fencer. They had suffered some injuries here and there, but besides Roland's, the wounds weren't that bad. Finally, the bastard is dead. I need a drink, the large lady proclaimed while having trouble holding her large weapon. She, along with Rune, had used up all of their stamina in this fight, but it was worth it in the end. Rebecca was sure to help patch up her party members. The low-grade healing potions weren't all that great, so some required bandaging. Hey Roland, what was that all about? That guy seemed to know us. Rebecca asked while they all gathered over by the man's dead body. Rune was looking at it with a vacant expression and poking it with her foot, but she soon turned to face the boy, probably also curious about the man's real identity. Roland just gave out a sigh while limping some. He sat down on the grass before speaking out. I think I should probably tell you the truth. The thing is, the man that was supposed to be keeping his family informed about Roland was now dead. His cold body was lying motionless on the green grass that was now tainted with his blood and chunks of meat. Sahildr, his party member, had landed a devastating blow to the man's cranium, making it splatter everywhere like a ripe watermelon. The party was now reorganizing. Wounds were being bandaged and the man's belongings were being examined, while Roland explained his identity. So, should we call you Sir Roland from now on? Roland furrowed his eyebrows at the remark that Rebecca gave him. He had explained most of it. That he was a bastard son of a baron, and that he was here to make some money and make it on his own. He told them that this person was probably hired by his parent to keep watch over him, but for some reason he lost his marbles. He didn't reveal his theory about him being hired by someone else, though. He kept that for himself. He didn't want to worry his 3 companions, as he didn't think he would be staying in this city for much longer after this. Hey! It was only a joke, no need to look at me like that. Rebecca and the rest were taking the information quite well. He thought they would be more surprised or maybe even angry. He reckoned that most commoners wouldn't like being involved in the dealings of nobles. Those aristocratic types didn't have good reputations with the common folk. Mighty Lord Roland, the slayer of small goblins. Sahildr shouted out from the side while she leaned back against a tree. She did a little rough bow. He gave out a sigh while trying not to look at the idiot, and then he took the man's rapier. He examined it and noticed that it was indeed an enchanted weapon that had some runes engraved into it. It looked slightly more intricate than the weapon Sahildr used, and this was probably how the man managed to explode all those pierced trees. I think I won't need to buy that knife anymore. Well, at least Roland doesn't have a stick up his ass like most of those noble bastards have. Never get involved with those posh cunts is what my mom always said. The large woman spoke up while laughing. The moment she did, She could feel Rebecca's elbow in her stomach. Ah, Roland is different. It's fine, you're probably right. That's why I'm trying not to get involved with them either. He had to agree that the nobles in this world were a peculiar bunch. They cared about things like reputation quite a bit and also considered anyone that wasn't of noble birth not on their level. Still, they had a lot of money and prestige, so some would even kill if it opened the gates to noblehood. By the way, how did you even find me? Roland asked while looking at the red-haired archer, not really sure how they made this rescue happen. He had run towards the city gates, but even then, it would take them some time to reach him. They must have left sooner, so this meant that they probably knew where he was. Oh? We asked the lady in the inn about you. She told us where you went. Rune noticed some guy always watching you. Clearly an amateur couldn't hide his presence at all. But you seemed to know that, so we never asked. So, Sahilder then forced us to come here as she was really were. Blarg. Before Rebecca could continue speaking, she found herself in a chokehold from behind. The tall girl had wrapped one of her muscular arms around her party member and was now choking her out. It was a coincidence. The tall woman pulled Rebecca away while Roland looked at the two, one of his eyebrows raised. Anyway, should we bury the body? Or? Roland asked while looking at Reyna. The girl worked fast. She was also the one that always skinned the beasts and gathered up the loot. The man had some higher quality gear on him and also a spatial bag. His sturdy gambeson armor would probably fetch a nice price. This side of the forest doesn't really have any monsters, so we can't count on them to clean up, Becky said while looking at the man's spatial bag. She had wrestled herself away to safety and was now looking at the loot with sparkles in her eyes. Why do we need to bury him? Just leave the bastard to rot, was the opinion of their tank that was now trying to clean the gore bits from her enchanted hammer. Won't someone question us if they find the body? We did kill a man here. Roland asked while slightly confused. Were the girls not worried about going to prison? The man did attack them, but would the authorities see it that way? He was also someone contracted by a noble, so it wasn't odd if they took that side. Question us? Who would do that? Rebecca asked, not really sure about the problem here. Oh right. I forgot where I was for a moment. You're right. The guards won't really care about an unidentified dead body in a forest that much. He remembered the type of world he was living in. There was no police force that would come knocking on his door unless the person dead was someone high up. No one would care. His father would probably have to make some inquiries and pay out of his own pocket to even start an investigation. There was also the problem of this being the territory of another noble house. Would they even allow a lower-ranked baron to snoop around and ask questions? Even if they do, by the time anything gets done it will be weeks or months. Not like they can get any evidence after so much time passes. I think we should still bury him, just to be sure. Roland didn't think that any serious inquiry about this would take place, but it was better to be safe than sorry. Well, if you really want to get rid of the body, then there are better options. Reyna bag him. Roland raised his brow at Rebecca's statement, then just looked in bewilderment as the wolf girl stuffed the man's dead body into the spatial bag. He somehow fit inside. Apparently, if something was dead it could be placed inside. The enchantment that the bag had wouldn't allow living beings to be stuck into it, but dead bodies were fine. We can just drop him off in the dungeon. Either the monsters will eat the body or the dungeon will. The dungeons were a peculiar thing. Some theorized that they were living beings controlled by the dungeon core. Any killed living being, be it monster or human, would be slowly absorbed into the dungeon. Somehow the dungeon would receive nourishment from it, and this would allow it to produce more monsters for the adventurers to hunt. Is that okay? Roland scratched his head. The girls weren't at all distraught by what had happened. He had thought that killing a person would be seen as a more serious thing. He wasn't the one that delivered the finishing blow, and he understood that the man was someone that tried to kill him. Still, the whole thing didn't sit well with him. He would have to let go of his reservations, as this would probably be the best way of handling it unless he wanted more trouble. Why wouldn't it? Not like anyone will come looking for that guy. He was the one that tried to kill you, not the other way around. Rebecca was making a lot of sense, not like he did anything wrong. He gave his party leader a nod. Then it's decided. Now let us split the loot. But I see that you already took what you wanted there, Roland. Roland looked at the heavy rapier that he was holding. This weapon was a lot longer than his short sword, but the blade was also a lot thinner. It was clearly meant for thrusting motions and not cutting motions. It had a swept hilt which was quite more intricate than the simple crossguard that his own short sword had. Well, Becky just covered her mouth after seeing the young man fidgeting around while trying to hide the long blade behind his back. That's fine, you can have it. We can sell his armor, don't think it will fit anyone here. He also has a spittle bag, you go play around with your new toy. Let me check this out first. Rebecca said while Roland moved to the side with his eyes narrowed. While the girls were taking the loot, Roland started examining the enchanted weapon. He swung it around while holding it in his right hand. The sword was, of course, different than his previous one and required a slightly different set of skills. He looked over to a tree and thrust the tip of this rapier into it. He then injected some of his mana into the weapon. The moment he did, he felt the weapon reacting, and just like when the man did it before, the part that had the sword tip stuck in it exploded into many splinters. He felt his mana decreasing by quite the chunk. This simple magical effect used up more than his mana arrow or even his mana barrier spell. He lost close to 100 mana points, which for him wasn't that much as he had over 1,000 by now. For others it would be a large number. Pure warrior classes such as the man that was after him shouldn't have much above 500 MP even as a tier 2. This was something that he of course theorized by reading books and his own experience. He couldn't check as his identification skill wouldn't let him peek at other people's stats, at least not yet. Even with the added levels, fighter-type classes didn't have that many mana points, so he didn't think that he was that much off on his assumption. This was probably why that man didn't use his enchanted weapon all that often. After he tested out his new weapon, he got scolded by the girls that heard a loud explosion. It was time to go to the dungeon to dispose of the man's body. They went all the way over to the 3rd floor and threw the man's remains at 2 werebores that were happy to munch on it. Roland was awfully quiet during the whole corpse disposing process as he had many things to think about. He felt like some kind of villain who was trying to erase evidence. It didn't sit that well with him, but it had to be done if he didn't want others to be snooping around. "You okay there?" Rebecca asked while the 3 looked at him. "Huh? Yeah, I'm fine, just thinking about some things." "First time seeing a human die? You'll have to get used to it in this line of work." Sahilda responded while walking with her arms behind her head. The party was on their way out of the dungeon and just chatting. On the other hand, Rune just approached him and patted his head. There. Roland looked up at the wolf girl that was the closest to his height, just patting away. He still couldn't figure out what this one was thought about most of the time. He pulled his head away after getting treated like a small child, that he actually was. "I'm fine really, you guys don't need to worry. Still, thanks for the help." Roland rubbed his nose while lowering his head. In the end, these 3 had aided him without asking for much in return. He earned a couple of hard smacks to his back from Sahilda and a nod from Rebecca that just said that he didn't need to worry about it. After returning to the city, they split. The girls headed out to get rid of the man's belongings while Roland retired to his room. He flopped onto his bed face first and gave out a sigh. He recalled the battle that he just went through, but in reality, he felt like he didn't do much himself. He spent the first half running away and getting stabbed in the shoulder and his calf. The low-quality potions weren't able to close those wounds fully, so he was still hurting. "I just run away. If the girls didn't show up, I'd be 6 feet under." He remained on the bed. After the adrenaline left his body, he felt really tired. The stress from the encounter that was keeping him on his feet slowly faded away and he fell asleep. It was still the middle of the day though. He had left early in the morning and the whole event only took a couple of hours. After the little nap, he rolled over, his eyes wide open as he started to decide on his next move. "Well, at least now I have a runic weapon." He jumped off his bed and went over to his wooden table. He placed the heavy rapier on it and the crystal that was used to change his class next to it. "I feel like I should try examining this rapier before using the stone. It's related to runes and I am aiming to be a runesmith. It probably won't hurt if I play around with it." Ever since seeing Sahilda's enchanted hammer, He started getting more interested in this craft. What were runes really, and how did they even work? The books at the Arden estate didn't have much information about them at all. They only had some basic theories that everyone knew. If you wanted anything more specific, you needed to get yourself accepted into a magic academy or spend a lot of coin on research material and magic books. He moved his eyes closer to the bladed tip. The runes were concentrated on that spot, and they looked like strange symbols. From his previous tests, he knew that this runic enchantment made the tip explode things from the inside. It would somehow produce a concentrated blast of energy at the blade's tip. There was more than one runic symbol on it, but they were fairly large in scope and easy to examine. He focused on those symbols and he started seeing tiny lines just like before. For some strange reason, the moment he focused on the runes, his vision got enhanced and it felt like he was looking through a magnifying glass. He could clearly see those tiny lines just like last time. The closer he looked, the more of them he discovered. For some reason, they looked quite similar to electrical pathways on circuits that were also known as traces. Interesting. They went all throughout those runic symbols and even connected with each other as if forming one closed circuit. After further examination, he noticed that the traces were lighting up in various colors. There were red ones, blue ones, and green ones. What if I activate the rune with my mana? He proceeded with the first test. He gently injected his mana into the weapon. He opened up his eyes wide as he tried not to miss anything. His blue mana entered the rune and started moving through those small pathways with quite the speed. The moment his mana reached the end of this runic circuit, the effect on the tip of the sword was activated. He made sure to hold the tip up without pointing it at himself or anything. The small controlled explosion occurred just like before. Luckily, unless the sword was inserted into something, it didn't do all that much damage and the range wasn't great either. He noticed some interesting things after doing this test. The mana is moving through the green and red paths but not through the blue ones for some reason. Also these blue paths. He blinked a couple of times as he tried thinking about not seeing these lines. The moment he did, he saw the fluorescent lines that were over the runic pathways vanish as if he deactivated a skill. The moment he did that, he noticed that the blue lines that he saw weren't actually going over any of those pathways as the red and green ones did. Wait, could it be that? But why? He had a sneaking suspicion of what this all meant. First, he glanced on his mana pool. After subtracting what he used up from activating the weapon and taking his mana regeneration into account, he still had less mana than anticipated. He clearly was losing some mana while looking at those runic symbols. This meant that he was subconsciously activating some kind of skill or spell effect. He started looking over his spells and skills. He finally ended up with two that could be the culprit. Debugger or circuitry skills. If those lines are what I think they are, then it's probably the debugger skill. But are runes considered some type of computer program? Or circuitry? Maybe some strange mix of them both? Is it also responsible for that zooming in? Aren't those passive skills? Why am I losing mana? He wasn't sure, but it seemed that the red lines were something his debugging skill was showing him. It was probably presenting him faulty pathways that the rune had in itself. The green ones were the correct pathways that were already put in place, and the blue ones were the right ones that the red ones should probably be changed into. The runes also had other components besides these pathways. The blue lines probably showed the most efficient way to place those traces. I wonder if you rearrange those pathways if the efficiency of this rune would change. Maybe the power would also go up a notch. He was quite into it now. The problem was that he didn't know how to actually change this rune. He decided to grab a pen and paper and draw the improved version on it. Thanks to his calligraphy skill training, this wasn't really hard, but besides those runic pathways, there were components akin to transistors, resistors, capacitors, and various others. For now, he decided to just redraw the whole schematic with the improved version. If he focused, he could make the red pathways disappear, and this allowed him to follow the correct diagram. His quill moved slowly and precisely. He was so focused that he didn't even notice that this drawing took him multiple hours to make. He was so concerned about making a mistake that he did everything as slowly as possible. After finishing up, he grasped the paper with both his hands and looked at the finished product. His debugging skill was activated and he could see everything lighting up in green. This indicated that he had managed to produce the correct rune diagram. He nodded to himself and placed the paper down on the desk, but the moment he did, he heard the voice of the world system speaking out. What? Roland stared spaced out for a moment after hearing those notifications. He quickly brought up his status window to look at his new title, not really sure what it was all about. Understand my ass. I just redrew what my skill was showing me. Does this title even give me anything? Roland rubbed his chin. It seemed that creating a schematic was all that he needed to do. Maybe the system mistook his understanding of circuitry and computer programming as knowledge of runes? If so, then he might have been on to something. That 1,000 experience points, though. Will I get just as much if I redraw other runes? That amount of experience points wasn't small at all. He would probably jump a couple of levels instantly if he had switched classes beforehand. He knew that he would lose out on some of those points after changing classes now, but part of the XP would be carried over. Think I'll be losing half of them. Shame. Still, this is a great discovery. This was something unprecedented. His debugging skill had given him an easy way to earn more experience and do it fast. He only needed to get his hands on some magical items. He then would be able to create improved schematics, which in turn would give him more experience. His skill allowed him to see every rune as a diagram. It even fixed any faulty pathways or misplaced components, shifting them into the correct places. The biggest problem would be actually acquiring the runes. They cost a hand and a leg. I wonder if I could sell those schematics or create some my own. He knew that knowledge about crafting and creating runes was a trade secret. Other people would never disclose those as their livelihood depended on it. He now had a way of producing complete rune diagrams, which meant that he wouldn't even need to look for a teacher or master for such things. He might even be able to sell those schematics for a large sum of money later on in his career if he ever needed the funds. Okay, I think I'm getting ahead of myself here. I have no idea how to even create a rune even with this schematic. Still need to change my class to Mana Scribe to be able to actually put magic to paper. He calmed himself down. He now felt that his future as a runesmith might be rosier than previously he expected. Still, he needed to actually get to that Tier 2 class before he could even do anything with these rune schematics. He also noticed that without having to even look to that diagram that he just made, he could probably redraw it from memory. He attributed that to his fast learning and knowledge retention traits that he had gained by possessing this youth's body. He continued fiddling around with the runic rapier, but even after glancing at it from all sides and injecting more mana, he didn't find any more uses for his skills. Maybe if I understand more about runes, there will be other things I can do with this skill? He looked outside and it was already dark. Most people were asleep. He glanced over to the crystal that allowed people to change their classes and then nodded. He had tested out the runes as he previously intended, so now was the time to change his class and get to work. Well, here goes nothing. He activated the crystal and found himself back in his old apartment building once again. He was down on the first floor just like before. Time to go up. He walked up all those stairs to his apartment room. The inside looked as bad as it always did. He tested the windows again, but they wouldn't budge, and the outside looked like the empty void as it did before. No changes here. Time to check if I can actually change my class. If not, then I might as well go back home and become a butler. He was slightly worried that there might be another error. He got that strange 0 elemental affinity after getting his first class. There could be another mishap with this strange system that would keep him from advancing yet again. He waited for the Windows screen to boot up. He then hovered his mouse cursor above the familiar icon that was used for class changing. He waited a moment before clicking the icon, scared of what he might find there. Finally, he mustered up the courage to go forward and clicked it. He was greeted to a familiar image of a tiny pixel art version of himself in a mage robe. The image had the usual 3-frame walking cycle as before. Heh! There is a lot of them this time. Previously there was only one arrow pointing to his mage class. Now there were a lot of them. He hovered the mouse over one of those pixel sprites as he was unsure of what classes they were. The moment he hovered over one, there was writing on top of it. He could see the usual Tier 1 classes becoming available. There was the warrior, the archer, even the blacksmith class that he was going to take on the next try. There were mostly filled with the basic of basic classes that you only needed a certain amount of stat points to reach. He finally managed to find the Mana Scribe one, but there was a nice surprise waiting for him. Huh? There is a runic Mana Scribe. Is it a variation of the regular Mana Scribe class? He tried recalling the books that he read in the past that described the way to get him to the runesmith class. There was no mention of a runic Mana Scribe class, or of any other way of getting his desired Tier 2 class. This might have been a secret class, and he had a theory on how he was now able to select this class. Runic Scholar title, that must be it. He was quite sure that it had something to do with it. The books did describe classes that required certain titles to unlock, and this was probably one of them. The only other explanation that could also be true would be his debugging skill or his circuitry skill. The system already thought that they were related to runes, so it wasn't that far of a stretch. Maybe it's even the three combined. Roland hovered with the mouse on that runic Mana Scribe class, but it wasn't giving him any info besides the name. From the way it was named, he could deduce that it was focused on runes. It could also give him some bonuses to creating spell scrolls. He could also create rune schematics from other runes, which meant he could produce higher caliber spells while being at a lower class. But these names, wouldn't just Rune Scribe or Runic Scribe be better? Why make it so unnecessarily long? He shook his head at the naming sense of the person responsible for this and then steeled his resolve. The first class was a freebie, but this one had some kind of test behind it. Could be anything simple from making a horseshoe when choosing a blacksmith class, to fighting some monsters in a closed room when going with a fighter class. He went over the classes again before choosing. He was mostly interested in the magic-related ones. He actually did find some interesting choices he could go with, like a Mana Warrior and a Mana Archer class. The requirements were probably having a mage-related class along with all the basic weapon proficiency skills that he had previously unlocked while he was training for the past 5 years. His adventurer sense tingled as he wondered what it would be like to be a magic swordsman, but then he remembered. He remembered that if he actually wanted to progress past a Tier 2 hybrid melee and magic class, he would need an advanced magic class as well. At most he could hope for some lesser choices that might even be worse than a regular Tier 3 warrior. He gave out a sigh after remembering that he had to bring himself back to reality. He already found a hidden class related to runes. This was probably the best choice. The Mana Scribe class was also a popular choice for mages as their second Tier 1 class before going for an elemental mage at Tier 2. There were other choices like a ritualist that lead to a Tier 2 thaumaturge and then into a Tier 3 warlock. There were other various options that gave you a wizard class or a sorcerer class. Each of those differed in the way they utilized their spells, and some were race or bloodline specific. If I go by its name, this class probably has all the bonuses of the previous one. So it is probably a better version, though that could mean that the trial for it could be harder to pass. He gulped before finally clicking on the runic Mana Scribe class sprite. The book he read before described the process of getting the Mana Scribe version of the class. In it, he would have to use his mana to inscribe one of his basic spells to paper. The ability to do so would be somehow given to the person taking the test. If the person had the aptitude, they would pass without any problems. If you tried doing it with no talent, then you would probably fail. If you failed, the knowledge of the skill would be forgotten. The VR headset that he previously used popped out once more, and he didn't hesitate to put it on. He was greeted by a flash of light, then a quick scenery change. He was sitting in a chair in front of a large desk that was at an angle. There was a large empty parchment laid out on it. To the side, a white quill resting in an ink bottle. The room that he was in looked like the inside of a medieval castle. There were various books spread on bookshelves to the sides, and right in front of him was a large hourglass. It was at least 2 meters tall, and the sand was already slowly going down. That's probably the timer. It was one of the time trials. He would probably fail if he didn't manage to complete whatever he had to finish before all of that sand fell. He quickly looked at the closest things. There was a quill and a large piece of parchment there. He probably needed to write something there. Scribe class. Need to write something down here. But what? He looked around and spotted a red book right on top of the desk. The cover was quite intricate, and it had a drawing of a rune on it. He took it into his hand and started reading, his eyes moving between the pages rapidly. This It's the instructions describing a lesser fire orb rune onto a spell scroll. Thanks to his high intelligence and added memory traits, he was able to breeze through the entire book within a couple of minutes. He had also gained a reading proficiency skill by going through the Arden Estate Library, which allowed for faster reading and comprehension. The book described the basics of runic scribing, how you needed special ink, and special parchment that was made from monster skin, or other materials that could retain magic, to even be able for the process to take place. It described the theory behind focusing your mana onto the quill's tip and pushing it into the magical ink. The ink had certain properties that were required for the scribe's mana to be transcribed to paper and make the runic symbols function. This wasn't the hard part, that was to actually get the runic diagram the way you were supposed to. He had seen how intricate the lesser detonation rune was, the whole diagram that he drew of it fit on a large sheet of paper. He had to fit a similar diagram of this lesser fire orb rune on this parchment, but it had to be much smaller to make it work. Luckily, this rune was less complex than the detonation rune. He couldn't just trace the large schematic in a 1-to-1 ratio, no, he had to make it small. He needed to guide the magical ink with the quill, making many tiny mana pathways between all of the components. These components were the rune parts. In this particular runic spell diagram, there were 3 main ones. There was the basic fire rune that was the center of it all. Then there was the runic part that shaped everything into an orb, followed by parts that regulated the mana flow and made sure that the spell didn't collapse onto itself or explode. The last part was considered a type of control rune that was responsible for the spell's program. Wait, these parts are similar to logic gates, logic circuits? Do runes use binary? He could tell that the components in these runes had a striking resemblance to circuitry parts, like transistors, resistors, and more complex chips. They differed from the ones he knew by the fact that they were made from magic ink and not from physical components. These chip-like sections had things similar to logic gates in them. Interesting, I think my circuitry skill is helping me understand these runes better. Though I don't think I need to understand this just yet. I just need to copy the schematic onto the paper now. This was quite more complicated than he had expected. Regular mana scribes only needed to write down the incantations from the normal spells without much worry. The only real problem was running out of space on the spell scrolls. He actually needed to redraw the schematic and make it fit into a small rune that looked like a symbol. The runes possessed a maximal size. If they were too big, they wouldn't work. He had achieved the temporary skills that were needed to pass this test. A normal mana scribe would only gain the first skill, but this was an advanced version of this class, so he also achieved something related to runes. I should start. Time is running out. He had finished the book and now was the time to act. He was always better with practical things than with theory, so he decided to test his skills and put quill to paper. He dipped his quill into the dark magical ink while focusing. The black liquid stuck to the tip like glue and let itself be guided to the large yellowy parchment. Roland took in a long deep breath before focusing on the task at hand. The tip of his quill hovered a fraction of a millimeter above the piece of large parchment. He started moving his hand, but he did it very slowly. The ink started slowly pouring onto the parchment while guided by his mana. The ink split into many tiny magical pathways that inscribed themselves onto the magical paper while guided by his mana. Slow and steady. His forehead started sweating as he concentrated. It was really difficult to guide this ink in the correct way. He would only know if he managed to do it correctly at the end, and his debugging skill didn't help him either. It could only pick up mistakes on an already created diagram or schematic, not during the process of inscribing. A couple of minutes felt like an hour as he continued to pour his heart out onto the paper. This was never meant to be easy, and he never tried it before, but thanks to his stats he was slowly doing it. His large mana pool allowed him to be frugal with it, and his traits helped him keep focus. He was slowly moving his hand while writing the runic symbols. It looked as if he was writing 3 large letters, but in reality, the magical ink was getting pushed into the parchment, creating many tiny magical pathways and other various components. That would make the whole magical rune function after a person inserted their mana into them. When the hourglass was about half empty, he was finished with his scribbles. This was also when finally his debugging skill was activated, and also why he looked distressed. Most of it was red. The symbols and the pathways with the various components weren't looking up to par. The piece of parchment glowed after he was finished with his first attempt. It shone with crimson light. A glow of red rose up as if trying to form into a round shape. The spell fizzled out before it could be completed, and the runic pattern of the magical paper vanished, indicating that the spell didn't form and that he had failed. Shit! He looked at the hourglass again. It was now past the halfway point, and he probably only had one more try to make this work. Okay, I can do this. The skill showed me where I went wrong. Just have to remember it. He closed his eyes and recalled the finished product. He could see it like a photograph in his mind, covered in red, blue, and green lines. He opened his eyes wide and went back to scribing. He still had some mana to spare. The second attempt was taking him even longer. He was afraid to blunder and fail, wasting a big chunk of money in the process. He tried not to look at the sand that was falling, afraid of getting distracted, but also worried that it would run out if he didn't hurry. With the last ounce of his mana points, he managed to finally finish. This runic spell didn't look like much. It consisted of 3 symbols. One was responsible for the fire rune, the second for the shape of the orb, and the last one for its discharge and control. There were many other hidden components, but after the magical ink dried, all of those could not be seen by the naked eye. The piece of magical paper shone once more. It was much brighter this time around. Tiny wisps of red light moved upwards and compressed themselves into a small orb. This orb was quite small and looked more like marble, but it was clearly radiating heat. Did I do it? He looked up at the hourglass and saw the last grain of sand sliding down. Everything blurred afterward, and he found himself back in his inn, down on the ground as he had fallen off his chair. Shit, did I fail? Did the time run out? He quickly brought up his status screen and checked his class. It's there. He had also gained some class-related skills to boot. Roland sprawled out on the floor, quite tired from his first-class change. He came unprepared but managed to somehow power through it. He would remember this blunder and prepare more when the time came. For now, he just wanted to sleep. I'll check everything out in the morning. Too tired. Roland awoke at the crack of dawn. He had passed out after attaining his new class and was now a runic mana scribe. His back was killing him as he didn't make it to his bed last night. He arose from the floor while grasping his neck. Is this how old age feels like? He grunted like an old man while standing up. The sun was just rising, so he probably had some time before any breakfast would be served at the inn. His thoughts turning to the girls as he wondered if they managed to sell the loot of the fencer that attacked him. In yesterday's encounter, he was almost murdered by some musketeer wannabe. Luckily, his party members had managed to save him in the nick of time. This made him consider leaving the city while he was still in one piece. The words that the man said were still bothering him. He mentioned someone being glad if he was dead. That could have been a random sentence he construed, even a taunt, but could also mean that he was hired to do it. The first person that popped into his mind wasn't his father but the third sibling. He was never liked by the third son, mostly due to the fact that they both came from mistresses. He didn't think that his brother had it in him to go through with such a thing, nor was he smart enough or had the funds. There were also his other 2 siblings, but he didn't think they saw him as a threat. He was the 4th son, and his mother wasn't even a mistress of the house. He had no claim to the estate whatsoever unless all of his other brothers died or his father announced him as the heir, which would never happen. Were they afraid that he would become strong and claim their lives or something? That doesn't make any sense. But I guess people have killed for less before. He didn't think that it was his father. If he was angered about him staying here, he would probably just send an order for him to come back. The other suspects were the 2 wives. They also could have it out for him. They could see him as a threat against their sons if he ever managed to stand out. He didn't think that he was standing out too much. He wasn't even going to that magic academy or the night academy. Roland then wondered if there could be another person that might want him dead, but he couldn't think of anyone else. He didn't really interact with anyone back in the Arden estate to cause any long-lasting grudges. He had 2 options: stay here and wait it out, or use the chance of his tail being dead and leave. I got my class. I got some coin. I even have a way to quickly level up now. No reason to stay here. He glanced at the 3 new skills that he had obtained. 2 were for scribing. The first one was probably the one that you got if you were a common mana scribe, but he also had a second one just for runes. He knew that if he wanted he could scribe regular spells, but runic ones felt much more promising. Roland found it odd that he received the basic rune mastery skill. The books he read mentioned another one. This skill was called runecraft, and it was required to achieve the runesmith class. You could also only achieve it after becoming a blacksmith. If he followed the normal path, he would end up as an enchantsmith. He needed this runecraft skill to advance to runesmith. The books he read before described the way to get it. You needed to inscribe a rune on any type of item, and you could buy special skill books that told you how. They were probably similar to the one he got while going through his first class change. He rubbed his chin and thought some more. This skill that the runic mana scribe came prepackaged with didn't feel like a crafting skill but more as an offensive skill. For now, he opened up his status screen to check his stats. T1 Mage L25 Secondary. T1 Runic Mana Scribe L3 Main. He noted that he managed to gain 2 levels from the saved over XP. He was a bit annoyed that he lost some of it due to drawing that schematic too early. The secondary class option is now unlocked. The moment you unlocked a second class, you could choose one of your previously gained classes as a secondary one. With a secondary class, you were able to keep this class special effect. His secondary class, which was now a mage, gave him bonuses to mana and mana regeneration. You could only have one secondary class and you could switch them once per day. No outside items were needed to do this. Roland took note of his meager physical stat growth with this class. His intelligence, dexterity, and willpower seemed to be going up though. This was his second tier 1 class. This world system didn't count this as separate levels. They all added to the main level, which caused people to gain those levels slower than before. Even if it seemed that he made the jump from L1 to L3 of his new class, in actuality he was going from L25 to L28 of his main level. He knew this would happen. There was a reason why people started gaining levels slower and slower, and why most of them tried not to get a third tier 1 class. Roland was glad that he had his debugging skill. It offered him a faster way of getting through his tier 1 conundrum. He also believed that he could use this schematic making bug even after he changed his class to a blacksmith later on. This was also why he needed to get that hammer from his party member. He gained a whopping 1,000 experience points for that one schematic. He came to the conclusion that it was probably something a tier 2 class would normally be able to do. But here he was doing it as a tier 1, which meant he got more experience for doing something above his level. Before heading out, there was one more thing that he had to check. He grabbed the heavy rapier that was still on the table and he injected his mana into the weapon to trigger the rune's effect. With that, a loud boom was heard from his room that woke up the person sleeping in the next room. He could hear someone banging on the other side to make him quiet down. This almost made him forget to look at his MP points to check his theory. Just as he suspected, he used up less mana to activate this weapon this time around. The rune mastery skill was lowering the cost of powering the runes. The decrease was meager in scope at only 1%, but what if he continued increasing this skill? Could he get it up to 10%? Maybe an advanced version of this skill could be gotten later, which would further decrease the requirements. Could he get a class with the advanced version of it in the future was the big question. Maybe with this skill, combat with runic weapons could be somehow manageable. Roland wanted to test this theory out in the future as he had no way of doing it now. He finally got out of his room to get something to eat. He wanted to meet up with the girls and discuss a couple of things. He headed to the Adventurer Guild and could see people were walking out to open their shops. He became slightly nostalgic. He was already over 5 years in this world, but this was the first place that he actually enjoyed living in. He found himself a quirky party that was quite dependable. They even rescued his behind from getting murdered in broad daylight. He spent quite the interesting half a year in this place. He decided to change locations and wanted to do it fast. He also felt bad about breaking the party up when he left. The girls would need to find reliable backline support like him. There weren't really many mages in this line of work at the lower levels. Most mages were put into academies that left them as tier 2 mages. They could just level up by researching more spells and not killing monsters. This was also why Roland was able to reach L25 of his mage class so soon. Besides killing goblins, he was leveling up his spells. The more he used them, the faster they leveled up. Even though he didn't need to do it while in combat, it did hasten the leveling process. Still, most people didn't want their kids leveling up in dungeons, so spending some years in a magic academy till they got the hang of casting was a preferred option. Though this only concerned people that could actually afford to pay for the exorbitant prices of those prestigious academies. Roland went past the tavern that he had his first drunk stupor with his party members. It was called the Iron Flagon. The booze that was served there was all hard liquor, anything below 20% was frowned upon. He recalled a couple of instances of the girls from his party getting drunk in there. The quiet wolf girl always got chatty on those occasions, which made him chuckle. He thought back to his family. He hadn't heard a word from them during the time he was here. He also didn't write any letters to any of them. He once considered writing some to Martha, but now he was planning on going into hiding. This meant that he needed to lay low and not spread any information about his whereabouts. He finally arrived at the Adventurer Guild. It was the place that he always met with the girls. He pushed the door open and was greeted by a smell of sweat. Many adventurers were already shuffling back and forth inside. The people in this world woke up early as to not waste the light of day. "Hey Roland, good morning." Roland spotted Rebecca at the usual spot waving at him. She had quite a big smile on her face as if something good had happened. This made Roland think that she might have fetched a good price for that man's armor. He walked towards his party. Sahilder had a coin purse in her hands and was looking at it while Rune the wolf girl was dozing off at her seat. The girl was always bad at getting up in the morning. Some drool was even dripping from her mouth as she concentrated on not hitting the table with her face. "Good morning, you're awfully chipper today. A good deal at the shop?" Roland sat down on his chair that creaked. The moment he asked, Rebecca waved him over. He raised his eyebrow but leaned forward. She apparently wanted to whisper her answer into his ear. "Yeah, that guy was loaded. We found some small gold coins in his spatial bag along with some other things." Rune already swiped some throwing daggers for herself. His gear also fetched a nice price. Roland nodded. Apparently with the sold equipment, the girls managed to get over 20 small gold coins. He already had 15 of those in the dimensional bag beforehand, after selling his light armor, some potions, and other weapons. The girls received 5 more small gold coins. Roland took a second to digest this information. For someone just trailing him, he was carrying a lot of cash. Was this a normal amount of gold someone at Tier 2 had, or was it really a payment for taking him out? Did he perhaps have any letters in his bag? Ones with a red seal, for instance. Rebecca shook her head and shrugged. No, he only had the usual stuff. Roland narrowed his eyes as this made it sound like this wasn't the first time that these girls had done someone in. He was hoping of finding more clues, but it made sense that there were no letters. Even if the man received such a thing, he would probably burn it to get rid of the evidence. He also could have met face to face with his contractor. His head was apparently worth more than 1 gold coin, which he wasn't sure was that flattering. While he was thinking, he noticed that his party leader's eyes were sparkling. "You sure are happy there? Like money that much?" "Damn right I do," she replied loudly before lowering her voice and nodding. She didn't really want the other adventurers to know that they had some coins to spare, as these were dangerous times they lived in. It wouldn't be surprising if you got backstabbed during a dungeon expedition and robbed by other adventurers. There were even some of those types that actually specialized in robbing others during dungeon expeditions. But anyway, what are we going to do now? Think we should leave this city for now. Rebecca sat down in her chair and looked at the others with a slight frown on her face. Roland kind of knew what this was about as he nodded. "Sorry. Didn't think I'd get you involved in something like this. It's not your fault. You are different than those other nobles." Sahilder smacked the table that rattled with force. The drowsy Rune fell forward and got her face smacked, which finally woke her up. "How about we take one of those guard missions to another city? We won't have to pay the traveling costs." Rebecca continued with her proposal while Roland replied with his own plans in mind. "Well, I wanted to tell you something about that. I want to leave the city, but alone. I was thinking about quitting as an adventurer for now at least. But I think that you 3 should leave the city. I think your involvement with me might bring trouble your way." Roland wasn't sure what information the man had reported to the Baron or to the person that tried to kill him. The looks of the 3 female members from his party could be known, and they could be implicated in the future. He of course didn't want that to happen, but only saw distancing himself from them as an option. "You think we are afraid of some trouble?" Sahilder smacked the table again while looking angrily at Roland. "Apparently not. Don't worry about us, Roland. But you seem to have already made up your mind about this." Rebecca chimed in while looking at the close to 11-year-old Roland. The boy nodded as he wanted to leave the city and move on. He already had his class and now needed a place to train his crafting class. "Yes, I did. I'm actually not really fit to be a mage, so I've decided on choosing one of the crafting classes." The girls were surprised by this reveal. From their point of view, the youth was quite talented as a mage. Even though he only knew the basic spells, they packed quite a punch. If he managed to reach a Tier 2 mage, he would be a force to be reckoned with. But you are clearly suited to be a mage," Rebecca asked while confused. "Okay, let me explain. It's like this." He made a short summary about him having someone in 1,000,000 constitution and having 0 elemental affinities to get him any of the basic mage classes. He then explained about runes and that he would be going for a smithing class that would somehow let him profit from his large mana pool. "So that's how it is." Rune just kept nodding during the explanation. Rebecca did the same while Sahilder's head started exuding smoke when he started talking about runes and how they fit into his plan. "I got it, sounds reasonable." Rebecca shrugged without having much to add to this explanation. Not like she could convince this boy at this point. She also felt that Roland was free to choose his future. "So, when will you be leaving?" "I'd like to today or tomorrow. Don't really want to remain here for too long after what happened yesterday." "I see. You probably won't tell us where you are heading." Roland just nodded while frowning. It wasn't like he didn't trust them with keeping secrets, but in this world, there were ways of getting information out of people even if they didn't want to talk. Mostly with the help of special spells or potions that made people sing. The girls understood this, so they didn't make much of a fuss. We can always meet up in the future, you never know. When you are famous adventurers, I'll be sure to make you some runic weapons." Roland noticed that the atmosphere around the table got strange. Even the wolf girl was looking sad. He didn't think that they would be saddened this much by him leaving. You sure you want to make a promise like that?" "I want at least a greater rune in my weapon," said Rebecca while Sahilder replied afterward. "I want some armor. Legendary runic daggers," was what Rune mumbled under her nose while staring at Roland with anticipation. Don't go overboard. I don't even know how long it will take till I can make lesser runic weapons." The 3 girls grinned at him and started listing him the types of weapons and armor they wanted him to make. "While we are on the subject of runes, Sahilder, could you lend me that hammer for a couple of hours?" Roland looked at the muscular girl with a glint in his eyes. He just had to get that hammer before he left. After some convincing and a lot of yanking with the help of Rebecca and Rune, they managed to peel the hammer off of Sahilder. Roland could barely hold this weapon, swinging it was out of the question. "I just need it for my research. I won't damage it, I promise. All of you magic types say that before something goes wrong." Apparently Sahilder was still hesitant about giving him her warhammer for inspection. He wasn't sure what it was about, and he didn't have enough time to hear the whole story. "Fine, you can have it, but I'm staying in the room with you." Roland just shrugged as he didn't care. This was even better as he didn't need to carry the heavy thing all the way to his in-room. The 2 other girls didn't join them, finding it too boring to watch Roland play around with runes. "I'll go check out if there are any worthwhile escort missions on the notice board. We can meet up at the tavern later." Rebecca and Rune left to go prepare for their own journey away. They had also decided to go somewhere else. This wasn't the only town with a dungeon close to it. The next couple of hours weren't all that exciting. Roland had Sahilder place the hammer in his room on the floor, afraid that if he placed it on his flimsy table it would give out under the weight. He then took out a sheath of paper and got to copying. He wasn't using his scribing skill. He just redrew the runes diagram with the help of the overlay that his debugging skill gave him. He took his time as he didn't want to mistakenly mess up this new schematic. After the first 30 minutes passed, he heard a big thud behind him. It was his big, muscly friend dozing off on his bed. He sniggered at her and then went back to work. You have created the schematic for the lesser impact rune. Highest. Drawing skill L1 reached. You have gained 1,000 experience points. He smiled slightly after hearing the system awarding him the experience points. He even managed to upgrade his drawing skill to the next level. He used to have the basic drawing skill, but now it finally broke through. The progress of this skill had stopped at the L9 just like all the other basic ones. Now further upgrading was possible. This made him think that it was caused by him receiving the runic mana scribe class. He figured that the diagrams were probably considered drawings by this leveling system. Previously he leveled this skill by sketching things, also painting was another skill altogether. He also managed to recreate the diagram fully, earning another highest graded rune. From what Roland knew, the lesser runes were the worst ones on the market. After them came the common runes, then followed by greater runes, grand runes, and at the very top the legendary runes. The last ones were mostly only mentioned in fables and not much was known about them. This wasn't all, as the runes went into even more subcategories. In sequence they were lowest, low, intermediate, high, and highest. A lesser rune with a highest subgrade was comparable to a common rune with the lowest subgrade. But this was something that Roland would figure out at a later date. He rolled up the schematic that he just made and placed it together with the previous one he created. He now had 2 lesser rune schematics with no flaws. He gave out a sight while thinking, could he scribe these runes on scrolls and sell them to people? He didn't think the impact rune and detonation runes worked well by themselves. They only showed their true colors when attached to weapons. The impact rune either increased the mass of the weapon it was on or used gravity, he wasn't sure. He had asked Sahildra about her hammer. She told him that the heavy hammer part increased in weight the moment she activated the rune. She needed to time her attacks well to make use of it, but when she did she could deliver devastating blows with it. The detonation rune created a small controlled explosion on the tip of a weapon. Unless you managed to poke someone with it, it wasn't that useful. If he scribed it onto a scroll, it would only cause a small explosion, while the impact rune might make the scroll just heavier. This kind of showed him the limitations of some of the runes. The fire orb rune was the only one he could see working as a spell scroll. He only needed to get it to target enemies. Maybe if he combined it with the detonation rune, he could turn it into some kind of targeted grenade spell. Come to think of it, I need to make a schematic for that fire orb rune too. While speaking out loud, he heard a strange sound. HR. He turned his head towards the loud noise only to see his muscle friend snoring on his bed. She was just sprawled out with her hands and legs in an X shape. He could hear her snoring loudly while scratching her belly, which made him squint his eyes. Oh right, she was here. Hey, I'm done. You can take your hammer now. The large Goliath female just snored some more and rolled onto the other side. There wasn't an ounce of femininity in this tanky girl. Roland scratched his forehead before placing both his hands to his mouth as if he was going to shout. Hey, is that free wine over there? You can drink all you want, no way. He made sure to yell towards her direction and he almost instantly got a reaction. She raised her head up high, her eyes opening wide and drool running down her mouth. Free wine? She was still a bit drowsy, so her words didn't come out right, but instead of wine, she saw her party members snorting at her while laughing. Heh, finally you're up. You can take your hammer now. Huh? No wine. It took a few seconds for Sahildra to realize that she was made a fool of. Her eyes narrowed and she moved forward with haste, putting Roland into a headlock while rubbing his head with her knuckles. Why, you little? Roland didn't have time to react, and not like he was scared. He got his scalp rubbed and he pleaded for mercy. Soon enough he was free to go, his hair all ruffled up. Sahildra took her hammer back and examined to see if it was working right. Roland took a glance while thinking back to moments earlier. Was I always this childish? He contemplated. He could have just woken the girl up normally, but for some reason, he had the urge to plug her nose or even splash water on her face as a prank. The cogs in his brain started to turn. He had a few theories to go with. The scariest one of them all was that he had fused his psyche together with the boy that was once the true Roland. He thought back to the past. He did enjoy climbing those trees at the Arden estate, though he never considered the kids there to be his peers. Before he could have a mental breakdown about himself, he was brought back to reality by Sahilder. Hey, you okay there, Roland? You look kinda pale. Did I rub that big melon of yours too hard? He momentarily tossed his identity conundrum to the back of his head while frowning at Sahilder. I'm fine. I bet Rebecca is waiting for us at the Adventurers Guild. We should go. Roland still had some of his stuff in this room. He didn't pack up just yet. He wanted to do it after having said his goodbyes with the silly trio. They might have not been around each other for that long, but they have managed to form a bond. He couldn't actually remember others being so nice to him even back in his old life. Yeah. I'll be sure to escort you, now noble lord. Let us depart to the Adventurers Guild. She did some misaligned bow and then opened the door in front of Roland. She stood there like a knight that was holding the way open for their noble lady. Please don't call me that. People will think that it's actually true. The two finally left. Roland was going to use the train. He had come to the city for his getaway. It didn't have a direct route to Edelgard, but it was a lot faster than going by horse carriage. It took them 10 or so minutes to get back. Rebecca and Rune were already sitting at the usual table with a piece of paper in hand. So you two lovebirds finished? Rebecca called out while whistling at Roland and Sahilder. The Goliath lady looked ticked off by that remark. What would I do with a little brat like that? He doesn't even have hair growing down there. Oh, so you've seen it? Rebecca stuck out her tongue while Sahilder got increasingly maddened. Quiet down, you two. The idiots in this guild will misunderstand. Roland responded while covering his face with a hood. The other adventurers in the guild just laughed from the side while also whistling. Hey, it's little Goblin Slayer Emperor and his harem. They are being even more intimate than usual. After garnering some notoriety, he had gained another title for being the only man in a mostly female party. We should ask the Squirt Emperor about some tips, boys. The older adventurers called out from the side while sniggering at the party of 3 teenage girls. The girls were around the age of 16 or 17, and the youth that was with them was believed to be 12. The Goliath girl turned around while shaking her fist at some of the men. They in turn just laughed more while backing off, not wanting to get smacked in the face. After successfully scaring off the other adventurers, she sat down at the table while grumbling, her hammer leaning against her chair. So, you got it? Rebecca nodded while bringing out a piece of paper. It was a job offering for steel and silver ranked adventurers. It was an escort type of mission. They were going to be the bodyguards for a large caravan of merchants. This was quite a common type of job listing and was mostly safe as bandits would rarely attack such large convoys. One more thing, Roland, you have your second class now, right? You should go update your adventurer card. Rebecca mentioned while Roland nodded. The requirements to go from bronze to a steel adventurer was getting a second tier 1 class and having finished some missions. Roland and his party were frequent visitors to the dungeon, and he had gone through the minimum trial period of half a year, so he was now eligible for it. Okay. I'll be right back, this shouldn't take long. You three should probably discuss a couple of things. He turned around and left. He went over to the same lady that had given him his first adventurer card. Hey there, Miss Celica. I've obtained my second class. He gave a quick explanation and the lady nodded. She took the same identification or bout as before to get it checked. He didn't like that they were scanning his status, but not like he could do much about it. There were enough benefits to working as an adventurer to let them got through with the examinations. The card update didn't take that long as they just needed to change it from bronze to steel. Here you go, have a nice day. The lady bowed slightly while showing him away. There were many other people waiting in lines, and there was more work to be done. So, how does it feel to move up in the world? It's just a notch up from bronze. You know well that unless you get to silver, you won't really be taken seriously. Roland replied to Rebecca's remark after he returned to the table. He also noticed that there was a bag laying on the table right next to where his sitting spot was. Isn't this your storage bag? It is. You'll find some coin in there to get you started. Think of it as a little parting gift from us. We did agree on an equal split. He took the bag and glanced at it. He clearly wanted to take it, but while reaching out he stopped his hand. What? Why are you hesitating? Did you forget that we got that other bag from that guy? It's twice the size of this one. You can take it. Yeah, just take it. Take. The three called out while he nodded and grabbed the bag. He strapped it to his side while hiding it under his robe. He would peek inside of it when he was alone. Thanks. He rubbed his neck, feeling a bit uncomfortable about the generosity of his party members. He had thought that having gotten rescued by them was enough. It didn't feel right to ask about more gold or items while splitting. The girls smiled after seeing the youth act all shy. So when will you be leaving? They asked him. Probably today. I think my ride leaves for the next city tonight. He would be going far away. There would be a lot of stops and he would have to go to switch between different magic trains on the way to reach his destination. That's so. Want us to send you off? You don't have to. An awkward conversation ensued while the group of four stood up and left the Adventurers Guild. The girls would be heading to a new city and be trying to get themselves a new fourth party member there. They were already close to maxing out their second Tier 1 class and would probably be reaching a Tier 2 class in the foreseen future. It didn't take long for Roland to get his belongings from the inn. With the storage bag carrying around all of his items would be quite easy. Back outside, the group huddled closer. Roland wasn't really thinking about them following him all the way to the train station, so this would be as far as this would go. So, this is it. Don't forget about us. And remember, you promised to make us those weapons and armors. Rebecca replied happily while holding both her hands to her hips. Sahilder delivered a smack to his back that made him almost fall, as she always did. Yeah, take care of yourself, oh mighty lord. Take care. Reyna replied in a monotone voice while twiddling her thumbs. I will, and don't worry. I'll probably be stuck in a blacksmith shop for quite some time. The time finally came and he turned around. He wasn't good with things like this and he wasn't sure if he would be able to see these three oddballs in the foreseen future. He would be sure to remember them, as the time spent in this city was something that he cherished. He thought that this was for the best. He didn't want to involve the girls in his family problems. The three girls remained in place while waving, calling out to him once in a while, which made Roland wave with his hand one last time without turning around. He finally made a turn, leaving the view of the three that were watching him from afar. So he is gone, huh? Yeah. Sahilder asked while Rebecca replied, her eyes getting suspiciously moist. You're never good with things like this. At least he didn't have to see that ugly face of yours covered in snot. Unbeknownst to Roland, his party members weren't taking the separation all that well. Sahilder's face contorted into quite the mess and tears were running down her cheeks. Snot all over. She started sobbing uncontrollably, which made the other two follow suit. Common. Let us go to the tavern. Stop crying, you're making the people uncomfortable. Who's crying? I'm not crying. Some people could see a Goliath female with her head down and two other girls patting her back. They looked to be saddened while walking into the city. The reason for their distress was close to reaching the train station that would take him on a trip through the large kingdom. The journey would take at least a week, as he needed to change stations multiple times. Some of them would even require him to use regular carriages. Well, farewell, my friends. It was fun while it lasted. He sat down at the train station and waited. An old part of his life was coming to an end. What waited for him next was unknown. He was nervous to a certain extent, but also excited. Nervous about the unknown. Excited about the possibilities of his future life that was ready to begin.